Truckers, travelers, and radio renegades, this is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting loud and proud from the Fastport Studios in good old NOLA with your host and high-octane co-pilot, Jimmy Mack.
Co-pilot is a good phraseology there because the first 2 hours might be me doing a solo routine, only if you don't think about the fact that Madison with a T is sitting to the right of Phone Master Dre, who you can reach at 615-292-6366. Make this really clear before we get started. I'm going to pitch a preposterous package. I want you to use that professional speaking gig the next time you get it to talk about that time you rode your bike to work and enjoyed a bowl of raspberries and cream while looking at a sea serpent from your lighthouse. What in the sweet mother of pearl am I talking about, you might ask? I've managed to include just about every day, National Day of, worth celebrating, my friends, because after all, it is Preposterous Packaging Day. It is Professional Speaking Gig Day. It is Raspberries and Cream Day. It is Sea Serpent Day. It is Lighthouse Day. And it's Ride Your Bike to Work Day. I hope when you get your 34 or those 2 weeks off that you're looking forward to, you do any and all of those things. Although if you do happen to see a giant sea serpent on the horizon, I would suggest you go hire Captain Quint in honor of Jaws so that you can actually have somebody else kill the thing, or maybe somebody else get killed fighting the thing that you afterwards can kill. Hey guys, welcome to Road Gang Radio, or at least the first 2 hours of Road Gang Radio, where we go about the business of making a living. In the second 2 hours, we're going to be making a life. Really quickly, after a brief word from Pastor John, well, somebody's going to be joining me in just about uno momento, but we're going to have JR and JP on CC with OBAC. That, of course, is Jim Park and Joanne Ritchie on Canada Calling with OBAC. Jay Grimes for Washington Trucking Week. It's going to be a discussion with the Director of Federal Affairs over there at OOIDA. Lee Pepper has got a great book called Never Outmatched, where he actually uses military strategies from the past to talk about how you can make your business work in the future. And finally, Vanessa Cotonou is going to be joining us talking about how joy can often be one of the great devices of resistance, that the politics of joy, and we're not talking about the politics going on in Washington, D.C., but that often when you find yourself dealing with strife, nasty people online, nasty, toxic people in your life, that joy is often the best weapon. Speaking of joy, our good friends out there are kind of spreading the good word. The Beach Bum is going from Mount Vernon, Missouri, on their way up to New Stanton, Pennsylvania for tomorrow. Some folks are going from Indiana over into the deeper Midwest, as our friend Joe J is. Earl and Joe Noble are saying good morning. Forrest Vaughn says, morning everyone from Forrest and Jenny. We're rolling west. And of course, Bruce Almighty says, good morning, hashtag RGR. My friend Junker, as he is off to do, does it all the time, as a matter of fact. Rocky Mountain, North Carolina to Baton Rouge, my olive pickles, 42,000 pounds, Friday morning delivery. Everybody be safe out there. Keep on rolling. You know, he's supposed to be scheduled for a half an hour, and I said, the heck with that half hour. He and I talked about it. He graciously gives us his time. He is the owner of the Grumpy Pete Peterbilt, one of our favorite people in the world, and a founding member of the reconstituted Road Gang. Good morning to you, Dean Crow.
And one good-looking dude.
Good morning. Great to be with you guys. I'm surprised Dre is back from Sturgis already. It was a quick trip.
Well, by the way, for Dre, the idea of having more than 2 days off in a row is like a lifetime.
Woo!
I can't even imagine what that must be like to work for somebody for like 2 straight years and never get more than 1 or 2 days off in a row and then suddenly have a week. Go ahead, Dre.
Well, one of the main things there, Dean, is why I'm back already is as soon as that first official day started on Friday, we're like, oh, this is great. All right, we're leaving tomorrow. Because we like to get there and get all the beautiful scenic driving and riding and all that in before it gets a little too hectic for our taste.
It's on my bucket list. I'd like to go one year just so I can say I've been there. I know a lot of truckers have got Harleys. I've got some good friends that spend time up there. I'd love to go up there and meet them in their sort of native habitat, as you will.
Yeah, I mean, it is something else, by the way. I mean, you could actually do one of those Clifford Geertz's thick descriptions. I don't know if you guys ever read that essay called The Balinese Cockfight, where Geertz actually, no? Yeah, it's a famous kind of essay about how you can actually examine a culture. He goes to a Balinese cockfight, and he actually spends a couple of weeks going over and over again to the same cockfight, the same place that holds it, doing these really deep descriptions of all the people that are there. He kind of analyzes every single person that is there. He goes behind the scenes. He goes into the crowd. He goes outside the arena, and he does this incredible thick description in an attempt to show you how Balinese culture works by looking at one particular event. And I think it would be really cool, and I'm sure they're out there, by the way, if somebody did a deep dive on all the character types and tropes, including longtime fans of Night Ranger that that attend the Sturgis Motorcycle. What is it called, Dre? What's the official title?
The Sturgis Motorcycle Rally.
Is it called the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally? That's just straight up. That's the terminology for
and
it.
Yeah, pretty much, because it goes overall so many of like the surrounding towns and cities. Because like on the coast, you got Cruise on the Coast, and it goes all the way from Pascagoula to Bay St. Louis, and it's a similar situation to this. So it's like, oh, you're going to Sturgis, and that's automatically thinking, oh, you're going to this one town there. No, man, it's all the surrounding towns. You got Rapid City, you got Deadwood, and they all take it very seriously.
Yeah, I mean, when people say Sturgis, Dean, and you know this as well, people don't mean the town of Sturgis. What they mean is the surrounding event. When you hear you're going to Sturgis, it's like I'm dropping something off in Sturgis is not the same as I'm going to Sturgis. Go ahead, Dre.
And man, one of the thing is, it's like you're thinking, you're going to do a little riding whenever it comes to that, because there is a lot of beautiful riding around. But when it comes to all the events, it's a spread about to an hour to 2 hours around. Whew, it's a lot.
It's a lot of stuff to unpack. Dean, how are you this morning? Where have your adventures been taking you?
I'm really good. I'm about to speak at Spot Freight here in Indianapolis at a conference talking about the freight market and what we're seeing, what we're not seeing. So I'm in Indianapolis for a couple of days. Great city. Like I was out on I-70 last night, getting some rollers, as we call it in social media world, of some of the big trucks that are running back and forth. Man, it's a busy section of the country. There's such a big warehouse freight market here in Indianapolis.
Oh, it is. In so many ways, like I said, anytime there is a discussion of tolling that comes up in Indiana, it literally sets off bells and whistles. And I don't know if you got a chance to hear it, but on Monday we had the head of the Indiana Motor. How did they outlook? But their trucking association, their guy actually showed up here. And man, anytime there is anything involving tolling or any sort of infrastructure, if it's through Indiana, it's national news. It's just straight up. That's kind of the deal over there. I don't know if you heard me say this earlier, but today is Professional Speakers Day, so. Happy Professional Speakers Day to you.
Finally.
It's one of the many things that you actually engage in and do. What are you talking about, by the way?
Well, I'm talking a little bit about, broad macroeconomic terms, supply and demand. We're seeing some interesting trends on the supply side. There's an acceleration of carriers leaving the industry. But the challenge is for every 10 that leave, 9 join. So the rebalancing of the market is slow. Large carriers seem to have found the bottom in terms of the number of trucks they've got in their fleet. So there's a few trends that we're looking at there. But the bigger issue is trying to figure out where demand is for freight tonnage, and that remains somewhat unsure. We're unsure about where this is going to land. Just this week we saw tariffs announced on India related to their purchase of oil from Russia. So that's going to be a wild card. We're going to watch in terms of diesel prices in the next few weeks. The market is pricing in somewhere in the range of 15 to 25 cents a gallon increase because of that. So we can expect diesel prices to go up. So I'm kind of looking at all the things that keep the wheels rolling. On the demand side, what we're seeing. On the supply side, what we're seeing in terms of carriers leaving and going, and then just having a look at where rates are. And really there's no great story there other than they're pretty much exactly the same as what they were in the last 2 years. We're not seeing a lot of lift. There's no volatility in the market. It's just a very wait-and-see kind of freight market at the moment.
Well, and the other thing is, too, when you and I talk, and part of it is because of the world I grew up in, but it's also, there has been an attempt to go back to the future to kind of, recapture an America that existed in the mid-'70s and hopefully kind of recapture it. The problem is that what has me so worried is that it almost feels like we need either a breakout, one particular area where there is a booming market where people can then begin to go to kind of gravitate towards, or a genuine, brutal bottoming out, kind of a break that forces a policy change, at the risk of economic destruction going on. And I keep thinking about the fact that, people forget that for all of the economic struggles of the early 80s, there were sectors of the economy, particularly oil and gas, that people were able to kind of race down and find the action there. And I guess before we actually hit the pledge and national anthem and all that stuff, as kind of a preview, are there any green shoots, and I don't mean for the overall economy, but any places where a hustling entrepreneur might turn their truck to and find some real action?
Yeah, I think given how bloated inventories are, because a lot of importers have pulled forward inventory from overseas and filled all of these warehouses, like around Indianapolis here, I think there'll be some pretty strong demand in that final mile or warehouse to retail warehouse space as we head into, back to school retail season. So I think there'll be some demand. I'll call it final mile, but that could be, a couple of 100-mile radius. So I think there'll be some demand there. The other good news is that new orders for manufacturing, even though they're still in contraction territory, they actually improved a little bit in July. So they were dropping for like 5 months, and they just started to turn up again. And new orders in manufacturing are a proxy for future demand down the road. So that's one green shoot that's kind of very good news for truckload carriers. But, generally the economy still remains in contraction territory, adopting this wait and see. But I think there will be some activity, final mile, warehouse, anywhere where you've got port to warehouse market, like Savannah to Atlanta, Savannah to Jacksonville, those sorts of lanes will see pretty good activity.
Yeah, and the other thing I was thinking about with that, and I saw that little uptick in the manufacturing stuff, and I'm wondering if a number of the players in the game are saying, you know what, we're going to bet. With all the uncertainty and we don't know which way we're going, now that it seems like maybe sort of kind of in the next few weeks, we're going to see the impacts of what tariffs will do. I think a few of the manufacturing guys are making a bet saying, yep, we might want to begin to, onshore this stuff again and start kind of ramping up in that direction. Yeah. It's very minimal. I don't want to act like, oh, here it comes. Here comes the big manufacturing output. But I think a few of the players are saying, you know what, we've got to choose here. Because that's the other thing that we have, and I'd love to talk about today, and you can, if you want to kind of touch on this before we hit this break, you can. The idea that the stagnation point is a disaster too, because people think, a downturn is the worst thing. I sometimes think that stagnation, if it goes on long enough, is a big disaster because then things wither. And then, you sit there for a while and you keep waiting to either lay people off or hire more people. You keep waiting either to expand or contract. You do nothing, which means that when you finally make a decision, you're not in a good enough position to make it if you've gambled wrong. Are you following me when I say that?
Yeah. I think that's what a lot of people were doing. And I think some of the good numbers we're seeing is that optimism that our worst case scenario didn't happen. The market didn't collapse. We didn't see complete demand destruction after Liberation Day. And I think people were starting to sense a little bit of optimism that maybe we'd been past the worst of it. But then the White House comes out this week and slaps a tariff on India, and Apple had just moved iPhone production to India earlier this year
in response to the Chinese situation. In response, I mean, I'm going to really get on the administration's case here for a second. You don't have to do this. You don't have to go here. But it's like, come on, guys. It's like, all these people said, okay, well, if you're going to put the knife to, China, and by the way, I'm a person who actually thinks we should put a little more pressure on China. And then these guys move to India, and you're like, wait a minute, it's just like, I mean,
wait a minute.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, that's enough of that. We got to take a quick break here. We're going to have a pledge, a national anthem, all that groovy stuff, and then Pastor John's got a good word to kind of give us a brace of Java for the day. I'm going to keep on repeating it, guys, ad infinitum. If you have a Little League team, if you have a Boy Scout troop, a Girl Scout troop, a troop of Scouts, Weeblos, doesn't matter. If you have a classroom full of kids who want to say the national anthem and the pledge, who want to do any of that stuff, send it to us. We would love to play it and give them full credit. In the meantime, enjoy these children, my beautiful co-host, and the good pastor, Andre. Take it away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday, 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 Thursday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, you know what today is? Today is the day before Friday. Psalm 56 verse 3 says, when I am afraid, I put my trust in you. And I want to share that with you, and I want you to take that within your heart and hold steady to it. Because a lot of you guys and a lot of you ladies out there are afraid of tomorrow. A lot of you guys and ladies are afraid of not getting that good load. You're afraid that you're not going to be able to make the delivery on time. But look at what the text says. It says, when I am afraid, I, meaning you, meaning me, watch this, I, meaning you and meaning me, put my trust in you. And if we put our trust in God, I promise you that fear will fade like a vapor.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
The show ain't fading like a vapor. Amen to that.
Amen to that. Amen to Pastor Dre. Amen, amen, and hallelujah for Dean Croak, owner of the Grumpy Peterbilt. Dean himself has got, he's got millions of miles, and they are growing by the minute. People are giving us a call at 615-292-6366. We'll grab those phone calls in a second. Dean, I wanted to give you a shout-out, a big thanks to you for introducing us to Chris Orban, who got a chance to drop by the studio the other day. And by the way, one of the great things is you've learned about, having in-studio guests is sometimes you turn and you say, hey, man, you having a good time? I am. Why don't you stick around and join us for the next guest? And his contributions, it makes all the difference. He's a pretty sharp customer. And by the way, I am learning from him and from other people, our good friend Bob Raisler. I keep saying Bob. Mark Raisler. There's a reporter I knew named Bob Raisler. As I learned from Mark, there's a lot of people down here in the city of New Orleans who work in transportation and in trucking who are well worth dropping into the studios as well. So big thanks for facilitating that introduction. I know a lot of our listeners really loved Chris's insights.
Yeah, I've known Chris for about 20 years. He was one of my very first hires many, many years ago. I've been in CEO boardrooms where Chris has been typing 200 words a minute, taking notes, and having an in-depth data analytics conversation simultaneously. He's, along with you, he's one of the brains that I always say, in my head when I'm talking to you. I always go back to the Princess Bride story where, Wesley's talking to Vizzini about iocane powder, and Vizzini says, truly a dizzying intellect. And I always think that. I always think that you don't know that, but whenever I'm talking to you, I'm always saying, gosh, this is truly a dizzying intellect. And Chris is the other one that's like that, because not only is he a trucking expert, when it comes to data science and data analytics, because like me, he's lived inside large truckload and small truckload carriers for 25 years. he's also got an incredible depth of knowledge outside of trucking, which I always knew that he would be perfect for radio if we could get you two connected. And I thought Monday's show was just fantastic. I loved listening to it. It was actually really entertaining to hear you two go back and forth.
Well, yeah, and let me tell you something else too. The thing that, and this is for our listeners out there, and we're going to talk to one in just a second here, Dean, is if you really read between the lines, you haven't got to read between the lines. It's literally gushing out of his pores. He has such a deep well of empathy and compassion. I guess we can call it for the plight of truck drivers, is that much like our friend Brian Wiebold, who we talked to in Texas, is that there is a beginning movement of people who work in the supply chain, whether they work in data, whether they work in sales, behind a desk, on a dock. More and more people are really getting what it is. One of the great things about diving into data is you begin to see numbers that begin to back up the idea that none of this works not without trucks, but without drivers. And his well of compassion for how do we improve the quality of life for the men and the women who drive trucks was deeply moving. And it really kind of powered a lot of what happened in the conversation after that and made for a lot of real joy. It's the same place that you and I come from, is that we have this crazy idea that we don't think these men and women are stupid. We don't think that they are one-note Johnnies, and we think that they are successful, striving entrepreneurs. I hate to say, it's funny because a lot of people get on my case about being down about current situations. I'm so deeply in love with this country. I know you are, because you chose, like Ronald Reagan said, you chose a nationality. I mean, you had one before, and you made a choice. And these men and women are so... I don't do this often, but these men and women are so representative of what it means to be an American, whether they are second-generation immigrants, whether they are people who trace their folks back to 1776, like our friend Stroker Ace. It doesn't matter, man. They are deeply invested in the American experiment, and Chris's love of them came just kind of, out of his pores, which is why he has such a good time with Dave and I, who kind of feel the same way about it. Sorry, that was that moment. I have to go to the... Go ahead. You speak.
Well, I'm just saying, Chris was very clever in that he relied on my interpretation of data, because he would look at data and say, what does it mean? And I could explain to him how the data came about. Because in the data analytics world, if you don't know the context that the data is generated in, the data can be almost meaningless and misleading. And I was able to explain to him the feeling, the emotion. Sick child at home finds its way into the cabs through the rate of brake applications, or the number of times a driver looks in the rear, in the side mirrors. One of the other big predictors of accidents is how many months you are away from your DOT physical, because you're worried about not passing. So Chris was very clever in that he was open to the idea that data on its own wasn't conclusive. You needed to understand the emotional, psychological side of the driver so you can understand what the data meant. And that's why he's been incredibly successful, because he has this empathetic chip in his brain where he can look at data and say, yeah, I know exactly how that comes about, but more importantly, what to do about it. Because if you don't know how it's generated in the trucking world, it's really hard to know what to do about it, because with any data analytics, you get to a point where the customer says, so what, now what? What do I do with this information? And that's where Chris really excels.
Yeah, that's really the thing. I mean, and we're going to talk more about this on the other side. Our good friend Showtime, another founding member of the reconstituted Road Gang, and the man who actually gave us the sign that is behind me. If you ever get a chance to take a look at it, we'll talk about that in a second. He gifted a sign to me, Dean. And it's and our friend Showtime is on the scene, lean and mean. Good morning to you, my friend.
Good morning. How are you guys doing today?
We're great. And by the way, I know of what you're going to speak. I can't wait to hear you unpack this, Dean. He wants to talk about the Indian tariff. So, Showtime, you have the floor.
Okay. If I'm correct, part of the reason why we put the tariffs in place is Trump said you need to buy oil from the U.S., and they said, no, we're going to buy it from Russia, and that's what's helping fund Russia's war effort. So they went, okay, you want to do that? Then enjoy your tariffs. So I think that was part of that.
It was.
Yeah, partly. I mean, when Russia invaded Ukraine, India had to buy oil from somewhere, and it went to Russia. 2 points. Russia is the second largest exporter of crude oil in the world, and India is the second largest importer of crude in the world.
Who's first, Dean?
So this is like, I get what they're trying to do, but the problem is that if you say to Russia, okay, imports are going to cost more, we want you to buy less oil, where does India get its oil from? It'll probably go to OPEC nations, right, in the Middle East, where supply will tighten and prices will go up. So the market's already pricing in somewhere between $5 and $8 a barrel increase, which is about, it'll put diesel back over $4 a gallon for us. So that's the problem with this game of chess that's being played. We're trying to get less dependency on Russia for India, but where does India go to get that oil? And that's the problem. It's not like there's an infinite supply of this stuff. Outside of Venezuela and Russia, most of the oil supply is going to come from the Middle East, where they're going to find a way to put prices up. So that's the reality of it.
Yeah, and it's a good point. Like I said, we kind of ran out of time before we hit the break showtime, but it is a great point. The thing is, this is the game of what they call that there is how do I put this? There's a thing that Henry Kissinger came up with called realpolitik. He didn't come up with it, but he perfected it. The idea that we are willing to tolerate a little bit of money going to the guys that we don't like because how about this? The real threat, I always believe, in regards to all of this game is China. And to put pressure on the Chinese to improve on their human rights abuses, to improve on their market flooding that they actually end up engaging in is, in fact, I think tariffs can be a great kind of diplomacy stick. The trade-off is, am I more concerned about the Chinese impact on the American economy, or am I more concerned about what's going on in Ukraine? Man, that's a tough call, and that's why people get elected president, because people are like, make that call. But you're absolutely right in regards to it. That was the thing we didn't get to finish up on. You're correct, Showtime. Other than that, man, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm doing a coast-to-coast tour this week. Delivered in Long Beach on Monday morning. Picked up in Vegas Tuesday. Oh, by the way, check your snake Pontchartrain on X. I sent a video as I'm leaving Las Vegas the other day. The Thunderbirds were flying, apparently coming back from practice.
Yeah,
so I got a little snippet of that.
And by the way, thank you for that too, because I actually, Dean, there's a whole bunch of social media now that we have gotten through that opening ceremony where Dean got a chance to meet my mother and father. We'll talk about that on the other side of the break. And now that we've gotten through our first remote, I'm actually going to start reactivating all my social medias because I've got and Dean, you'll love this too. I've got a couple of appointments over at the Port of Orleans, to start taking the kind of video content and doing it from a railroad and port segment, the way that Dean does a lot of his trucking stuff. Showtime, love you, buddy. And by the way, we have reached out to your friend, your historian friend on YouTube. We're going to be getting him sooner rather than later. I thought you'd think that was cool.
Good. Yeah, I think everyone will enjoy that.
I do too. I will do. And wait till you hear the guy that's coming up in the second half of the show who uses military campaigns as a way of actually handling your business in the present day. Thank you, Showtime.
All right, you guys have a great one. Be careful out there.
Dean and I will return on the other side of this break. It is Road Gang Radio here in the city of New Orleans at the Fastport Studios and over in Indiana, because after all, Dean is one of the founding members of the reconstituted Road Gang. Hey guys, go to ShadyRays.com. They got your back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
This is Road Gang Radio, and you're rolling with Jimmy Mack, live from the Fast Sports Studios in good old NOLA.
Hey, by the way, as that music plays, I wish we could actually get a copy of that music to Dean. He got some really great footage of stuff on the Mississippi River, the riverboat turning a little Mark Twain imagery. Of course, those great giant ships of the sea that actually bring cargo in and out of the United States and all that stuff. You got a chance to spend some time with us down in New Orleans. It was a really fun event.
Great event.
And I can't tell you how much I enjoyed your company then, and you got a chance to meet my mom. One of the really cool things, as I was telling you, and I invite anybody down for this, I tell anybody that is in town for a major holiday, Thanksgiving, Christmas, 4th of July, anything, to look us up and to come break bread with us. Because, Dean, I'm telling you, there is an America that in many ways is an America that people like to pretend existed, that exist at those dinners. We have Republicans and Democrats and Libertarians, military veterans, peaceniks. We also have military veterans who are flaming hippie liberals like my father. All those kind of people, right across the table from one of President Bush's major bundlers. And they all have these long kind of great conversations about, not about, I'm right, you're wrong, or what the latest outrage of the day is, but exactly the kind of conversations that you and I have, we had with Chris Orban, that we have with Dave Nemo, a sense of like, I have never, ever been more delighted than watching my Uncle Ken, who is, former COO of Superior Industries, sit down with my father, who is a former chief counsel for Texaco, sit there completely politically opposite and in complete agreement about the impact of the Federal Reserve and the oil policies of 1980. It's really fun because the food is so damn good. And you got a chance to get exposed to something new, gumbo style, did you not, while you were down here?
Yes, so I was going around the buffet and I had a bowl of gumbo, and someone pulled me aside and said, "That's not how you eat gumbo. Let me show you." And he proceeded to get a big ice cream scoop of potato salad and put it on top of the gumbo. And I'm going, hey, this is weird. Potato salad doesn't go with gumbo in my head. It was wildly tasty. It was amazing, but I had no idea that was a tradition.
Yeah, and there is a restaurant, by the way, as you've been to this neighborhood. You actually, and by the way, our friend Jeff Pierce of Reeds Across America is going to be in studio tomorrow. He's dropping by. He does all the programming for them. I was telling him, but you've been here enough. We got 5 coffee shops here, and I mean some of the best restaurants, not only in the city of New Orleans, but in the world or within walking distance of here, including Cafe Des Gans, McCarty's Fried Chicken. Which you had, by the way. You had some McCarty's Fried Chicken with us a couple of months ago. But there's a restaurant called Liuzza's by the Track, because there are 2 Liuzzas owned by the same family, and one is just called Liuzza's, and there's a second one called Liuzza's by the Track, because it's right by the track, where a friend of mine walked in. She wanted to eat there, and she walked in, and before we sat down, she said, "Do y'all have potato salad?" She said, "Baby, we're fresh out." And we turned around and walked out the door. She said, "I love you. I'll be back. You always have my business, but I'm going to be here earlier next time to make sure I get a little potato salad in there." And and those kind of mixing and minglings are a great reminder about why trade is so important, why culture. I don't believe in cultural appropriation. I believe that we just mix stuff up and figure out what works and kind of what doesn't. I'm glad you got a chance to enjoy that. And those pedophores from the catered pedophores from Dorianax were I'm getting in the weeds here, Dean. I'm sorry about that. We got stuff we got to talk about.
That's great.
So what? Okay,
Well,
so go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, food is kind of it's at the heart of everything in Louisiana. Because, Crystal and I used to go out to one of our best clients, Dupre Logistics, out in Lafayette. And the one thing they would do all of the time for their drivers at every one of the terminals, all the gasoline haulers would have a cookout or a gumbo cookout, or they'd bring a trailer in they had to do crawfish. So every time we went there, it didn't matter whether we were going out to lunch to eat a po' boy or they were having some sort of event at a terminal to connect with their drivers. The thing that stuck with me after working with those folks out there at Dupre for probably a decade was how central food was to the fabric of the truck driving community and, of course, the broader society. But that's sort of my big takeaway from every time I go to New Orleans is the food.
Yeah, and it's really interesting too, because one of the things, gumbo of course starts off as a way of kind of, making something out of nothing. It's the great stone soup recipe of Louisiana, the idea that everybody brings a little something, you figure out what can and cannot go in the pot, and then you kind of go from there. I was kind of curious, you and I talk about festivals all the time. I wonder if there's a way to sit down and break bread with truck driving communities across the country on those big sit downs and try to figure out how things are going, either good or bad, based on what the spread on the table is to some degree. The idea that we don't have a lot of this now because we're not importing it. Because there are things all around the country, a lot of very famous recipes depend upon stuff coming from all the way across the country or right across the border in Mexico, because we're so dependent on that. And I often wonder if the final canary in the coal mine when things are going to get really bad is when you have a shortage of a particular ingredient, or the ingredient is hyper expensive and you've got to cut back. I just wonder if at some point somebody says, man, I love this recipe, but there seems to be a little less such and such in it today. And that's because they say, well, we had to make it for a lot of people and we had to stretch X as far as we possibly could based on the price. It's just stuff that's kind of worth speculating on.
It's an interesting data point. I'll ask my wife, who runs a catering business, her own, and I'll see what she's seeing in terms of order selection, menu selection, and on her wholesale supply side. There may be some data points there we could cover on a later show.
Yeah, and that'd be kind of really interesting. So we talked about the manufacturing uptick, but I wanted to kind of open this up to the larger conversation that you wanted to kind of have today. We still have plenty of time for you to kind of get through these points here. So where should we be looking first? Where is your eye? Where is that all-knowing eye of yours turning towards these days?
Manufacturing. Manufacturing puts about 70, maybe 65 to 70% of the demand on the back of our trucks. So one of the data points that strongly correlates with truckload rates. So the ISM Purchasing Managers Index comes out at the start of each month. It has about in data terms, an R value of 0.92, which means it's a really strong positive correlation with dry van rates. So it's a really good indicator to see where the market's going. And the ISM came out, it's a diffusion index. So under 50 means the economy is contracting, over 50 means it's expanding. It came in at 48, down from 49, so it's still in contraction territory. New orders, though, were up from 46.4 to 47.1. So because it's below 50, the economy is still in contraction, but the rate of contraction was at a slower rate. So that was sort of the good news that came out last week. But there's some challenges there. There's some mixed messages. The people that are reporting on this are talking about cost pressures, being very cautious about where they think the market's going to go. The outlook was really one of caution, operational discipline. Demand remains weak. It's uncertain. When you go through all of the respondent messaging they sent to the market when they're surveyed was, we're really not sure where the market's going to land. So that's why when we look at truckload demand, we just see it being very flat for the rest of the year, which means in an oversupplied market, rates that it keeps a lid on rates, and there's nothing in the demand forecast that we're looking at that says there'll be a major inflection point either way, which is kind of good news. There's no demand destruction because of the trade war, but there's nothing that's going to lift us off the bottom of this trough. And remember, we've been in a freight recession for at least 2 years, maybe more. You're starting to see the effects of it with dray carriers in California. A couple of big names decided to close doors after multiple years of being in business. You're seeing large truckload carriers close their doors in the dry van space. So I think we're starting to see this next 6 months will be interesting. If demand remains flat, what we're starting to see is capacity start to rebalance, and we're seeing the number of carriers in the industry start to decrease. I haven't seen that before. July numbers showed us that we had more carriers leave the industry than join in the spot market, and it always leads the rest of the market by about 4 to 6 months. So the next 6 months are going to be pretty tough sledding, I think, for a lot of folks, but cost control is going to be the key, absent any major increase in demand.
Yeah, and like I said, the best way I have kind of, as I've looked at the economy, I've said, imagine somebody who's not feeling great. They're not feeling great, and you keep taking their temperature, and it keeps coming back 99.8 and 100.2 on a regular basis, where you're like, you're running a little bit of a fever, but I don't want to declare you like really, really sick. And it's almost like everybody says we would like it either to be 98.6 or 103, because we know how to respond to that. We're really not sure to do with this 99.8, this 100.2 sort of fever. We don't know exactly what to do with it, and until you either break towards sickness or you begin recovery. By the way, though, this is really interesting. This economy has been the best example of helping people understand not so much a boom or a bust, but what the term recovery actually means. Because the fact that we're not in it is an example of what it looks like when you're neither booming or busting, but not recovering either. This is really a strange cycle of economic news that we're getting. Okay, I did want to break out here real quick, and then we can go back to what thought that you wanted to touch on. I could see that in your face. I can see, Dean, by the way.
The wheels are ticking.
So go ahead and make your point, and then I want to talk about the minimal impact of the English language proficiency as of yet.
Yeah, I want to touch on Showtime's call, because that was a really important point. Absent any increase in demand, spot rates and rates in general are very flat and probably remain that way for the rest of the year. There will be some seasonality around Thanksgiving and some of those other events, but generally flat between now and the end of the year. What's important is if rates are flat and our operating costs are already higher, this trade war between India and Russia and the US will probably add another 20 to 25 cents a gallon at the pump. Every 10 cents a gallon diesel rises, that increases operating costs by about a penny per mile. So if your operating costs go up 2 cents a mile and rates remain flat and costs are already high, it just puts more pressure on carriers. And that's where Showtime's question is most important, because, you know, if oil goes up $8 to $10 a barrel because of this deal with India, we will see it at our diesel pumps within 4 to 6 weeks, and diesel prices are quick to go up and very slow to come down. You know, they're up 36 cents a gallon since the start of June. So I think that's sort of the wild card that I'm watching, because remember 3 years ago when Russia invaded the Ukraine, diesel hit $5.83 in the summer. So one of the really big things that could turn this market on its ear is if diesel prices skyrocket. Now, I hope that doesn't happen.
No.
I hope I'm so wrong about this. But diesel prices are rising and will continue to rise, I think, in the next month or so. What we don't want is a massive surge in diesel prices, because that would crush a lot of carriers in the spot market. Now, on the positive side of that would mean capacity would tighten very quickly and spot rates would start to climb.
Finally.
So there's good news and bad news. Yeah, exactly.
The other thing is the fact that this is why you have to be so careful of how, if you are going to play the tariff game or the sanctions game, it's so important why not to, in the sense that, look, I'll give you an example. If in fact, let's just say we keep on playing this game with the Russians and the Indians, and we kind of play this game, there are ways out of it in regards to, if you don't have tariffs on Europe, then in fact you can start basically flooding them with natural gas. One of the great counters to what the Russians were doing in Ukraine to a large degree was the fact that it was like the Russians couldn't freeze the Europeans out, couldn't play that game with them, because the U.S. was basically just exporting natural gas at massive amounts. Right. But if in fact there are tariffs in place there, how much pressure does that put on the Europeans to then have to play ball with Russia to get their hands on that stuff? Although, given the footing of the Europeans, particularly Macron over in France, I'm not sure that would happen. But this is the kind of games you play when it's across the board sort of penalizing people. Some people got to get a deal. If you want to make this work, sometimes you got to give up something and give people a deal while you put the stick to somebody else. Those are my concerns, that we could actually Remember, higher diesel prices aren't as bad as they seem if everybody's working. I mean, if if you literally have crushed capacity, that's fantastic. But that's kind of what we're looking at here right now. We go back to the same old running theme: uncertainty. Uncertainty.
Well, money talks, and we still import oil from Russia. So there's a lot to unpack here. It's a really interesting game that's being played. The problem, Jimmy Mac, is when there's uncertainty and lack of trust in the market, people that make stuff that goes on the back of our trucks don't have any certainty and they pull back on investments. They're just unsure. So that's sort of what's creating this, is this moving, the goalposts continue to move down the field, and no one can really put a stake in the ground and say, okay, now we're going to build a new factory, build a new plant, hire more people. In fact, they're kind of doing the opposite, adopting this wait and see attitude. So there's some tough times ahead. I still don't see anything that says the market is definitely going to improve, materially. It just looks like more of the same.
Yeah, and like I said, I hate to kind of go back and sound like a broken record. My big concern about that is a lot of people don't understand that there are trucking companies, good ones, that hang on to great drivers even during an economic downturn because they don't want to have to go looking for good drivers when the worm turns. It's what is that thing where you lay everybody off and then all of a sudden the economy finds a breakout phase. Either the price of diesel craters or the idea that other people go out of business and then the business is there waiting for you to take and you don't have the staff to actually meet the orders. So you hold on to people and you hold on and you upgrade your equipment and you make these investments, or you don't make these investments. So I'll give you an example. So you let go of drivers and you don't invest in the next technologies because you're in a holding pattern. The economy turns for the benefit and you're caught flat-footed because you don't have the manpower or the equipment to address the boom that's coming, and that causes people to fall out of the market. That's what the uncertainty causes. Sorry to kind of keep on being a broken record about that. And speaking of broken records, let's talk a little bit about the English language proficiency thing and the impact of that or lack thereof.
Yeah, lack thereof is probably, I've been fairly vocal on this. I predicted it would be a nothing burger way back in March when it happened. The kind of irony of this is that after 2.5 decades of actively recruiting minorities here and abroad, we've ended up with, guess what, a lot of, truckers from overseas, immigrant truckers. Turns out they're not the right type. A lot of people objected to it, but we've actively built this industry around folks that English might not be their second language. That's the reality. That's the economic reality. The numbers for the first month of the English language proficiency testing confirm that. It hasn't had a material impact on rates. Shippers aren't doing what, the self-policing seems to be immaterial. Rates haven't changed. The market's doing exactly like it was before, largely because it's a really small number. It's nowhere near the numbers that some people in the media and large carriers talked about. So out of 207,000 inspections in the first month, only 2.4% had an ELP violation, of which, so there were like 5,000 had a violation, only 1,220 or 0.6% were out of service. So that's 1.2, so it's 1,220 drivers out of 4.5 million had an out of service violation. That doesn't move the rate needle. That doesn't impact capacity. It never was going to impact capacity. So this has been, I think, a self-owned. I've not seen the industry give itself a black eye like this before, because we are now permanently divided as an industry along race, culture, skin color, and now language.
Yeah.
So, a lot of people talk about, we should all work together to improve rates, to improve shipper turn times, to decrease detention times at the dock. Well, wouldn't that have been a better place to spend our efforts on shipper detention instead of drivers' ability to speak English, depending on the level? So as an industry, I think we've actually done ourselves a really big disservice, because now, guess what people outside of the truck industry think of truckers?
Yeah.
That they can't read signs, they can't speak English, they're dangerous, they're maniacs. And we've done this to ourselves. That's what really annoys me the most, because of all the things we could have tackled, this was the least important thing that would have moved the needle for us in terms of economic viability.
Yeah, and so I have two hopeful things I want to say, because normally I am absolutely the cell phone I'm kind of with you on, but I am going to say this. if it had been framed as a safety issue to say, look, this is just one of the many things we want to do to kind of take care of some safety stuff here. By the way, that is valid. We also want to make sure that we're kind of tracking what's going on at the border in regards to cabotage. We just want to kind of make sure of that because there are a couple of spots in the country where there are some issues with cabotage. But here's the thing that's so funny about it. This is a lot of the big carriers promoting this when they're the ones who are doing this.
I know.
I hate to kind of, and I got some friends in that neck of the woods, some of whom are absolutely, like I said, there are some where I look at them and I go, man, you're doing it absolutely right. And there are others I go, I love you, dude, but you have no right to take that particular stand. Dean is smiling because he knows the people of which I speak. He will not name them either. But that's kind of it as well, too. And the idea that it's like, so that you get somebody like our friend Ramon Dillon having to come on here and actually establish. It's ridiculous that he would have to come on and talk about the ELP because, I mean, first of all, most of the Sikhs come from places where English is, if not the second language, the first language. But to have him have to kind of grovel like that and us being like, no, we just wanted to know what you're seeing out there. Because I have to tell you, if you talk to most immigrants, second generation ones who are driving, they're like, absolutely, you got to be able to speak English. Yeah. Nobody's questioning that. But my other green shoot of hope too is that 9-point thing that the DOT issued under Duffy when he, the idea that some of that may move the needle. I mean, we were joking about this with Jamie Jones. Dean, I'm telling you, I'm just at a point where I'm terrified of them actually finally getting the parking done, a real reform to parking, and then finding out it cures that it sets off a cascade of lifestyle improvements. It is it is my big terror because while I'm a big fan of rather than being angry you're late for the party, let's celebrate the fact that you made it. If it all comes down to parking solves a whole lot of other lifestyle issues, I'm going to be really angry. I'm going to be like, why didn't you do this sooner? Why didn't you take care of this,
I think it's hard to have any of these discussions without talking about driver pay, rates, because pay and rates kind of drive everything, right? They drive how people behave on the roads. Speed is a big issue. It determines, your road speed has a big impact on the rate per mile you charge. It's a big difference between a non-speed limited truck at 600 miles a day versus a fleet at 400 miles a day that's speed limited at 65. So it's hard to have this conversation without talking about the economics of the industry. And I think I think we missed the point when we thought that the reason that rates were low was because we had all these immigrant truck drivers like me. Yeah. I can't wait to be pulled over and be English language proficiency tested with my Australian English. That's going to be funny. Yeah. He's going to say what? What did you say?
One more time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I said, I continue to kind of monitor this. And like I said, there were some, in regards to making the case, look, we just want to improve safety on the highway. And of course, everybody wants to avoid what happened on 70 in Colorado. Everybody wants to avoid that kind of stuff. A lot of people want to avoid, some of the stuff that's going on in regards to a couple of crafty customers from south of the border and a couple north of the border who are engaged in some cabotage activities and all that kind of stuff. But it's not a silver bullet. That's the other thing, too. It's not a silver bullet for what ails us. And it goes back to the same thing, too. And by the way, I'm an opponent of speed limiters because I'm a big fan of the flexibility these men and women need. That being said, I think everybody would be amazed if you improved the rates, how few people actually had to speed, except for those times when they're trying to kind of extricate. When I say speed, I mean do the actual speed limit and not be limited. Right. You'd be amazed. And I would love to hear the chat, by the way. Some people are actually participating over there. It's the truth. If I knew that the rates were better, then you would not see any necessity to speed, and the few that do would be taken care of in short order. If, in fact, we were actually focused on what Chris talks about, what you talk about, what Brian Wiebold talks about, what Dave just lives in, if we took care of the quality of life of these men and women, you wouldn't need a discussion of a speed limiter. It wouldn't even need to come up.
It goes back to my point about detention time on docks. Spending 6 hours on a loading dock for 14 pallets, that causes you, Chris and I have done the data, Jimmy Mac, we've done the data analysis that show that when accidents happen, in 30% of the occasions, the driver used the word waiting as he was sitting on the loading dock. And what happens is if you're waiting and frustrated because you're not making miles and money, you go out on the road and you take chances because you're rushing to your next appointment. You have a higher number of hard brake events. In the inevitable accident happens. So you've got to go back to the viability of the industry is at the core of improving everything, because if we're held up and we're paid by the mile and we're not paid for the first hour and a half of unloading or loading, what we do is we tend to drive faster. It's well documented that when rates are low, we do more miles per year and we drive faster. There's no question about that. That's at the heart of
Get to the next
safety.
rate. Yeah, the thing is, if you think people are speeding and driving too fast or cutting corners, it's because they're driving to the next rate. They're trying to stock rates as opposed to enjoying the rate that they have, and that's the thing, you know.
Well, the problem a lot of folks have is they focus on the rate per mile, not on the revenue per truck day. Right, so if you take a $2 per mile rate and it's a 600-mile haul, you have to get that load off that day and get repositioned. If that load stretches over 2 days, it's $1 a mile, 600 miles in 2 days. You are way behind your $1,200 per day truck target. And that's how I think that gets back to how you think about how you run the business. I know there's a lot of folks on this call right now that listen to the show that focus very heavily on the revenue per truck day. They need 3,000 miles a week. They need $6,000 gross revenue a week. How do I get the work done? As opposed to I need a rate per mile. And I think that's where the industry gets it wrong, because a lot of new entrants are coming into the industry not thinking like that. They think rate per mile, one load at a time. That's not how you build a successful business.
And think about, and we got to wrap this up now, Dean, but think about why we didn't get a chance to see our friend Junker at the party. You know what I'm saying? Look, Jerry, our friend Jerry, who got down here, he, of course, does some driving for the Mart of Wally. But like Junker couldn't make it down here because he could not find something when he got down here to get back out of here. And that makes a big, and the whole Reeves Across America strategy is helping men and women find rates both on their approach and on their exit, because they're giving up a lot for the week and a half they spend, sometimes more, with our friends from Reeves. And that's the big understanding, is people have to stack individual rates on top of each other because they're focused on how much am I clearing a week. I'm repeating what you said, but in my own way. How much do I clear this week as opposed to how many miles? Because it just ain't cutting it. It just ain't. Because if the miles are the same load, you're screwed.
Right. I mean, you can take a loss on some lanes and some loads, but at the end of the month, it's got to equal what your target is, right? Because the reality is freight moves in ebbs and flows. And Junker may just have found that around the opening of the studio, it was a very slow period for outbound freight, or maybe the equipment type didn't match. It's hard to get everything to line up in trucking, but you've got to take the good with the bad sometimes. But if you know what your if you have a strategy, and I think that's the most important part, if you know what your target is, you might say need $3 on this mile, or take $1.50 on this return leg, and it's going to net out at $2.30 a mile, or whatever it is. That's how I think you've got to play this.
Yeah, and by the way, that's why when he told me he couldn't make it, I was disappointed, but at the same time, utterly empathetic and fully understood. By the way, really quickly, our friend Showtime says, "Morning, kids." He wanted to give you a sense of this. This week, I started in Chandler, Arizona Sunday to Ontario, California. Unload Monday at Long Beach, California. Load Tuesday in Las Vegas. We'll deliver tomorrow at the Orion Township, Michigan tomorrow. Lots of stuff. He's going to head on over to the Port of Baltimore Saturday. Unload Monday in Highland Park, Illinois. That is the life of a professional truck driver right there for you, Dean. Absolutely. My friend, we never have enough time, despite the fact that as a founding member of the reconstituted Road Gang, we give you a little bit more, but it means we'll have plenty to talk about next time. Great to see you too, man.
Likewise, this is fantastic. Great show. Thanks for having me, as always.
Thank you, sir. I give Dean a wave because I can see him and he can see me. Dean, I'm going to hang up the phone now. It's good to see you, brother. Guys, we're going to come back on the other side of the break. Canada calling into the arms of America. That means Joanne Ritchie and Jim Park are going to be lean and mean and on the scene. OBAC. And by the way, guys, head over to truckdown.com, download that app, get out of the ditch and get back on the road.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Hey there, guys. This is Road Gang Radio, and you're rolling with Jimmy Mack, live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans.
Canada calling to all the people of America. That, of course, means JP and JR on CC with OBAC. What am I talking about? Of course, Joanne Ritchie and Jim Park. Jim Park and Joanne Ritchie on Canada Calling here on RadioNemo.com. If you're listening on Odyssey, man, you got some audacity. Have you given your heart to the Eye of Heart? Well, we are thrilled to welcome you. Are you yakking it up on YouTube with all of our friends making comments over there? Guys, if you can't make the call in at 615-292-6366, don't forget that your questions will be asked if you actually type them in on the chat. Lots of great stuff coming your way. You can find us at 365 as well. That feed is at RadioNemo.com. Just push the button and jump on in if you're looking for alternative ways to listen while you're rolling. I understand that some of you can't listen in certain ways. There are all kinds of options. You can find them at RadioNemo.com. Welcome back to Joanne and Jim. It's good to have you both. Good morning, my friends.
Good morning,
Good morning.
to you.
Yeah, we're in good spirits over here. We're over at the Fastport Studios in one of the few cities left in America that actually speaks both languages that the people of Canada on many occasions speak, and we're thrilled to have you guys down here with us. Okay, Joanne, as we always do, let us just begin with a shout out and good feeling towards everybody.
Yeah, let's get off to a positive start. We've got a shout out to, we have a new highway angel up here. Terry Wald, who's, this is kind of ironic. He's from Miami, but Miami, Manitoba, out on the West Coast. Well, sorry, not on the coast, but out west. He's a driver for Cersei Trucking. They're a Winnipeg company. Terry's a 42-year veteran in the industry, by the way. So, there's much more that makes him a highway angel than just this event. But anyway, this incident happened in May out in Saskatchewan, and he noticed some debris on the highway when he was driving, and then he saw a bicycle in the grass on the side of the road, and there was a person lying beside it. So, of course, he stopped to help, and he could tell that another tractor-trailer had hit the cyclist, and he could see where it had gone up onto the grass, the truck driven right over the cyclist and then back onto the road. So he stopped, and then, of course, along came another driver who called 911 while Terry attended to the injured guy, and the cyclist was making a cross-Canada journey, by the way, and he sustained, obviously, serious injuries, multiple broken bones, that sort of thing. But even after the emergency responders got there, Terry stayed and directed traffic for several hours. And here's the neat thing. His company was able to provide dash cam footage to support the investigation. and the RCMP confirmed that the driver responsible for the accident had been apprehended and was charged shortly afterwards. So a huge high five to Terry and a big thumbs down to the driver who fled the scene. But thank goodness for those highway angels.
Well, and the other really cool
Terry's
thing,
our newest one.
and congratulations to Terry over in Miami, Manitoba, which I understand used to be called Thompsonville before it was given the much more spectacular name of Miami. People are like, what? Wait, what's going on there? I will tell you this, too. It's like you kind of laid this out beautifully in the sense that being a highway angel isn't just about stopping and taking a look or maybe offering a bit of assistance. Pillar to post. He was there when it happened. He stayed around to make sure that the people who actually showed up to actually help him got a chance to do their job by keeping traffic away from them. And then he used the technology and working with his own company to make sure the guy that was responsible for this was actually brought to justice. That really is a highway angel. Every part of the supply chain of goodness, right?
Yeah, and what I really like when I hear a story like that is that the company is so supportive. They're not going to give Terry a hard time because he didn't show up on time to deliver his load or pick up or whatever. He had to stay and do what he had to do, and his company had his back. And I think that's, like you said, it's the whole supply chain, and those are the kinds of things that are really important.
By the way, usually shout-outs only come from you, Joanne. Usually when we're celebrating people, we celebrate them with you, and then Jim shows up and goes, oh, yeah, I got a crime wave for you. Or sometimes Jim says, I got a great piece of technology. I'm going to be fair about that. Jim's got a shout-out from Mississauga. Right, Jim? Something good, right?
Yeah, I think this is pretty cool, actually. We all moan and groan about how difficult it is to recruit drivers, and nobody wants to become truck drivers anymore. This is a fleet that's actually doing something about that. It's called Musket Transport. They're a container hauler based out of Mississauga. They're diversified more than containers, but that's their principal business. They also have their own in-house driving school. They call it Commercial Heavy Equipment Training, or CHET. That's been going on for several years, and in fact, the company draws almost exclusively all its new hires come through that school. So it's really tightly integrated into the program and how to onboard drivers by bringing them through school, et cetera, et cetera. So recently they've held a couple of I guess what you call open houses. Where they've opened up the school and the doors on the trucks and basically the company, and they're inviting young people in school, high school kids, anybody who's interested to visit on certain days, and basically they get the cook's tour of the company, the school, the offices, the equipment. They sit in on training sessions so they can get an idea of what's going on. And this is all in aid of trying to encourage the next generation, younger people now who can't work as truck drivers because they're too young, to get a taste of the industry, maybe try some other part of the company that they might want to work for part-time or just see what trucking's all about. And throw open the doors and say, well, this is what we do. Here's the truck, here's the warehouse, here's all this equipment that we use and the stuff that we do. And just opening their eyes to it. So, I mean, that costs them money. They take people off, regular sort of duties to do this. But I think it shows an interest or a different kind of way of trying to expand people's horizons to include trucking in their career choices. So I think they need to be given a little shout out for that.
Jim, and the thing is, too, I'm always a big fan, and by the way, I don't look at things cynically, but there's a great term from New Orleans in the 70s where somebody actually said, man, this is going to benefit you as well, to a mayor who did something really, really good. He said, well, what is wrong with a little enlightened self-interest? Which I kind of think is kind of amazing, a moment of understanding. Yeah. But that really is at play here. I mean, like I said, Joanne, and by the way, Joanne, we know for a fact that the company that Terry Wald worked for had his back. They really did. But it benefits them to a large degree. They look better in the process, which is terrific PR. And this is the same thing here, Jim, in the sense that it's great PR. But number two, there's something else that we don't talk about. is the fact that when you take somebody off of their duties to kind of show a kid around the plant, to show a kid around the hub, show a kid around the loading dock, you're also rehearsing. You're always rehearsing what it is your company does. And sometimes the process of teaching somebody something kind of codifies and gives you insight into your job when you're not doing that. And I can't tell you the number of times I have actually talked to one of the folks that works with me or talk with somebody who's interested in getting into this business where I suddenly say something and realize, I should be doing more of that myself, if that makes any sense. So there is a kind of not only a positive PR thing about this, but anybody taking these people around these plants, around these factories, around the showroom, around the floors, any of that kind of action is going to kind of remind them what it is they do for a living. Do you dig where I'm coming from here?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I can tell you that from my own experience. If I ever get into a situation where I get to teach somebody or tell somebody about what I do or how to do it, I come away with a better understanding of what I do because I have to think about it. I have to concentrate a little bit and then think of a way to tell somebody else. And in doing so, it kind of reinforces it in my own mind. So I learn from the teaching that I'm doing.
Yeah, and I had something interesting happen this weekend where somebody was making suggestions to me about moving forward, and I think they realized in making those suggestions, they got halfway through it and went, "Oh, wait, I think you're setting this up, aren't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, thanks for catching on." You know what I'm saying? That moment where you're saying, like, where you actually begin to make suggestions for what should happen next, and then you realize that you only saw what should happen next because the person who was building the thing actually was leaving the gaps there to put that stuff in next. It's really important because often when you articulate where you are, you're then able to see where you want to go to after that. Okay, that's enough of our philosophizing and existential ideas about the positivity of a supply chain. All right, Joanne, let's talk about the good news for anybody traveling over in Atlantic Canada, shall we?
Yeah, and I happen to be in Atlantic Canada right now. I'm talking to you from beautiful downtown Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Nice.
So hey, I'm in a whole different vibe here. But if you need to get on or off either of our island provinces, that's Prince Edward Island and Newfoundland and Labrador, it just got a whole lot cheaper. So as of August 1st, Ottawa slashed the Confederation Bridge tolls, as well as fares on ferries in Atlantic Canada. So this is all part of the push, we've been talking about it, to boost interprovincial mobility and reduce internal trade barriers. And these structures that I'm talking about are within the jurisdiction of the federal government. That's why the feds Ottawa can come forward and move on these items. So the Confederation Bridge, if you don't know, it's a beautiful, lovely curved 13-kilometer structure that links PEI, our island province, to Canada's mainland. And it carries 95% of all passenger and commercial traffic to and from the province. So tolls dropped pretty sharply last Friday. So the average passenger vehicle toll dropped from $50.25 to get off the island to $20 to cross the bridge. So that's more than 50%. And the same thing for commercial vehicles. So they went by axles, and they said the first 2 axles is $20. Just that, and for each additional axle, 0. So that means trucks get the same as cars in this case. So it's a one-way toll. You just pay when you get off the island. So for a truck, that's there's just one less thing that they have to worry about toll-wise. So beautiful trip across there, and the government's also cutting fare in half for passengers and vehicles and commercial vehicles on the federally supported Eastern Canadian ferries, and there's 2 or 3 small ones. These are interprovincial routes between Woods Island, PEI, and Caribou, Nova Scotia. We talked about small ferry, but we talked about that when they were having troubles with that ferry, how important that is for potato farmers and the agricultural industry and that sort of thing. And then St. John, New Brunswick to Digby, Nova Scotia, a lovely ferry ride, and as well as Les Îles de la Madeleine, Quebec, and Surrey, PEI. So those are as I said, they're federally supported ferries. And those routes would be familiar to anybody that travels in this part of the country. And then Marine Atlantic, our favorite ferry operator that connects the island of Newfoundland to mainland Nova Scotia, they're reducing fares by 50% for travelers, and they're freezing commercial freights as well. So probably 70% of goods that move to and from Newfoundland are transported by Marine Atlantic, and including, like, I'd say 90% or more of all perishables, fresh produce, medical supplies, that sort of thing. And Marine Atlantic, they operate two routes. The most popular one, I think, the year-round route, is from North Sydney, Nova Scotia to Port aux Basques, Newfoundland. That's on the west side of the island. And Newfoundlanders, when they talk about you're from the west, they don't mean Western Canada, they mean Western Newfoundland. Anyway, then there's a seasonal route that operates from North Sydney all the way to Argentia, and that's on the eastern side of the island, closer to the province's capital. So those are very important routes for truck drivers, and they're considered the bridge, Confederation Bridge, and Marine Atlantic. They're actually considered part of the Trans-Canada Highway. So it's just one less thing in the whole process of in improving, reducing internal trade barriers and improving the whole national infrastructure system. So that was pretty good news.
I'm actually, and to be honest with you too, I'm glad you actually went through all of it, because I wanted people to get a sense of it isn't just one thing in one place. This really opens up a lot of possibilities for people, and it does open up a larger conversation as well in regards. I see it, and I'm wondering if you see it. It's why I think you're going in this direction. It also kind of opens up possibilities for what happens across borders, does it not?
Yeah, and as I said, this is the federal government stepping up, because this is what they have. They have jurisdiction. But as we know, each of the provinces and territories have, especially in the transportation sector, they have a lot of jurisdiction over what happens there, rules and regulations. So they're as well, working on. We haven't heard the announcements, but they're working on their own processes, and this comes, by the way, we talked. It was last month that we talked about the meeting that we took part in, what they called the trucking hackathon, and that was like the provincial deputy ministers of transportation, fairly senior. They're still civil servants; they're not the politicians, but that was those folks. And after we left that meeting, the meeting it had a lot to do with, we called them removing interprovincial trade barriers, and they were looking at very specific and practical ways to reduce those barriers by aligning regulations in the trucking sector. That's under their purview. And Park talked about a lot of those at the time. They had mostly to do with weights and dimensions and vehicle markings and mutual recognition of credentials, that kind of thing. But after we left the meeting, those senior officials continued to meet for another day and a half, and they were tasked by the federal government to do some serious work in the next few weeks on what they've been calling a pilot project in the trucking sector. And they have to present their recommendations to the ministers of transportation, that's the politicians, and have an agreement in place by the fall of 2025. So that's next month, so we should be hearing more information on other processes that are hopefully going to be streamlined in the next few weeks. And by the way, I got to get my little 2 cents in right here.
Hey, why not make it a full 5 cents? Get the whole thing out there.
Okay, listen to this. I want to call you on something. Well, not really, but we were talking a lot about removing the east-west trade barriers.
Right.
So. But we're not talking, I just want to make this clear, we're not talking about centralizing all that sort of stuff. We're talking about unity and unifying. So, the federal government and the provinces all have a part to play in this. And you mentioned, this is what I'm calling you on, you mentioned that a lot of this stuff looked like it was moving us into, that we were going to become a modern economy. I just want to make it clear that, that's not what we're talking about, really. We're talking about a shift in economic policies and a shift in trade dynamics, because lots of other stuff that's going on. But we Canada, we've got free trade agreements with 51 countries around the world, like right now. So in addition to encouraging that more fluid domestic trade, we're looking to those international markets as well. Obviously, there's a period of adjustment while we, line up the new customers and that sort of thing. But it's not that we're going to, because trade may diminish in some sectors with the U.S., that it's all going to be east-west in Canada. We're not going to become that an insulated little country and just trade with ourselves. So just wanted to make that clear.
Oh, no. And let me actually defend you and defend Canada while clarifying myself. What I was kind of meaning is the fact that you guys had for a long time, and continue to have, by the way, because there's certain things, by the way, and we can dig into this. This is something really interesting. I don't think people realize that how much of Canadian and Mexican tariffs are not going to have the impact. So much of that is tied up in courts of law by force of treaty, all kinds of interesting conversations around that. What I was referring to is the fact that Canada has a wonderful economy that often involves a great deal of supply of natural goods and national goods into the United States of America. By going east-west, what you're opening up is the idea of opening up for more trading partners around the world. I actually think that if you guys do what you're talking about doing, it actually puts pressure on the United States to back off of its tariffs without putting pressure on the United States to back off of its tariffs. Because if people realize they can get, I think part of the reason the administration went after you guys so much is that you're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. And by opening yourself up even more to the rest of the world, it means that a lot of the goods and services that Americans got very used to having cheap are going to be right above them all of a sudden. And if you guys have a good trade deal with us, I think it's a smart play. I'm actually really thrilled about it.
We've been, I shouldn't say lazy or lax, because we had good, with the Americans, most of your goods, most of that trucking traffic back and forth across the border was Canadian trucks taking stuff down there, bringing stuff back. So all that means, I love to talk about potash. Canada's the world's largest supplier of potash, and you guys buy like 85% of your potash from Canada, or 80%, something like that, and that goes to your, potash it underpins the food stability across the world, not just in the U.S. So, what happens if tariffs go too high on potash and your farmers can't afford it anymore? All that means is that frees up, like a huge portion, bunch of potash that we can sell somewhere else. Because everybody needs this, and it's not something that's produced in every country. It's not something you can make. It's there because of millions of years of geology, that sort of thing. So it's going to take time. And we have some industries that are really going to hurt and are hurting now. Steel and aluminum, the automotive industry, other industries. But as you said, we've got probably 95% of the stuff that we just send back and forth every day there in trucks. That's tariff-free, actually. That wasn't affected by the tariff. So that's still, right now it's not anyway, because those are still things that comply with the current Canada, U.S., Mexico free trade agreement until it doesn't exist anymore. So anyway, obviously we want to keep doing business with you, and we are, and those are, not to make light of it, but there are some industries that are hurting, and they need help up here right now. But we have other industries that will flourish. They just need time to get those new customers lined up. So
Yeah, that's the
but
big
we're
thing.
still going to love you.
Yeah, I mean, but by the way, we love you guys too, and I mean, you talk to most Americans, and like I said, I always tell people if you ever out there in the United States ever have a problem with Canada as a neighbor, may I suggest living next to Russia is what I will tell people on a regular basis.
That's the next largest producer of potash, by the way.
Exactly. Yeah. Ask the people of Poland how they feel about their neighbor. About their neighbor to the east, if you ever get a chance, by the way. Jim Park and Joanne Ritchie join us this morning. Jim, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you if you wanted to put your 5 cents in on the topic that Joanne just addressed, or we can move on to other things real quick. What you want to do?
Well, I would reiterate what she said. I suppose we're in the thick of it now. A whole new round of tariffs just kicked in, so we're all getting pretty sensitive about how we're going to maintain business as usual for some companies. It's interesting that something like 90% of the goods that move back and forth across the border aren't affected by tariffs because of the current free trade agreement that's in place protects those items from tariffs. But still, the big ticket stuff, we talked about potash, steel, aluminum, softwood lumber, et cetera, that's not part of the deal. So yeah, they're getting hammered and they're getting a lot of press, but we really do have to continue to open up those borders interprovincially across the country and have a new way of have a new look at how we do business in Canada. So I'm encouraged by all the activity that's going on now within our industry, the trucking industry, trying to reduce trade barriers and make it easier for carriers to do business across provincial borders. And I hope after all this dust settles, that we wind up with a better agreement, a better arrangement for everybody who's trying to do business in this country, because these barriers go up artificially, usually to protect someone's interest in some province, and then before you know it, there's more barriers going up. That doesn't always serve everybody to their best advantage. So I would again, thank Donald Trump for focusing, our own problems here at home more vividly, so that we can start to address this stuff here, and then move on to global stuff at some later date. But it's despite all the doom and gloom, I'm encouraged that we're going to come out of this the better for it.
Yeah, and like I said, and the comment I made, Joanne, about modernizing the economy is a simple thing. I'll be really blunt about it, is the fact that, look, people get used to things, and sometimes they get used to things that really, really work, and suddenly they're taken away from you because somebody doesn't want that.
Well, yeah.
And then you suddenly say, okay, we're going to look east.
We didn't have to worry about it. We had good trade agreements. We had long-term customers and partners. That's all changed. So we're just looking, we're looking at our other markets. We have, as I said, we do have firm trade agreements with 51 other countries. It's hard, I know, for sometimes for some of our listeners to understand our political system as well, with the provinces and the federal government and how they all interplay. It's hard for our own listeners, our own Canadians sometimes don't really get it. But they're all the best thing that's come out of this, all these meetings and all these different levels, everybody is saying no more studies. No more studies.
Oh my God! I got to tell you, you just basically summed up everything about the discussion of parking in the United States. By the way, can we not have a committee to form a committee? Can we just actually take some action? We got to take action now. I got to cut you both loose. I can't tell you how much. And by the way, thank you both. By the way, Jim and Joanne and I have talked a couple of times. And like I said, we are more than happy to take your phone calls during this, guys. We encourage you to do that. But actually having time to breathe and talk about things in more length has been really terrific. Thank you both, by the way. I think a lot of our friends know more about the Canadian form of government than many of them have ever known before. Thank you both so much.
Okay. Catch you later.
Bye now.
All right, my friend. And by the way, I love how this plays out now. We're going back-to-back jacks. We're going from the state of affairs north of the border to the heart of Washington, D.C., as our good friend Jay Grimes from OOIDA, the Director of Federal Affairs, arrives on the scene here for Road Gang Radio. Guys, I want you to go over to shadyrays.com. Over there, you will find that they have great customer service. They have lost and broken protection programs. Most importantly, they got your back. Go to shadyrays.com as we begin to walk our way out of this half hour and into the next on Road Gang Radio. Big shout out to those of you who are in the Book of Face, those of you who are in the Heart of I, those of you who are in the Tube of You, and all other points. Go to RadioNemo.com, find out where you can hear us.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Live and rolling once again. This is Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack, coming at you from the heart of New Orleans.
As if right on cue from Central Casting over in the chat, Marty Ellis says, "Good morning, gang. Have a lovely Thursday." That dude is like, we should call him Ubiquitous Ellis as opposed to Marty Ellis. He is omnipresent everywhere. He, of course, is out there driving that OOIDA truck. What a perfect time for him to check in as we begin our next segment, Washington Trucking Week, where we get the skinny on the fat cats as we wade through the swamp. It, by the way, is our chance to spend some time with the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association in the form of the Director of Federal Affairs, Jay Grimes, who joins us. You can find them at ooida.com, on the Book of Face at the same place, on the X, formerly Twitter, and on the Tube of You at Truckers, OOIDA, and then on Instagram at OIDA Truckers. Hey, brother, how you doing? Welcome back. Long time no chat.
Yeah, doing well. Great to be back with you. I think this is my debut on the platform, and just so happy to hear your voice again, and glad everything is going well as we continue on in the trucking radio world.
Yeah, and the partnership continues and the fun continues. And one of the stories that we have been meaning to get to over the last couple of days is the fact that right at the finish line, we may have got the guy, we may have got the first FMCSA appointee in years who actually this might be his dream job. There he sits, just waiting to take over, and they go to recess. But let's talk about the reception of Derek Barr and the support that he's getting across the trucking industry from everybody. It's like it's the Battle of Winterfell joke, the idea that everybody seems to be on board for this one, correct?
Certainly, in terms of the trucking industry, we saw, I think, a few Democratic senators raise some objections, but that's kind of par for the course these days with just about any nominee for some of these positions. And Mr. Bars has a long background within the trucking and the commercial vehicle enforcement side, working with the Florida State Highway Patrol. Was involved with the local Florida school board, and it certainly played a role within the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance and CVSA as a kind of one of the presidents for the association membership, which we are a part of. So when he was at CVSA, we got to know him pretty well, have had many discussions with him when he was at CVSA. So we've been, very supportive of his nomination, and are waiting, I think, a little more patiently than we would like to be able to have him confirmed, get into work over at DOT and FMCSA, because obviously we've had quite a few positive announcements here over the last few months from Secretary Duffy, and once Mr. Bars can get into work there, he can make the wheels turn much quicker, much faster, and implement some of these initiatives that were released in that major pro-trucker initiative that came out at the end of June.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, and I keep on kind of repeating this like a broken record. There were some objections raised to him, but there wasn't the sort of passion that was raised against certain appointees and continues to be raised against certain appointees. It almost felt pro forma is a good way of kind of explaining it. The idea is like, this is what I have to do. I am not going to have a vote for anybody this administration puts forward. And people say, that's not how America should work. And I would say, look at your own party, look at both sides. Happens all the time. But there wasn't any attempt to put a monkey in the wrench, was there? If there was, please let me know. Because I was following it and looking for the moment where somebody really tries to derail it. But that didn't seem to be going on, correct?
No, and even throughout his nomination hearing, which was held mid-July, I think Mr. Bars did a wonderful job really expressing what his priorities were going to be. Fielded some, I think, questions from senators, answered them directly, without kind of tipping his hand too much. It was he kind of sailed through the nomination. I don't think there's really any red flags or controversy from it's going to come up here. I think when he gets his vote from the full Senate, he's going to have more than enough votes. We'll see if he gets any Democratic votes. I think we're hopeful to make it bipartisan in the end. But the problem is getting the floor time and getting him in the queue to get that vote. But yeah, as you mentioned, I think well revered, certainly within the trucking. Did a fantastic job in his nomination hearing, clearly knows these issues like the back of his hand with all of his experience. So just once again here in Washington, playing the waiting game. As we kind of led off, House and Senate are in recess here until after Labor Day. So not going to move anywhere before then on the confirmation side. But I know Mr. Bars is ready to get in the office and get to work as soon as possible.
Yeah, there was no. Like I said, I kind of watched some of the hearing, and even the people who ended up not voting for him. Nobody attacked him on a personal level, and what I mean by that, guys, nobody kind of went after him on his record. There wasn't a real kind of grilling, and any grandstanding was very limited. Which that's a big thing too. Is if you look at a way to kind of tie things up, nobody really looked to tie the situation up. But that being said, I feel like in many ways this is emblematic of sometimes how how trucking gets treated, because it feels in a lot of ways like the same thing with parking, where it's like, oh, we all agree. Everybody knows we need an experienced person doing this job, and we need to get some stability over an agency that often sees a lot of turnover at the top for both private sector and public sector jobs. Yeah, we're going to wait on this. And it feels like everybody's ready to kind of pull the trigger on this, Jay. And every time a moment comes up that actually could help trucking, and with some real kind of, stuff laid out by the administration to help trucking, it always feels like we get to the 5-yard line. And not only does somebody call a timeout, but then the television studios get involved and actually have a commercial timeout as well. It's just, when do you see this getting done? I mean, is this going to be like September, October is when this finally the deal gets sealed on this?
You can never tell for sure. We're certainly optimistic that it can be done, because as you mentioned, this is a drama-free nomination for Mr. Bars, and we've certainly seen quite a few nominees where that hasn't been the case. There's been quite a bit of opposition. Some have to be withdrawn, but not the case here. So unfortunately, Mr. Bars is not alone in waiting for his nomination due to kind of the larger politics at hand here. This year, I think, has been a real change in some of these civilian nominees' positions that have been confirmed by committee. The kind of standard practice going back to previous administrations on both sides, you would get a lot of these packaged together, get a voice vote done on the floor, and they would be able to get into their position. This year, the minority is kind of using the tools at their disposal to drag out the confirmation process, not only on the more controversial picks, but seemingly just about every pick. So that the time frame to get these, should be dry and cut nominations through the Senate floor has just been backed up quite a bit. So I think there's hundreds, over 100 nominees waiting to be confirmed, and FMCSA is not the only DOT position. I think so far we've had the FAA administrator be confirmed, and just in the last day we had the Federal Transit Administrator get confirmed for DOT. The other 5 or 6 nominees are still waiting. That includes the Federal Highway Administrator and the Administrator for the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. You mentioned the turnover at FMCSA when it comes to administrators. It's been quite a while since NHTSA even had a confirmed administrator at the top there. All those nominees, I think all but one on the maritime side, have been cleared by the committees of jurisdiction and are in line in the traffic jam over on the Senate. You mentioned the comparison to truck parking, and it's a frustrating similarity when so many people are on board. Trucking industry, it's very rare when you have the large fleets, the owner operators, the drivers, the brokers, everybody involved kind of on the same page, yet kind of due to these overhanging, unrelated political fights, it holds up things on the trucking end. Kind of gives, it's kind of another black mark on Washington, but these are the times.
And Jay, remind me when we have a chance to talk privately, because it's a conversation for another day, about the existential meaning of what is going on here. There is a bigger project at work here on both sides that is causing this to happen right now. But it is, of course, not the purview of what we talk about here, because one of the things I've always told people, somebody said, I have a hard time pinning you down. Right when I think I know exactly what your politics are from being on the air, you pivot to someplace, and I'm like, wait a minute, what does he stand for? And I always tell people, just like OIDA, we stand for the truckers. And if it's good for trucking, we're for it. And if it's bad for our friends out there on the road, we're against it. Speaking of that, there are a lot of people who are very excited about what is going on over at the EPA. There is an unraveling, and usually that's a very negative word, but there is an unraveling of certain things that a lot of people felt was choking the industry. Can you kind of talk about what's happening over there?
Yeah, so a major announcement last week from EPA and Administrator Lee Zeldin, who is one of the folks who has been confirmed and is over leading EPA, a former congressman from New York. And he's kind of taken, I think, the first few months in office to kind of review a lot of the regulations that have been implemented. He's been out speaking with industry, trying to get their feedback and what to target. And what EPA has proposed is really a dramatic rollback of greenhouse gas emissions rules going back about 15 years. And the proposal is taking a look at rolling back what's called the 2009 endangerment finding. And at that time, EPA put out a ruling that, under the Clean Air Act, gave EPA the authority to regulate greenhouse gas emissions in a number of industries, but certainly for motor vehicles and engines. And based on that ruling, EPA has implemented a number of rules, specifically targeting heavy-duty vehicle emissions that I think, when you ask the industry, for the most part, have not been as successful as they could be in terms of, getting buy-in to newer and what should be more reliable vehicles. And for trucking, the 3 rules that they're really targeting are 2011 greenhouse gas emissions rulemaking, then in 2016, the Phase 2 greenhouse gas emissions rules that have come into effect, and most recently, a rule that was finalized, known as Greenhouse Gas Phase 3, but not set to go into effect to 2027, which was really going to drive production and manufacturing of zero emissions vehicles, electric vehicles. And under this rulemaking, manufacturers by 2032, 25% of all new trucks would have to be, zero emissions. And based on everything we've heard from the manufacturers, based on the lack of EV infrastructure charging for heavy-duty vehicles, so many unanswered questions about how long it's going to take to charge, what's the upfront cost going to be of these vehicles, just a very hurried timeline. And I think that's why, again, once across the board here, you've pretty much had opposition to that Phase 3 rule since it was proposed. So that's a big announcement from EPA. I think we're optimistic about it. Now, it's going to be, considering, the process that they're going about this and rolling back this endangerment finding, it's not only the trucking industry that's going to be affected, but light and medium duty vehicles as well. This is going to take a while to play out through the rulemaking process, likely through the legal process as well. But if it gets finalized, it's going to be a milestone action from EPA in terms of reinstating common sense emission rulemakings for manufacturing, more flexibility, consumer choice for trucking carriers, owner operators on the back end as well. And it's certainly going to eliminate any mandates to roll out trucks that aren't ready for prime time. And that's historically been the case with these emission rules, is that the manufacturers have to put these new vehicles into production. They come out on the line, and then 6 months, a year later, they're back in the shop because they were rushed to the floor. And we've heard far too many stories where drivers, have to pay tens of thousands of dollars in maintenance and repair costs for these new vehicles, that if these rules were a little more practical, would encourage the purchase of new vehicles, would encourage fleet turnover, and the end result would be less overall emissions. So hopeful that this proposal is going to result in that. We've got a long way to go. There's a public comment period that's open now through September 15th. In a couple weeks, EPA is going to hold a 2 or 3 day long public hearing on the proposal. Certainly, we're going to be participating in that as well. But that's open to the public. So if you want to make your voices heard, you can sign up for that too on August 19th and 20th and likely the 21st. So a lot moving on EPA's end. Do want to clarify, this is only targeting those 3 greenhouse gas emissions related rules. We're getting a lot of questions on DEF, NOx emissions. This particular proposal does not address that, but we also know EPA is continuing to review those, and they kind of mentioned in this proposal considering other rulemakings to address some of the many emissions related and environmental rules that impact the trucking industry.
Jay, just to give my listeners a sense of what's coming tomorrow, I am going to have a number of stories from a number of different platforms and outlets that kind of explain this in detail, including a couple from Landline, so that people want to get even more detail about what precisely the ins and outs of this are. Just make sure you guys tune in tomorrow morning, and we'll be kind of unpacking that as well. And by the way, give me a moment here to actually kind of thank one of our sponsors, Jay. But what I'm also going to do is I'm going to set you up with the question I'm going to have for you first, and tell people, if you want to call during what Jay is going to talk about next, you are welcome to at 615-292-6366, even if it's just a vent, because I have a feeling I know what's coming from you as well, Jay. The question is the fact that the Fong bill is a green light, where we kind of feel like, our true enemy has finally revealed himself as of now. Get ready to talk about that here as I thank our friends over at ShadyRays.com. Go to ShadyRays.com, guys, and check out their lost and broken protection plans. Also, remember, they got great customer service, and because of that, they've got your back at ShadyRays.com. Washington Trucking Week continues here on Road Gang Radio with our good friend Jay Gimes, the Director of Federal Affairs over at OOIDA. Okay, Jay, let's talk about the Fong bill.
All right, yeah. So, we've certainly, there's been a lot of good news, I think, here in D.C. Over the last few weeks. The Department of Transportation I think, has taken upon themselves for the first time, really maybe certainly in my 10 years here over at OIDA, really valuing the input of truckers, listening to the men and women who make their living behind the wheel. That was evident, I think, back in April with the English language proficiency executive order. Certainly on the heels of that, the pro-trucking package announced in late June, that 9 major initiatives, the withdrawal of the speed limiter mandate at the top, waiting on some more hours of service flexibility, truck parking, and then a number of other kind of concerns that DOT FMCSA are finally going to address. So 2 thumbs up so far to DOT. Unfortunately, here in Washington, you've got DOT on one side, you've got Congress on the other, and OIDA Executive Vice President Louis Pugh testified before the Senate Commerce Committee a couple weeks ago on the upcoming highway bill, which is going to be written later this year, due up September 30th, 2026, and is likely going to be kind of the Super Bowl of trucking policy with the number of initiatives that are going to get rolled into that bill. But we need Congress to start listening to the voices of truckers as well, to get a lot of these actions accomplished and really turn the tide of growing crashes on the roads, too high of driver retention, and really, make trucking a much more rewarding, sustainable career. And we know a number of initiatives that can accomplish that. We need Congress to enact those. And unfortunately, we've got another bill that's going to take that, in exactly the wrong direction. And it's known as the America Drives Act, and it's really a pro-AV trucking bill that would do a few things. First, establish a federal framework that would remove drivers from being behind the wheel in an automated commercial truck. It would codify the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's interpretation that commercial motor vehicles don't require a human driver. It would require FMCSA to update regulations to really expedite AV trucks on the road when talking about remote drivers, remote assistance. And then another provision would allow, flashing and cab-mounted warning beacons that these AV companies want on their trucks to kind of sidestep some other safety regulations involving warning devices. So this bill really kind of opens the floodgates to get AV trucks on the road. And certainly when you look at what's going on right now, again, so many unanswered questions. The technology, it's coming a long way. There's some potential there, but we don't think there's been enough shown, enough proven. Certainly there's not a whole lot of documentation that's being provided to DOT, to FMCSA, just about how safe these vehicles are operating. And to kind of green light these things right now, I think would be way premature. So this legislation raises some questions, and it's just a bill that's been introduced. It hasn't gone anywhere, hasn't been advanced yet, and it doesn't even have any co-sponsors at this time. So, but it does raise our concern, raises some red flags, and we're going to be getting the word out in opposition. Certainly our perspective on AV trucks has been there needs to be data transparency. Not only for the drivers behind the wheel on the roads, but for the general public. We want to have a sense that these vehicles, once again, are working the way they're intended to, are going to be safe when we're sharing the roads with them. And the way that the regulations are set up right now, it's just not enough confidence in these technology companies to know that these vehicles can be safe, can protect human lives rather than technology. So we got to have a lot more oversight from the federal level. It's kind of each state does it on their own way, and there has been an absence of a federal framework. I think that's one of the priorities for the DOT right now. But We've got to have more safeguards, more oversight, more transparency as this technology continues to evolve.
And like I said, and like our friend Jay has said, this is still kind of a little lonesome thing out there in the wilderness. But remember, this is how we get ELDs. This is how we get speed limiters. It begins with one little lonesome voice out there representing certain interests out there. And Jay, once again, another existential conversation for a longer, sort of more thoughtful kind of unpacking. But, you remember when Andrew Yang ran for president, and because he had looked at one white paper, because he had talked to his friends in the tech sector, made the decision that, millions of truck drivers were going to be out of work in short order because he was at the same time busy driving people towards investing in these companies. The problem here is the fact that what people don't understand is this is what happens when the boys from Silicon Valley involve themselves in the day-to-day activities of what goes on in Washington, D.C. And this is, the idea that we're going to, introduce disruption into the trucking sphere, and the idea that if we can remove any sort of regulation, because the idea is that, look, we know that when AVs finally show up 10 years from now, 15 years from now, and in some estimates by the people who know this stuff, 20 years from now, it is not going to be subject to some of the regulations human beings are. But it is going to be subject to other regulations that have not been decided on yet. What's concerning me about this conversation is if you start with no regulations at all, if you simply lift all of these regulations on these folks, they're going to fight tooth and nail to have no regulations, and that's going to set up safety issues down the way, and a lot of people are going to get hurt until they figure this all out. That's kind of my take on it, and I just kind of wanted to give you a minute or two to kind of jump in on that and give me your thoughts.
Yeah, without question. The kind of lack of federal oversight has allowed some of these technology companies, these Silicon Valley groups, to really, have a free reign on what they're putting out without any thought to the general public, without any thought of drivers who are sharing the roads with these vehicles. And you're right. Certainly, there's going to be kind of a different set of regulations if this technology, really ever gets any sort of general adoption, which could be decades away, if ever. But one of the provisions in this legislation is that the Secretary of Transportation may not issue a regulation that unduly burdens motor carriers operating AV equipped vehicles or discriminates against an AV equipped vehicle relative to other commercial motor vehicles. So it's basically given a free pass to any AV truck compared to a CMV with a human driver behind the wheel, and that's simply a bridge too far. If these technologies want to continue rolling out this stuff, we've got to make sure it works. And again, just like any other thing, we've got to have common sense regulations that ensure safety for everybody.
Yeah, and my favorite rejoinder to a lot of these folks is, I tell you what, let's come up with some really stringent, keeping the public safe regulations for you guys. And once we have those in place, then we'll talk about removing the ones that already exist. You like that, guys? I mean, that's
exactly.
I mean, that's the conversation. It's like, rather than having a conversation about how we deregulate an absolute job killer before it even is a job killer, how about we actually figure out what safety measures need to be taken and what kind of standards and accountability the folks who are making these things need to be held to, and then we'll have a talk about maybe getting rid of some of the stuff that doesn't really apply to you. Jay Grimes has joined us. I got the last shot in there, Jay. That way you don't have to do it. He, of course, is the Director of Federal Affairs over at OOIDA. It is great to finally have you back on. I will make no Orioles comments. I will simply leave it at that and tell you to go have a great weekend, okay?
Appreciate that, but keeping an eye on all those tremendous trade deadline moves by your Mariners, and they're looking good right now.
Yeah, I have to tell you, my brother, I was like so delighted. That was a move made to win now, which is something they haven't done in a long time, and I appreciate the shout out. I withheld my powder, and you gave me a good blast. Thank you, Jay. Go have a good one.
All righty. We'll see you next time.
We always do see them next time. Every Thursday, it is Washington Trucking Week with regular recurring character Colin Long, with the occasional guest star, Jay Grimes. Always good to have the Grimes in the conversation. Always even better to have my co-host, Our Lady of the Luscious Lyrics. Miss Lindsay Lawler is joining us up here next. Got a great lineup coming for you. We've made a living, pretty good living today. Let's go make a life. Road Gang Radio continues.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Start your engines, people. It's time for Road Gang Radio, coming at you live from the Fastport Studios in NOLA with your favorite fun-loving host, Jimmy Mack, and joining us from Nashville, singer-songwriter Lindsay Lawler. Let's ride.
Hey, girl, hey.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm saying that to Madison with a T, by the way, because, again, hey, girl, hey, I've been told is offensive to our male listeners.
Oh, my gosh. I call everybody diva. I'm like, hey, diva, even if it's a grown man.
I love that. I love that.
I'm going to actually jump in on the side of the ladies here because I call everybody dude.
Yeah,
I
dude.
used to try to.
That too.
I used to try to do
I
that.
call men and women dude.
Or bruh.
Dude,
bro.
bruh.
Yeah, it's all
You know
the
what my
same.
favorite is? The great way through this political minefield that is the world of everybody getting offended? Folks. Folks. And by the way, my friends, pal is a really good one too. But you know what? Hey, girl, hey.
I call everybody friend. Pal seems like I'm pretending I like you, but if I call you pal, just know I don't actually like you.
Well, that's the thing too. If you use the word listen and then put a comma and then put the word pal with a period there. Listen, pal.
Listen, Linda.
Listen, Linda, if that even is your name.
Because it should be. Linda.
She doesn't even go here. Okay, what's happening? Good morning. Happy Road Gang Radio. It's Thursday. It's still Thursday. It's been Thursday since you've been on. It is still Thursday, guys. We're here. We're doing it. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning. Thursday continues. I want to get one more comment in about the FMCSA man-to-be, Derek Barr.
Yep.
Question, is Derek Barr a good guy in your opinion? Answer, yes. Did some really good things as the associate president of CVSA. He's a great guy also. Those are the words of Tom Bray. Anybody good enough for Tom Bray? And I know Derek Barr in passing. I also know of his time at the CVSA. But Tom Bray, for me, is the gold standard on this one. Tom Bray is deeply committed to safety, deep committed to the drivers, doesn't come at things from a partisan aspect, is simply a guy who kind of calls balls and strikes. Anybody that Tom Bray is in favor of for a position of authority, helping the men and women of trucking do their job, is somebody that we endorse over here at RadioNemo.com. If you disagree, we invite your reply. But we'd rather talk about the fun stuff of making a life at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. And you know what? OIDA says they like him, so that's what I needed. That's where I get my tell me what to do's. OIDA says I like him, I like him. So I'm good.
It's really funny because every once in a while I'll run into Colin and he'll be like, yeah, so we're going to go with this thing here. And I got a feeling you're not going to be with us on it. And there are a couple of places. But that's the great thing about this. My attitude is, if I'm with you 85%, you're my friend. There are too many people out there, LaRue, who actually say to themselves, if you're not with me 100%, you're my enemy. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
You're not with us, you're against us.
Oh, my God. What's the other one I really love?
Dude, if everyone in my life was with me, first of all, it would be chaotic and nothing would get done. But it'd be so boring. I finally realized to embrace it. Like, my parents and I think differently on some things. Some of my good friends and I think differently on some good things. And for a while, I thought, oh, we just shouldn't talk about it then if we think. But now I'm like, no, who cares? Like that's how we evolve, by sharing my opinion. You tell me yours, and then we find a middle ground.
Yeah, and Dean and I had a great conversation today, which felt like a gigantic mix of making a living and making a life. If you ever get a chance, Lindsay, because you got a nice, lovely family who you have a great time with during the holidays, but if you and Seamus ever come down and join us at the dinner table over Thanksgiving or Christmas or any.
Does it have to be? I'm probably not going to come on a holiday because my family. Could I come on? Could you guys have a fake holiday so we could come in?
Oh, well, here's the thing. We're kind of like the Braves, though, my sister. We celebrate things that other people don't celebrate. I mean,
perfect.
Well,
so I'll come for one of those.
Well, maybe
like, what's the most ridiculous holiday y'all celebrate?
There are a couple of Saints Days that we celebrate just for fun because it's just kind of a fun way to kind of make time. The Feast of St. Columban is 2 days before my birthday. And anybody out there who listens to this show, including Phone Master Dre, everybody should know who St. Columban is. And if you don't, I am happy to be the first person to tell you. Dre, do you know who St. Columban is the patron saint of?
Oh, I do not.
Patron saint of men on motorcycles and patron saint of women surrounded by wolves.
Oh, what does it look like? Because Dre should get that as his next tattoo.
That's not a bad idea. The Society of St. Columban. I don't know if you guys know this. St. Columban, this is so groovy, Lindsay. St. Columban, you've heard the story that, during the Dark Ages, education and learning collapsed all over Europe. People didn't read anymore. People really kind of, retreated into a dark age of ignorance. And a series of monks.
A dark age of ignorance, my whole life. Go on.
So a series of monks made their way across Europe, either restoring libraries or bringing books to communities. So all these guys kind of walked across Europe, bringing Europe back to life intellectually. Well, of course, the leader of all those dudes was none other than St. Columban, which is
Columban.
Really
can you spell that
you can
for me?
spell it two ways.
Oh, I got it.
Okay.
I see it. Columban.
Yes, yeah. And so what's really cool is they restored learning to Europe. They're the ones who turned the lights back on in Europe in regards to intellectual thought. And the Pope, many, many years later, Catholic motorcyclist, and a lot of people who just dig all that kind of patron saint of stuff. I mean, after all, the St. Christopher Fund is not a Catholic organization. The St. Jude Fund is not a Catholic organization. These are
St. Christopher, the traveling saint.
Exactly. But they realize that you've got this guy kind of going around helping people out on his own, on his solo, dropping off books. There's also a miracle he performed where a group of women were surrounded by wolves, and he jumped into the middle of it with a torch in his hand and warded the wolves off. And it's called the Miracle of St. Columban, Lindsay. And so he's become the patron saint of men on motorcycles and women surrounded by wolves. And then the Pope expanded it to anybody who's a motorcycle rider, St. Columban. I think that's kind of groovy. So
I see this where it says St. Columban, riding into the realm of two-wheeled blessings with St. Columban. Whether you're a wizard on wheels or a mere mortal seeking adventure, may his magical powers guide your ride. Dre needs this as a tattoo.
Oh my God, St. Columban. And
feel the wind in your beard and the thrill in your heart as you journey through mystical landscapes. Remember, when in doubt, just ask yourself, what would St. Columban do?
Protect women from. But think about the idea, what the metaphor is, protecting women from wolves too. He's the kind of guy that shows up and says, "Hey, leave that lady alone." You know what I'm saying? He's that guy. He's the guy that shows up and doesn't be like, "Now that you've left the ladies alone, I will hit on the ladies." He's not that guy. He's the guy that says, "Happy to help, ladies," and then fires up his motorcycle, puts on a little Bob Seger, and joins Jody on a trek across the United States of America. And he, by the way, here's the punchline. So, as somebody who was raised in that particular faith, you have a thing called confirmation, Lindsay, and you're supposed to pick a patron saint for your confirmation. Well, I was looking around, and I found the patron saint celebration that was closest to my birthday, which is November the 25th. On November the 23rd is the Feast of St. Columban. So maybe one year we will have, if it's not too close to Thanksgiving, maybe you come in for the weekend before or something, and we have a little celebration of the Feast of St. Columban. We do that kind of stuff. We actually do that kind of stuff.
I love it.
And it's really,
I'm
really
thinking
fun.
of going to Vegas for my birthday this year. Not to see Dolly, by the way, because, dude, we started looking up Dolly tickets. So as we reported here, Dolly's performing, doing a residency over there at Caesars. The tickets for it, start at $1,500. start. We found a pair of tickets, Jim, 2 tickets front row to see Dolly at Caesars for $77,000.
And
Hello?
I will always love you.
No, you won't. I'm surprised that I get it. I think people are figuring out, is this potentially her last go? I mean, I don't think Dolly's dying anytime soon. I'm not meaning that, but once you get up there, I think that's why she's just like doing anything, realizing I don't know how much time I have on this earth, so I'm going to do everything. But anyway, I even called some of my pretty high up contacts in Vegas, and they're like, yeah, I'll let you know if so. It's going to be a last minute thing. Like, I have it, get here now. But I think what I was actually even more interested to see, because I don't even want to pay a couple $100 to go to a concert, if I'm being honest. Like, as somebody who does it for a living too, it almost makes me sick at my stomach. I can't think of somebody I want to see. There's nobody outside of the second coming of Christ. I can't imagine what I'd pay $1,000 to go see somebody perform.
And man, those things are going on the street for at least $23,000 right now. That second coming ticket.
Second coming ticket.
That's a hard ticket, my sister. That is a hard ticket. So
well,
save
I'll be your
money.
plus one. I'll be your plus one if you get it. But
St. Columba's going to put a good word in for me. So go on.
I appreciate that for you. But I think what we're going to do instead, Jim, like I might still go and like be there that weekend. It falls on my birthday weekend, which is I'm December 4th. And I'm not a huge, yeah, baby. I'm not a huge Zach Brown fan, but I was very intrigued by the Zach Brown experience at the Sphere. We talked about it in Country Western last week. And I think that it's because this album Zach Brown's about to put out. He's been designing his show at the Sphere plus making the album to fit the show in the Sphere. So this isn't just like this guy performing some old songs. It's like he's doing a whole experience, and apparently it's a very emotional experience. So of course I was already in, where he says this is very vulnerable. I'm like really tapping in, and he said it's going to be like a wild ride. So I think that would be one that personally I would go see at the Sphere. So I think we're trying to figure that out.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with you, Lindsay. Look, there are a couple of things where I will spend top dollar on. When we got a chance to go to the Saints game over in Europe, there was a show that was playing in London that I paid a lot of money for. It was worth every nickel. You know how you talk about the idea? This is why it's so important to know what goes into making the sausage. Because often you can look at a show and go, oh no, I got my money's worth. Even if you weren't crazy about the overall show, even if it ended up not being your thing, there are times that you can look at things and go, you know what? My seat is really comfortable, or the environment is really cool. Everything around me has had a lot of thought put into it, has had a lot of energy put into it. I have been honored with the price tag that has been attached. And so when you make the kind of purchase you're talking about, and a lot of our friends out there are often having to make these choices, they have enough of an income to do special things in their life, which is why when you throw a party in New Orleans, which is why when you throw an album launch in Tennessee, which is why when we do anything, it's so important, as Madison's friend who came in and joined us, of Catahoula. It's so important. It is so important, guys, to remember that nobody has to come and no one has to listen and all of that stuff as we make our way further down the road here at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
Go. No, but that's kind of my point. I think about that all the time, Lindsay, about those high price points, and make sure you make the investment, make sure you understand what you're getting yourself into. But as Lindsay has kind of made a real effort to do so, also make sure that you educate yourself. I don't mean that in that kind of like pompous way, but to understand what you're looking at, to understand all the money that went into that. Although, like I said, once it gets to the scalping, $77,000, really?
Well, that's on another level. That's ridiculous. But I've been to Vegas a lot of times, but it's always been for work. Now, granted, that's fun work. I get to do fun things. I've never been to. I mean, when I lived in LA, I went to Vegas quite a bit. Again, for work. I worked in radio. We do a lot of concerts and stuff there. But I've never just been to go. I've never just gone to Vegas to go to Vegas. I don't think. If so, I don't remember it, which is also very possible. But so I'm excited to go like with a real. I'm talking about going with our very dear friends, another couple, and go for my birthday and go see a show. Like go to Vegas and have an experience, not just go drink and gamble in Vegas, but like go and have an experience.
Well, that's it, by the way. And I was hoping you would say that because I'm like going, I'll tell you right now, dude, to go to Vegas just to go to Vegas, unless there are shows I'm going to see, I don't want to go to Vegas. Unless there are like events I'm doing. Because like I said, gambling is not my idea of a good time.
Me either.
Me
either. If I'm going to throw away money, it's going to go to clothes or something on my body.
The only gambling that I actually engage in, Lindsay, where I actually go to have a good time is the racetrack.
Is starting this company?
Oh my God. Gamble, 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 gamble. Yeah, no, I mean, but the only place I will go is the racetrack. But once again, that's a different situation where you can sit down and have lunch. You can actually sit with your friends at the racetrack. You can watch the races play out. These beautiful animals are running. There's so much more at play than just somebody turning over cards or watching a ball fall into the wrong or right hole. No, don't go there. But you get the idea. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't understand the appeal of gambling on that. I get the appeal of gambling. But the idea of going to Vegas to lose a lot of money is not my idea of a good time. You know,
I feel it. I want to go to the pool. I want to go to the show. I want to eat well. I want to feel rejuvenated when I leave Vegas, not depleted.
Exactly. And by the way, if in fact you're planning an itinerary of going to events and going to kind of really fun things, then the hotel and all that other stuff is amazing. Our good friend Scat Pack's Garage and Trucking says, I've never been to Vegas and was excited. I've never been to Vegas and was excited to be there. And like the people who go, if you go to have a good time and not just open up your nose and go blow all your money at the roulette wheel, it can be a really kind of amazing good time. And, but it's not my thing. I got to tell you, Lindsay, the idea of going to a casino floor is not my thing.
Not your thing. I want to know, what is your thing? And by you, I mean anybody listening, and also you, Jim. But because I was thinking of the idea of what really puts me at peace. You know, I always talk about getting into a meditative state. And I know that turns people off sometimes, but I think especially for truck drivers, trucking is their meditative state. So many of them. I mean, that is, what puts them at peace and at ease. It's like, this is what I know how to do sort of in my sleep. Got to be aware, of course, but this is what I know how to do. But I do want to talk about the things for people, because this is a show where how we make a life. And so what are those things that you're living for this weekend? We kind of got away from that, Jim. We got to get back to where we would ask our guests the metaphorical question, or the hypothetical rather question. You can go anywhere this weekend. Where are you going? How you getting there? What you're listening to? We got to get back to that. So Jim, this weekend, today's Thursday, 2 days from now that you have weekends off, if you can go anywhere this weekend, the answer can change obviously all the time. But for this weekend, where are you going? How you getting there? What are you listening to?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you right now where I'd really love to go is at the New Orleans Zoo. By the way, is one of the great zoos in the United States. It's straight up. It's up there with San Diego's. It's kind of wonderful. They actually have one that is out in the swamp area, and it's supposed to be a little bit more reasonable weather, meaning not big mosquitoes and not all that kind of stuff. And I've been really, as you know, enjoying my weekends now. I am thinking about going out to, it's the end of New Orleans, but it's a good 20, 25-minute drive to get there. There is a part of the zoo that isn't connected to the zoo that is essentially you're walking through the swamp, but it's got platforms and all that kind of stuff. And what I really want to do is go out there, because also out there, as I've told you, is some really great Vietnamese food. So I'm thinking about going out there, driving to the end of Chef Mentor Highway. Our good friend Tennering has talked about taking Chef Mentor almost anywhere in the city of New Orleans. It cuts right through the heart of it. Taking Chef Mentor all the way to the end, going to that portion of the zoo, and then sitting down having some good Vietnamese food. And what I'll probably be listening to is my playlist, my pool playlist, which always puts me in a really good mood of hits from the mid-'70s all the way to the early '80s, the kind of stuff that you heard on what was beginning to become classic rock stations, that kind of stuff. That kind of what we now consider classic rock, although
give me one song on the playlist.
Thunder Island. I give you Thunder Island. I give you Bob Seger's Roll Me Away. I give you a whole bunch of songs from both Little Feat and the Amazing Rhythm Aces. All of that kind of stuff. Put me in that groovy Saturday morning kind of attitude. Okay, same question coming at you. Where are you going? What are you doing? And what are you listening to?
I'm good. This is not actually going to happen, so this is me dreaming. I'm taking a plane to Santa Fe. I'm renting a car and driving to Taos, and sitting down with a book and reading and writing in Taos for the weekend. and then driving to some of the cool little canyons and interesting scapes, then driving back to Santa Fe and flying home. Going back to Santa Fe, seeing some of the in the Native American sites, checking out the jewelry. I've been dying to go to New Mexico. I got to get there. But what I'm actually doing this weekend is driving into East Nashville. They have a thing called the Tomato Arts Festival. So if I'm dreaming, I'm going to New Mexico. If I'm in reality, I'm going to the Tomato Arts Festival, which is really cool. It's over in East Nashville, but there's bands on every corner. Every bar and restaurant comes up with some sort of recipe for a drink or a food the base is tomatoes. So you got all kinds of gazpachos and Bloody Marys and tomato caprese salads, and everyone comes up with something different. All the kids dress up like big tomatoes. The bands play tomato music. I don't know what tomato music would be, but they play tomato music. What's the clamato? You could drink some clamato, Jim.
I could actually.
Isn't that the tomato juice?
Yeah, I could actually have a little bit of that. And by the way, remember those commercials?
That'd just be like a virgin Bloody Mary, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I would put a little Tabasco in it, or maybe mix in a little horseradish into it as well too. The old famous saying from the 70s and 80s that Pack Rat, who we'll talk to in a second, will remember. Man, I should have had a V8. By the way, Lindsay, I got to tell you, I like your dream. I like the reality of what you're doing on the weekend. I think it's great. Pretty wonderful. By the way, this is what I love about our listeners, Lindsay. It's a great reminder that if you actually are mindful in your job, you can have a great time. Bruce Almighty says, just had a great breakfast at the Smokestack in Thumber, Texas, headed back to D.C. in Plainview, Texas. That's pretty darn terrific, by the way. And Trucker Bosun says, I went to Vegas to pick up a cement truck for Transformers 2. Left town up $600.
Hey, you made money working, you made money playing. That is hashtag, that's not even balanced. That's hashtag go get him, fool. Hey, I have a question because I just said, and then we'll take Pack Rat's call, because I just said to you, would that be like a virgin Bloody Mary? I think we need to come up with a new term for that. I know they have mocktails and bars, but that's a different kind of drink. So when you go, Jimmy, to order, if you get, I guess you just say a non-alcoholic Bloody Mary. Is that the term? Because virgin sounds so immature. That's why I'm just curious what people are calling it. You'd say non-alcoholic beer, but you wouldn't say I want a non-alcoholic Bloody Mary, right?
It's weird because there was a restaurant in New Orleans, a steakhouse, that actually it was named after the drink. It was called a Bull's Corner, and the Bull's Corner was a Virgin Bloody Mary, and I love that name, Bull's Corner. Let me get a Bull's Corner.
Yeah, but what do you call it? That doesn't. Excuse me.
God bless you.
That was a hiccup or something. I don't know what that was. I'm so drunk this morning. I don't know.
I gotta tell you.
Just kidding.
Go on.
Just kidding. That was yesterday. What is there a term for
a Virgin Bloody Mary?
Just or anything that instead of the grown man who is very justified in his not drinking to not have to go in and say, "Can I have a virgin?" It's like saying, "Can I have a Shirley Temple?" There's got to be a better term for it, is all I'm saying. So let's come up with it.
I like the idea of maybe actually adding the term a wake up. Can I get a wake up? Can I get a wake up cocktail? And the idea that the implication is that it gets you kind of going, but at the same time, wake up cocktail might work. We'll think about it. We got to work on it. We got to talk to Pack Rat as well, too.
All right, let's do it.
Let's get him on. What's going on?
Good morning, Miss Lindsay. Jimmy Mack.
Good morning, friend.
Good morning.
So there's hardly any drama in cowboy land, is there?
Except for Micah Parsons.
So
yeah, no news is not good.
Yeah, so what's
no news is not good news. Or maybe with the Cowboys it is, actually. Actually, with the Cowboys it might be.
Okay, well, anyways, the big deal this week is Micah Parsons. He wants out of Dallas. He's had longer
Don't blame him.
Jerry Jones. That hardly ever happens, does it?
Right. And Jerry's not going to let him play week 1, perhaps.
Oh. Do you think this is all bluster, or do you think that they will come to terms?
Well, I don't know. I'll defer to Jim on that, but I think a little bit of it is Jerry Jones just wanting to make sure his name stays in the headlines. If I say and he doesn't even care if it's in a bad way, but he's saying they're under their contract dispute, and Jerry Jones is saying he's not confident that Mike is going to go in, and I don't know. Perhaps that is just a way to him to get people talking and going back and forth and showing up on the social media, because how can he not play? But dude, who knows? Their first game, I think it's We have the Eagles, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you have the
yeah.
eagle. I mean, you are opening up in the you're opening up in the lake of fire. By the way, let me give a couple of things.
I
to
think
this.
a little bit's up to Parsons too, right? I mean,
Yeah, a little bit is up to Parsons as well, man. But we do know that Dak Prescott reached out to him, by the way to kind of talk him off the ledge. I mean, and Prescott is maybe the best person to do it because he is the one who actually engaged in drawn out contract negotiations with Jerry, by the way. And at the end of it, Prescott ended up inking a 4-year deal for $160 million or thereabouts.
Get it.
The biggest reason he's not going to play, Lindsay, is that if he really wants out as a trade commodity, the worst thing you could do is play him because if he gets injured, then you won't get anything for him. You follow me? That if in fact somebody actually wants to pick him up by way of trade, if you look, they know what he can do. You know what I'm saying?
it's the worst thing for both the team. Well, for all three, I guess. The worst thing for all parties then by playing him.
Yeah,
For Micah, for the Cowboys, and forever where he may or may not go.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, go ask Baker Mayfield, go ask Derek Carr. The biggest mistake you could possibly make is to continue to play when either you are looking to negotiate on the spot or you're looking to be traded because the one thing that can happen, look, I mean, at the end of the day, Chicago is going to probably make a run at Micah Parsons. A lot of teams will make a run at him. But if, in fact, he's injured or gets injured in a game, then there's no trade value for him whatsoever. So if Jones sits him, it's one of those few moments, Lindsay, where it pains me to say Jerry Jones is making a smart decision. But that's about it. It shouldn't have come to this, by the way. This is the other problem. It's a toxic atmosphere over there because we've talked about this on the show, and it goes back to trucking. What have we been talking about, Lou? We've been talking about founder syndrome. And this is literally an example of founder syndrome where Jerry Jones won't give up the GOAT because he has never won a Super Bowl without being inside of the house that Jimmy Johnson built. Even when Switzer wins it with a team that was created by Jimmy Johnson. And I think that is Jerry Jones's obsession, to win one of these things on his own so he can tell Jimmy Johnson, see, I can do it too. That's what I think.
I'm a big boy too.
That's
Look at me.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And he won't give up the GOAT. I mean, he's not Gail Benson as an owner. I'll say that right now. That's the truth. Pack Rat.
We were in Texas, Pack Rat, last week, and we got into the elevator, and there's a guy that got in. We were in Austin. A guy that got in the elevator right behind us, and he looked just like Jerry Jones. And I said it out loud. I was like, which by the way isn't a compliment. I realized as I said it out loud. It's like, hey, you look like the crypt. You look like the crypt keeper is essentially what I said to him. And I was like, you look like Jerry Jones. And he got real quiet. And I was like, well, I mean, a much younger, nicer, smarter, I don't want to kill you. And I don't want to kill you kind of way. He's like, oh, okay, thanks. But you got to be careful who you call Jerry Jones in Texas.
Especially in Texas.
Love him or you hate him, and you usually hate him. Anyway, Pack Rat, where are you headed today?
I'm headed to Central Illinois to do a delivery, and hopefully I'll be back for the weekend. And I have a doctor's appointment Monday, so I should have a couple of days off for the weekend.
Okay, so you got a couple days off this weekend, Pack Rat. Whether it's hypothetically or actually, if you could do anything this weekend, where are you going, how are you getting there, and what are you listening to along the way?
I don't know. I was trying to come up with an answer for that, and all I can say right now is I just want to get home. That's about all I think about. Because I travel so much, I just want to be home.
I love that. Okay, so what are you listening to? That makes 100% sense, my friend. So what do you say? Let's say this when you're headed home, say tomorrow or whatever, and so excited to be home. The workload is over. You know you're driving to your final destination for the weekend. What kind of music would you put on? What song would you want to put on that would make you feel like, Mom, I'm coming home? Doesn't have to be that song, of course, by the way.
It doesn't have to be that song. I don't know if I have a favorite song, but how about I want my dog back by the Spinney Brothers.
I don't know that.
I'm looking it up.
I want my dog back. Is that a breakup song?
Yeah, it is, but it's a fun song, though, and I like that song.
I love it. All right, we will look it up. Pack Rat Brother, stick around because coming up next is my dear friend and neighbor, who I can't wait to introduce Jimmy to, Lee Pepper. He's an awesome author, and I think you're going to like the conversation because he's an expert in marketing. He's an Army vet. He was formerly with the Ross Perot campaign. He was on the staff for Ross Perot's campaign. He's literally a digital marketing guru, but and his new book comes out in a couple weeks, and we're talking about how not only the book and Lee's background, but how how that book can pertain to truck drivers, and how you guys behind the seats can really be your own marketing guru and really be the entrepreneur that is inside wanting to get out. So make sure you tune in. Don't go anywhere for Lee Pepperneck's, my friend.
I will. I will stay tuned.
Awesome. We love you, friend.
Thank you, Pack
Okay,
Rat.
guys. All the best.
You know, Pack Rat calls during Revolution Road all the time, Lindsay, and I think he's really going to dig this conversation because your friend has written a wonderful book that actually applies history to the now, and the now becomes informed by history. It's really terrific. It was a great piece of work.
Can't wait for you to talk to him. He came by this morning and brought me a copy of the book. You know, we had the PDF, but he showed up and knocked on the door this morning. He's just like the best character to have your neighbors show up and be like, I'm so excited to be on your show. And here's let's have some coffee. Here's the book. I can't wait for you to meet him, Jim. You're going to love him.
We will be back on the other side of this, guys. Go to truckdown.com. And on truckdown.com, what you'll find is 50 states and 8 provinces they serve. Get it out of the ditch and back on the road.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
And we are back with more Road Gang Radio, live on iHeart, YouTube, RadioNemo, and beyond. Jimmy and Lindsay, let's keep it rolling.
Before I turn it over to Lindsay to give her a chance to introduce her wonderful friend and his wonderful book, Marshall Platter actually made me laugh out loud. The best thing that ever came out of Dallas is the I-35. Laugh my ass off. How about them cowgirls?
And Lindsay Lawler.
Yeah, there's also that. There's also that. But that's the best thing to come out of Red River. I would say that's the Red River transplant. There you go. How about that? Everything works out in the end, especially when you have a terrific neighbor who's also a genius. Go on.
Oh, my God. Okay, I'm going to introduce him, say hello, and then tell you about why he's the best neighbor in the world. But, guys, do we have a Lee on the phone?
We do. Give me 1 second.
Hey, Lee. Good morning to you. Welcome to the show. What is happening? What is going on? Hey, Lee. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hi, Fred. Okay, so I'm just making sure you're there so you can hear me because I'm going to dote on you. But first, before we go into me doting you on as a neighbor, guys, so excited to welcome to the show my across the street neighbor, literally. I can see him out my windows. I do look creepily in your windows sometimes. Actually, they do have a telescope, so I should be careful. He is one of the best humans you'll ever meet. When I'll tell you about what happened when we moved in the neighborhood. But he's not just a great neighbor. He's a powerhouse of insight, guys. He's a U.S. Army vet. He's a former Ross Perot campaign staffer, a digital marketing guru, and now a newly minted author, which is such a huge accomplishment. I got to hold the book in my hands this morning as he delivered it to me with a smile, a wink and a smile. His new book is called Never Outmatched: Military Strategies to Lead, Innovate, and Win in the Modern Marketing Battlefield. It is all about taking battlefield, Jim, this is so up your alley, taking battlefield tested strategies and applying them to leadership, marketing, and innovation. So cool. We could use this in our business, but we're going to dig even deeper into how this applies to you guys, to our listeners, to the truck driving community, or anybody listening on the corporate side, because especially if you're an owner operator, you are the brand, you are the business. And Lee's got some gold here on how to scale, how to stand out, and how to survive in the modern marketing world, which is truly just completely bewilders me all the time. So please make welcome to the show my neighbor, my friend, and now yours, Lee Pepper. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
Lee, I wanted to kind of begin.
Wait, I got to tell you about him being my neighbor.
I'm
What he
sorry.
did.
I'm sorry. I heard the other story about him looking through the window. I thought that was it. My apologies. Go on.
No, I know you're excited. No, but Jim, here's what's so cool. When we first moved in, he already knew. We have a mutual friend, and she had already said, "Oh my gosh, you've got these people that are moving across the street from you guys. I can't wait for you to connect." So, Jim, when we arrived at our house, Lee, and his wife Jennifer had already showed up and brought coffee and wine and cookies, and it was like, and then a couple other neighbors did the same, and I'm like, I think I remember telling you this, Jim. I was like, I didn't think that still happened where neighbors did that, and they showed up with coffee and teas and welcome to the neighborhood, and then people bringing bread and plants. I was like, oh, this still exists. And Lee is the neighbor that is the first to text when the power's out in the neighborhood, the first to text when a tree goes down, and check in on everybody. We'll call him the nosy neighbor, but in the best kind of way. Lee, does that track with you?
Yes, absolutely. Well, I certainly, Jennifer and I have always done that wherever we lived, and I hear that from so many people that that doesn't go on in my neighborhood. And I said, well, you can be the change. You just got to go do it. And I think we have a great community that still continues to live those kind of values, which I really appreciate.
What a good point. You'd be like, oh, this never happens in my neighborhood. Well, then start it, dummy. What a great point.
Yes.
It's not that hard. That's funny.
Yeah, Lee, I have to tell you, the idea of taking action, which is, by the way, perfectly suited for the book that we're going to be talking about today, the idea of, people about being the change they want to see in the world. That's an easier kind of thing said than it is done, because it really is about, the principle, the objective. I kind of work that in there, by the way, because so many lessons that I have learned in my life, with a father in the military and a big, big student of history, I can't tell you the number of times that I have I had to study the Battle of Midway in depth for a whole bunch of reasons. And the number of things I have learned about how to take chances and how to delegate authority that have come from that battle have really kind of impressed upon me. This book opens up with the Kasserine Pass disaster, and then Patton kind of moving in to take command after that. Can you kind of talk about the idea of when you decided to not so much have these insights, because those are that come from your understanding of military history, but when you kind of said, you know what, I'm realizing there are a lot of parallels between military actions and military decisions and business and marketing decisions. When did you decide that this actually would be a subject of a great book, and how did you go about structuring it?
Yeah, I think it goes back to 2010. I had started working at a company called Foundations Recovery Network here in Nashville. We created and owned a number of drug and alcohol treatment centers around the country, and we were just starting to get some success in growing, our company and offering our dual diagnosis treatment around the country. And our private equity sponsors invited me to come to Chicago to present, because they wanted to know what are these folks in Nashville doing to grow their business through digital marketing. So during that creating that presentation, I started referencing Karl von Clausewitz, who was a Prussian general, from the 18th century. And his whole military strategy was force multiplication, which is what I applied. I learned about it in armor school back in Fort Knox in the early 90s, and I applied it to my methodology of how we had very small budget, but how we were going to create these different assets and then force multiply them across all these platforms. And the audience really loved it. Our partners loved it. And so that kind of led me down the path of, there's a lot of things I learned in the military that I think are appropriate to business. And that's kind of where I just dived into it.
Well, and so strategy to me here is a big thing. We're going to talk about, Lee, that a lot of our audience, of course, are over-the-road truck drivers, and we'll talk about how this pertains to them. But for, you've done everything from Ross Perot's campaign to $350 million business deals and everything in between. So the power of strategy in motion. I mean, I think there's so many times I could say, even with what we've done, launching this new radio platform we're doing, I'm not going to say we didn't have a strategy, Jim, but it comes down to sometimes when there's that moment where you figure out, okay, am I doing this for desperation, or because I'm really wanting to scale up and go the long haul here. And I think the desperation is when we make these kind of lateral quick moves that can't sustain. But when you're in it for the long haul, trucking pun intended, then we really get behind the strategy. So as it pertains to, really strategy and motion with your personal brand, especially for blue collar entrepreneurs, what's maybe the simplest battlefield strategy they could use daily? A trucker gets into his truck, a daily strategy for the long haul.
Well, here's what I would say, Lindsay. I think this is very appropriate to what you and Jimmy are doing there, is that the worst decision that you can make in life and in business is no decision. Indecision is what on the battlefield will get you killed or hurt or overrun. So it's that status quo mentality that hurts so many individuals and so many businesses. So, in the military, it was drilled into us. My first week in armor school, we're learning how to drive and command an M1 Abrams, and the sergeants are sitting, on top of the tank. They're actually sitting in welded chairs on top of the tank, and they're yelling at us. They're counting down. What are you going to do now, Lieutenant? And they're counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Whoa.
And the whole purpose is they're not trying to necessarily get us to make the best decision. They're trying to get us to make a decision. Go left, go right, go backwards, go forwards. That's what they were trying to drill into us, that just sitting still will get you hurt. And so I think in business, I have never been afraid to take some risk. Now, I'm doing it within, budgetary, within good compliance, but I always wanted to take some risk. I always wanted to experiment. And then if something didn't work, okay, I know we won't do that again. And I think that's where we in our individual brands, and certainly thinking about, your listeners in the trucking industry, don't be afraid to dip your toe in the water and to start experimenting and looking at some things you could do in marketing. Doing anything, you definitely will not win.
Well, no, that's huge, Jim. That actually really landed, even for me personally, thinking about, even just as a homeowner, because Jameis and I were talking, Lee, as you know, we're doing some work over here, and we think about all the things we want to do to our house, but we've been for a long time like, oh, well, let's not do that because we know that one day we want to do an addition. And it's like, no, we got to start making moves, because we could, what if ourselves out, to never do anything. And same comes down to a lot of times we fix things on our house when we're selling it. And it's like, why didn't we do that so we could enjoy it? And so I think just overall that message of the worst decision is no decision, like, go fall on your face, but at least you tried, and then you try again. So I think that was a big one, Jim, that lands for us personally and professionally.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, Lee, the idea that we were talking with another friend of ours who's a small business owner, and he was making the joke. He said that, the bad way to run a small business was all these really kind of lowercase c conservative measures. And he went through all these real kind of long details. And he said the best way to run a small business is gamble, 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 gamble. And it's almost, in some ways, like I said, reading the book made me think of other examples. One of the great joys of reading Never Outmatched was it wasn't just me going, oh, that's a terrific example. Whether we were talking about, the overextension of the Roman supply lines, or whether we were digging in, as I said in the beginning of the Kasserine Pass. I want you guys to dig into this. I just kept thinking about, as I read this book, the number of examples, and the reason why I think the military analogy is so darn good is that it is such a dramatic example of it, and that it reminds you you've got to take bold risk, because in those situations, people's lives are on the line. But then I was reminded in reading the book, when you're actually working with people in a small business or a growing business, their lives are on the line. Their wherewithal and their means and their futures and their imaginations and the dreams and all of that stuff, if you don't get it right, if you don't do what you're supposed to do and really take the gamble, you're costing people everything. So you need to honor that by being bold, right?
No, absolutely. And you think about it for the small, for any business owner, a lot of it comes down to it's our money. And so you're just sitting there, and it's still costing you. And the Kasserine Pass is a great example, Jim, because when Major General Friedenhall, when that battle was lost, and they went back and did the analysis, he was in a fortified bunker many miles away. He was not on the front lines, and I see that in business where people they lead from behind a spreadsheet. They're not getting out there. And so when Eisenhower put Patton in charge, I mean, within 90 days we had ousted the Nazis from North Africa. There was a time when I was hired for a company, and I got there, and the CEO said, now, Lee, we're happy to have you, but we don't want you making, any changes the first 90 days. We just want you to kind of come in and learn the business. And I'm like, no, that's not what I do. And that's not what Patton did. If Patton had done that, we'd still be fighting the Nazis. I mean, sometimes you have to go in and you can't let status quo slow you down.
I kept also thinking, by the way, and you'll dig this too, I kept thinking about the Incheon invasion in Korea. I don't know if people know that full story, but the idea of being pushed back to they had so little ground left, Lindsay, that the UN forces in Korea literally were down to the Pusan Peninsula. They had no space left. And so MacArthur looked at a map and said, what is the absolute worst place to land? Where would it be an absolute disaster to put an amphibious assault? Where would be the last place that a sane human being would ever put troops on the ground? And MacArthur looked at Incheon and said, that would be the place, and that's why we're going to land right there. And I kept thinking about the idea of finding a place that nobody would ever. This is what the book did for me, Lindsay. I started thinking about every major battle that I've kind of studied and began trying to apply it to business lessons. That's really
exactly
the
what the book is, and that's why it's so brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, you really wanted to spark that kind of conversation, and also I think encourage people to learn more about history and apply those lessons to the now, right?
No, absolutely, and I think that and today I volunteer with our local county's Veterans Treatment Court, and it's an alternative sentencing, program for veterans that get into, minor, scrapes with the law, so to speak. And a lot of what I've learned over the last, 7 to 8 years volunteering there is that we do a great job getting into the military, like I enlisted, everything was great, but we don't do a great job with our soldiers when they're getting out of the military. And I think that this book also serves as a bridge to where people who have served or have family members that have served, where they can start to think about, oh, I learned some really interesting stuff, and here's how I can translate that and correlate that into my personal life, into my business life, which I think I'm proud about that book, that people will read that and say, oh, I see how that could translate into business, so to speak.
Well, you should be proud of the book, because what's really beautiful about it, Lee, on so many levels, is the fact that you're taking your expertise, your work, your experiences, and so your passion, so to speak, and then putting it out there so other people can also thrive. And I think that's where that's the best places in the world, where it's something that lights us up, and then you're able to help transfer it to other people. And you do that a lot, as you mentioned, with your work with veterans and the outreach programs. But here's what's really interesting to me, Lee, especially from a marketing perspective. You've worked in the behavioral health world. You launched the treatment centers and social movements like Heroes in Recovery. Mental health is such a big thing that I love to talk about, especially as it pertains to the truck drivers who spend so much time alone. And so, especially with long hours and isolation. So how does your work and you think, how does knowing that your work with veterans and the behavioral health side help you to think about marketing with heart, I guess I'll call it?
Yeah, I think that's really important, because we all have passions, and I think that would be really fascinating for your listeners, because when you're on a long haul and you've got many hours alone, I mean, take advantage of that opportunity to kind of think about, wow, this is what I may want to drive towards, as far as my passions, and don't be afraid to document some of these ideas. And that's some of the things I write about in the book, is that a lot of times we really fear like writing down some of these just, great ideas we have. And I wonder, Lindsay, if you find that like with writing and music too, like it doesn't have to be perfect, and don't let perfect be the enemy of good. And I think that would be something that I would encourage all listeners to just take that opportunity, whether it's a voice memo or a voice note on your phone, or just a little chicken scratch on a notepad, because those things are going to turn into something when you can actually spend a few minutes, thinking about it into maybe your one big great idea.
Would you call this book right now your new? By the way, we're talking with Lee Pepper. His book, Never Outmatched. You could go to neveroutmatchedbook.com to pre-order it now. I highly suggest you do. Everybody listening. Not just because he's my neighbor and I love him and I hope he's going to continue to bring me coffee and wine if he sells a lot of books, but because I actually think it's a great book that pertains to our lives. But would you call this book kind of your greatest work, Lee, so far, that everything's led to it? Like, and what, I mean, finishing a book, I don't know what's harder, military training or finishing a book. They're hard in such different ways from an accomplishment standpoint. Is this your greatest
No, I'll
work
tell
so
you
far?
I'll tell you what the hardest is raising those two boys that you know, Lindsay, Miles, and Cy.
Yeah, I figured that was coming. And sending and having one of them somewhat follow in your footsteps here, right?
Yeah, my youngest son, Cy, he enlisted over the summer. He is now in basic training at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. So he signed up for active duty service. So he'll be serving for the next 4 years, and we're super proud of him. And he's on his journey. We did get to talk to him Sunday. So Jennifer is over the panic stage, you know, that all moms go through when their sons or daughters go off to the military. So yeah, but thank you so much for mentioning that. You know, I think that one of the things that I wanted to point out in the book that I think is really super helpful for people is this idea of wargaming. And, you know, this is something that I wonder, like, for your audience, a lot of times when you're coming up with these great ideas, like, you should actually practice, like, wargaming it out. Like, what are all the scenarios where it could go wrong or it could go well? And actually take the time to kind of just document it. It doesn't have to be perfect, but just to document it, because I think a lot of times we have these wonderful ideas, but then we're not sure what the next step is. And wargaming can be one of those bridges to where you can actually kind of play it out. And then it kind of will help give you either that pause to say, well, let me keep working on it, or it might be that influence to say, yeah, let's go do this.
I just want to kind of make you feel really good, because my next question actually began with a quote from the book saying, "Growing up in the 1980s, I was exposed to the best movies of all time." I actually wanted to kind of pivot.
Pivot?
I wanted to pivot into the chapter that you actually talked about, the movie War Games in particular. And Lindsay knows this from having worked with me, where I say, I'll often tell her stuff like, let me tell you what I think they're up to. When I see, I don't want to say competitor, but when I see other people kind of working on stuff, and Lindsay talks about the strategies that people will often engage in to further their PR, and we will often say, here's what we think they're up to. And I was going to ask you the idea that you really think people should sit down, because I do it, and write out what they think their competitors are doing, what it is you can do to respond to that, but also what it is you can do to kind of not ignore your competitors, but to act in your own way, to be proactive as opposed to reactive, correct?
Absolutely. And, you know, we all have these wonderful, you know, machines now that are in our pockets, but, you know, you can even just use a Word document. And when you see something that a competitor's doing, like, you can document like what you saw them do, whether it was on one of the platforms, you know, like Instagram or TikTok or YouTube. Like, you should just write down, it's just a sentence or two. You're not trying to write, you know, a book or a thesis, but you just start to document these things. And you'll find that, you know, pretty soon you'll have a nice list, and that will start to allow you to decide what's important. You know, I've been doing a lot of testing on TikTok recently because the publisher wanted me to make sure that I was, you know, taking advantage of all the
Are you doing
platforms.
dances?
And
Are you doing dances on TikTok too? Oh.
What's funny is I'm not doing dances, but it has been a really fascinating example of what I actually apply, because I started posting interviews that I've done over the years, some older content, you know, repurposing it. And it has been fascinating to see what resonates. And I think that that's important to document that, because a lot of people jump from tactic to tactic to tactic, and they wonder why nothing ever sticks. And it's because they lack the strategy. And so writing things down will help you kind of move from the tactics into the strategy, and you can actually then decide, is this worth my effort, worth my time? And I think it will help you make better decisions, because you can't just follow everybody just because everybody else is doing it. Like, you need to have a little bit of documentation to understand that cost.
Yeah, but Lee, what do you say to when you're talking about the war room and writing everything down? Like, here's everything that could go wrong. What do you say to someone, Pollyanna, like me, who's like, I don't want to think about the negatives. I only want to focus on the positive. And those people who get sort of who live in that fear, like, I'm not going to do, because you can say it because you're leading by example and you've done it. But for the people out there listening that were like, oh my gosh, if I write everything down, I'm not going to do anything. If everything down that could go wrong, I'm going to live in the fear that anything go wrong and do nothing. You know, how do you curb that?
Yeah, I think I think you have to understand that this is not going to take weeks or months to do. This is a few minutes at a time.
Gotcha.
It's in bite-sized chunks, because if you do, you can get, what do they call that? Paralysis by analysis.
Analysis paralysis, yeah.
Yes, and that's not what we're talking about. And you can imagine in the military scenario, you don't have a lot of time. And so that was the whole, purpose of how they were counting down and yelling at us to make a decision. And so it can be quick, and it doesn't have to be perfect. And probably what you're going to approach is going to be good, and that can go a very long way.
Gotcha.
By the way, and that goes back to one of the other people you use as an example, Dwight Eisenhower's great line, "In preparing for battle, I've always found that plans are useless, but planning is indispensable." And that seems to kind of percolate through the book, to understand that you do have counterparties sometimes acting against you, and that events on the ground you can't predict, but you can make sure that all of your ducks are in a row, correct? That what you're also doing is indemnifying yourself, that you're actually planning for contingencies while keeping the principle of the objective in front of you, correct, sir?
Absolutely. And again, I can't state it enough, like, this is not supposed to be some type of academic exercise that takes, weeks and months to do. Like, these are things that can be done, fairly quickly. I mean, we used to use, back in the early 90s at Fort Knox, we were using sand tables. I mean, today you've got all sorts of wonderful tools that help you do this, but we were actually doing our wargaming on old-timey sand tables, kind of like what von Clausewitz was doing, back 200 years ago. And so you just have to commit mentally that no matter what, you're going to determine to yourself that you're not going to be outmatched. And that's where in the military, and I think in business, is super important, because you can have a plan, but then what happens if you lose communication? What happens if the weather turns bad? I can imagine, for your listeners, what happens if there's construction that you didn't know about, or what happens if there's a strike, at the ports? And I mean, you don't want to get paralyzed by this, but you need to know and practice through this wargaming exercise what you would do, so that when it does happen, now you can make a more educated decision, and it'll be in real time and be faster, instead of being like, oh my gosh, I got paralyzed because this hit me and now I'm stuck for a week.
We're talking with Lee Pepper. The book is Never Outmatched: Military Strategies to Lead, Innovate, and Win in the Modern Marketing Battlefield. You can go to neveroutmatchedbook.com to pre-order now. It comes out in just a couple weeks, but you're going to want to go ahead and order so it shows up the minute it comes out at your house. Lee, what is something new? Because with all your success, you're still human. You still obviously yourself get overwhelmed. And, the book is called Never Outmatched, but we all feel outmatched at some point. What do you personally, Lee Pepper, do when you are feeling overwhelmed or, outrun by what's ahead?
Well, I think that I always relate back to that, we're fortunate, in our world right now in business, that we're not in a situation where, for the most part, you could be, injured or killed. And that's where I think about, especially with my son, going into the military, like they're in a lot tougher situation. So I always recognize that, we do have a lot of people's, their careers in our hands, or maybe our families, as we're trying to build, our businesses. But I always think back to, listen, this is an opportunity that we can seize. And I don't get panicked, because I'm like, at the end of the day, I still have a roof over my head, I still have food on the table. And so I think that that tends to relax me a little bit more. And I do not get afraid of something not working. There's been plenty of things that I've done in my life, in my career, that didn't work. I just acknowledge that didn't work. So now we're going to move on to the next thing. And I think that that's a really important practice to do. It's like you don't want to forget about it, but you just want to acknowledge it and then just move right on.
Jim, my shoulders, literally while Lee was just talking, my shoulders went down. I mean, it's such a reminder that the worst case scenario is not our scenario. Thank you, God, for that. And so everybody just calm down. We're all okay. Everybody calm down, Jim.
Yeah,
right?
Everybody needs to be calm, cool, and collected. The other thing is the fact that one of my favorite quotes from another Lee Child's great creation of Jack Reacher, said, rather than focusing about what went wrong, let's talk about how to get it right next time. There are so many great lessons in this book, Lee. I can't thank you enough for making the time for us this morning. You got any big plans for the day? I mean, what are you going to do with all the wonderful stuff in your life going on?
Well, there's a lot of promotion right now, so I appreciate the opportunity to be on with you all, and I'm proud to be one of your early interviewers as you guys are embarking on this new creative endeavor. I really like what you guys are doing with RadioNemo, and I love what you guys are doing, broadcasting across the internet. I think that's the future, and I'm really excited for you all. But yeah, I've got a number of podcast interviews, and then I've got a call with my publisher later on, and then I will probably go home and mow the yard before Seamus starts texting me if I have died and why haven't I mowed my grass.
You know what? We'll come over and catcall at you while you're out there mowing your lawn later today. I'll put my
Lindsay,
lawn chair
I don't know
out, crack a beer, and whistle at you.
I don't know if you can tell that story. Can I tell that quick story?
Sure.
So yesterday I was walking down my driveway, Jim, and I saw a man at the top of their driveway, and they were like moving some boards or something around. I thought it was Seamus, so I started catcalling him. And I did it 3 or 4 times, and the person didn't turn around. And then I realized that, oh, that's not Seamus. So I was whistling at some stranger to me, but some personal friend, and luckily they had the music going so they didn't hear me.
Well, there is a restraining order out on you. It's going to be fine. We're working through it. It's going to be fine. The book is Never Outmatched. Please, everybody go to neveroutmatchedbook.com. Lee Pepper, I just adore you and your entire family. Best of luck to Cy. Shout out Cy. Hello, Jennifer, listening. We love you, Miles. This is a great family. This is a great man who's not only a good person, but a brilliant business marketing mind. So I cannot encourage you all enough to check this out. Lee, thanks for making time for us today.
Okay, thank you all so much, and best of luck.
Thank you,
Thank
Lee.
you. Talk soon. So great, right? Don't you want him to be on our staff, Jim?
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm in. Like I said, and the other thing is reading this book. I tell you what, if you know any military history, you will think of a million other examples too as it begins to kind of roll through. Vanessa Codernew is going to be joining us next. Very excited to have her back. First time on this platform.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
And we're back on Road Gang Radio, live on iHeart, YouTube, RadioNemo, from the Fastport Studios in NOLA to Nashville. The mics are hot.
Well, hey there, Lindsay Lawler.
Hey, girl. Hey.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good, girl. How you doing?
I'm fine. By the way, that really works with that music, by the way. That's why we kind of put that in there.
Hey, baby.
Hey, baby. How you doing?
doing?
By the way, as Dave Nemo found out the hard way, you can call anybody in the city of New Orleans while you're in the city of New Orleans, baby, and nobody gives you a side view. If you
I
call,
love it.
If you call them sweetie, though, you might run into a little bit of problem unless you're talking
Yep.
from man to man. Can't do that. No sweeties. Babies are allowed down here.
Semantics. Isn't that funny? Like back to our friends with words from yesterday. It's like, you call me this, I love you. You call me that, now you're being condescending and you got to go.
You got to go.
It's a fine line.
You got to hit the banquet and tell your story walking. Have you ever heard of the phrase bruja?
Bruja. A brujaha. Yes, I've heard of bruja.
Yeah, and you know what that is, don't you? I mean, that is somebody who has, well, I would call it, can call upon the spirits of old, can call upon, can call upon forces beyond their scope, often is a wise soul that sits in the middle of a lot of chaos and manages to give people a calm center from which they
Very
can
different from brouhaha, actually.
Yeah, I know. Well, no, but the thing is, but a bruja can often calm a brouhaha.
Oh, that's a good point. Yep.
You know?
Balance them out. Chill them out.
And I have to tell you, Vanessa Gonzalez Codernew joins us.
Cordonu.
Yeah, joins us this morning, and I am thrilled to actually welcome them back. It has been a while since we have had them on. Bilingual, Latina trailblazer in spirituality, wellness, and the arts. 25 years of experience in this game. An acclaimed psychic medium, clinical hypnotist, astrologer, and soul business mentor. That last one, Lindsay, is like peak you.
Yeah. She's a badass.
She's a badass, by the way. She has been leading healing retreats and healing circles across the U.S., Mexico, and Peru for quite some time through her online school at the Biz Bruja, and that's BRUJA. She offers bilingual certifications in intuition and a whole bunch of other groovy stuff. If I actually tried to give the full bio, as we've talked about in the past, Lindsay, it would simply end with me giving the full bio and saying, thanks, Vanessa, for your time. It's been good having you. Vanessa, good morning and welcome back for the first time on a new platform.
Good morning. I'm so happy to be back, and I love that intro. Yes, a bruja can call a brujaha, and absolutely, you can't read the bio or it'd be like, thanks so much for not even saying a word. Yes.
You do all the things. You do all the things, Vanessa. But here's where I want to start, because the minute I saw you were on our show, I was like, my people around here know me. They're like, Claire, who books us, is probably like, oh, this has got Lindsay written all over it. So I already love you. I love that. I mean, the type of things you do 10 years ago, we wouldn't have so openly talked to him and talked about them. And actually, in your worlds, we would have, but I'm saying kind of the open world. And actually, it's one thing that I will give social media a thumbs up to, because I've got my feed so curated where if people aren't speaking the language you are, I don't even want them in my feed, So it's one thing that I'll say that's positive about it.
Get out of here. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
get out of here. But where I want to start, Vanessa, so I think that when we talk about intuition, or you whatever words you want to use, trusting God, trusting the universe, intuition, psychic, whatever word you choose to use, I think we all have those gut instincts, and it's coming from a higher power. And as a songwriter myself, I finally realized recently that the way I channel is through song, and if I just listen quietly enough, I'll have whole songs dumped into my head. So can you start with telling our audience, just from a from your healing work and from the place which I would say is your biggest gift is just to put people at peace, because that's all we want in this world, is to know we're okay. How can you encourage people, or what can you say to our listeners, especially our truck driving audience who spend a lot of time alone? What is the one thing they can do to listen to their heart and their soul, trust their instinct, and know they're okay?
I love that so much. Thank you, and you're so right. So the truth is, more intuitive. If we think back in time when there was no electricity, where there's no internet, where we're just like dealing with nature, the sun, the moon, the stars, that's how we survived to be here, right? Like our ancestors listened to their intuition, to their knowing. And that is so important for us to trust ourselves. And some of us, you can call intuition knowing without knowing how we know. It could also be pattern recognition, that you've noticed enough details subconsciously about your environment or about how somebody's acting that you're like, you know what, I don't trust this person. Sometimes we feel bad, though. Like, I remember going, I don't like this person. I don't know why. And then I was beating myself up. I was like 20. I was like, why are you beating yourself up? You should love everybody and be a good person. And I'm like, I have a bad feeling. I was like, girl, you better get out. And thankfully I did, because I stepped out of the elevator, and then the next girl who got on the elevator got felt up. You know what I mean? So this is the thing. Intuition helps us create and download music. It can help us save our child. We're like, this is not a regular cold. I have to get to a doctor. It can help us on the road. It can help us in our home. And so making time to be quiet, to maybe get away from others, even if it's like your backyard or even sitting in your truck or however it is, and just breathing deeply. And yes, calling on higher self, calling on God, calling on spirit, calling on the universe, a higher power, and asking to be guided, and then paying attention to the details, right? Because I believe that our intuition is here to guide us to be okay, because we all go through ups and downs, no matter who we are, where we're from. We could have a lot of money one day, lose it the next, have a lot of health, lose it the next. And your intuitive knowing can carry you through these changes and help you feel calmer and help you maybe get the right doctor as well. Like, I've chosen my doctors through intuition. If that meant interviewing 7 people before I had an operation, I did it. You know what I mean? And then I came through the way I wanted to come through the surgery. And so it's important for us to know that we have it and to trust it and to make time for it.
I wanted to kind of give a follow-up by way of making, hopefully, an insight, the idea that intuition is so very important, but I was kind of curious. We should leave open the possibility that our intuition, even on a particular matter, can change. Because as we all know, there's certain foods we don't like when we're 13, that we get to the age of 30, and we go, this tastes pretty good. And what I was curious about, I had a bad intuitional feeling about a man I met about a decade ago. And I didn't like.
Are you talking about Dave Nemo?
I am talking about Dave Nemo. No, but there was a guy that I met in the transportation sphere who just rubbed me the wrong way and continued to rub me the wrong way. Recently, about 2 or 3 years ago, I'd run into him again, and my intuition told me that something had changed and that maybe I should open myself up to the possibility of finding out what was going on. It turns out that he had undergone some great changes in his life. I mean, terrific changes in his life, to the point where I suddenly realized I was seeing more of what the people who did love him and care about him saw in him, but he'd made some changes. And we shouldn't let our initial intuitions, which may guide us to safety, stop us from being open to finding ourselves in the same circle or with the same people and realizing that circumstances on the ground had changed. How do we tune our intuition to make sure that it is always working, as opposed to letting it make decisions and then shutting down the possibility of change?
I think you shared it, and I loved your story, which is something inside you took a breath. You were like, wait a minute, I feel something's changed. So that's where we have to pay attention and not be on autopilot. We're like, wait a minute, because just like you said, someone changed for the better. Sometimes you're besties with somebody since you're a teen, and they've been there with you through thick and thin. They're your ride or die. And suddenly you're like, I don't think they want my best. I think their jealousy is overwhelming our relationship, and feeling like they're not going to be able to have a conversation with you, and trying and failing. So there's a range. People can change and go through things, but I think the most important thing for us in order to be able to tune in is to take a moment to breathe, to kind of like be in present moment. Because if we're still stuck in the past and we're only thinking about the past thoughts, to be in the present moment and be like, what am I feeling? Let me open up. Let me give it a try. And the thing is, most of the time, giving someone an opportunity to connect or talk isn't going to cost us a lot, right? Just to talk, like not signing a contract, not getting married, not having a baby with them, but just like having a talk. And I think it's important because we do change, we do shift. And sometimes, we're also picking up people's trauma or people's lack of health, right? Like if people are not doing well, not taking care of themselves, something's happening, we may get a warning signal, but it may not be necessarily they're bad people or they're going to harm us. It's just you're like, uh-oh, something's going on with them. And maybe we can step in and help in some way by listening or supporting, or maybe it's not our place and we're like, you know what, better that I stay away from this chaos. So yes, getting quiet, listening to yourself and being open to at least reconnecting on some level, but still a way where you're safe. No signing contracts.
No signing contracts. No signing contracts, especially during Mercury in retrograde. And that's another conversation.
Yeah, you got it, girl.
So I firmly believe, and I think I've always known this, but now I understand it a little better. The idea of other people's energy getting in our way. And I think it comes down to a lot of time, but I've always been told, like, just do the thing. Don't talk about the thing, do the thing. And I've done a lot of talking in my life about, I'm going to do this. I'm going to launch this. I'm going to do that. And then I don't do it. And I'm realizing now by telling so many people, I believe whether you want to call this, woo or actually very practical, which depending on how you look at it, other people's stuff can get in our way. So going back to you just saying, I need to like decipher, is that person's stuff, my stuff, or what is it, and not let the energy. But as it pertains, let's get more practical here because we have a big truck driving audience, and that they're very practical people, and I respect that. So can you talk about, Vanessa, to that regard, sort of balancing how you train people? You work with people a lot on the business side, how you use your spiritual gifts, but ground them here on this plane and help people stay grounded in the matter at hand without, again, letting other people's energies affect what we're doing.
I love that so much, and I love the story that you shared. And it's true. Sometimes when we talk about it, it's not just that we've talked about it. It's also that when we talk about it, we feel like on some level we've already accomplished it, right? I'm going to write this book. I'm going to write this book, right? So if we don't talk about it, we're forced to kind of like go out and do it. I would say I'm very practical too. I'm a Sun Taurus, okay, girl? So I'm like, things have to work for me. They can't be up in the metaphysical intergalactic spaces. They have to make my life and my clients' life better. So I would say from the truckers that I've met, like, truckers are so practical and so grounded. Their life depends on it. And so for the most part, I would say many people who are driving trucks are probably very already connected to their intuitive knowing, but may not call it that. They might call it a hunch. They might call it something else. But the most important thing I would think, I mean, you're driving, so you're taking your time. As you're driving and you're in flow, if you're like, I'm going to stop, I'll wait another 2 hours to stop, or however it goes. If something's like, nah, I think we should do it now, do that. Like, listen to those little hunches, those little sensations. There's also, we also have different types of intuition. So for all you out there, some of you may hear things. Some of you may download songs like Lindsay. Some of you may see something in your mind. And some of you may feel like, well, my dad's with me or my uncle's with me, or I feel like you suddenly feel a sensation or you see something. Have an inner dialogue and be like, hey, what are you trying to tell me? What are you trying to tell? So have an inner dialogue, and don't be afraid to have an inner dialogue with your intuition or your knowing. And I would say, to be really practical, you could also do something like, while you're taking a break, is sit down, close your eyes for a moment, breathe deeply, and then say, what is my yes? And then pay attention to what your body's showing you. Is your yes a chill up your spine? Is a yes a little tingle in your stomach? Is it that you see the word yes? And what is my no, right? So when I train people, I do that, the yes and the no. And the no, so just breathe, clear the yes, and like, what is my no in my body? And you may remember a no when you met somebody or when you were about to go somewhere and it was like, don't go there. What did it feel in your body? What was your reaction? And so then you can have that as a foundation that when you're in a situation and need to say yes or no to something or make a decision, you could be like, oh, yeah, I get that chill up my back when it's a yes, or I get that tingle in my stomach when it's a no. So yes and no is one of the basics, I would say. And then
Vanessa,
you can test it out.
my yes is a yawn. I've learned that when I feel supported, and I ask a question, and I'm like feeling, should I do this or that? I'll get a yawn, and that's why I feel like that's when I know God's saying, yeah, we got this. And when I have no reaction, I'm like, we're not doing this.
I actually have an explanation, guys. I have an explanation for it, Lindsay. That is God's way of saying, okay, take in oxygen because you're going to need it for what you have to do next.
I love that.
Yes.
I love that.
I love that so much too. I love it. And so there it is, like it's as simple as a yawn. And I love that what you said, taking that extra breath, because you're going to need it for what you have to do. And it's true. And I don't feel like God is separate from intuition. I think that's the language that we have to talk to the divine. And I do believe that our ancestors, our guides, our angels, God, they want the best for us. We're here developing. We're making choices. And if we listen enough, we are being guided to what choices to make.
I kind of want to take what you've just said, what Lindsay said before that, and what you said before that, and kind of ask a larger question. So you talked about the idea of having a longtime friend or a longtime associate, and we can feel their jealousy, which often manifests in what people call concern trolling. You talk about the idea of the jealousies of others, and Lindsay about the idea of not letting people's energy get in your way. You just kind of discussed also the idea of having an inner dialogue. My question is, how do you distinguish between somebody's energy getting in your way and somebody's energy preventing you from walking off a cliff? How do we distinguish often between taking a moment to examine our own intuition, our own antenna, and finding out whether or not it's bent? Because sometimes we feel somebody yucking our yum, and their concern is genuine, and their concern is loving, and they may be the only thing between us and the cliff. So how do we add in a second breath, the idea that like, man, Jim really is bringing down my chi. And then I realize, I don't got any chi. What I got is really toxic positivity or toxic intuition at work. How do we distinguish?
I love that so much. And, I have a friend who was taking on a physical job. I knew her age. She looks great, whatever. But I knew that it was going to affect her body and her hands, et cetera. And it did. And she got mad at me, and so I backed away. I'm like, okay, I just love you, and I'm worried. It did affect her, and it affected her pretty quickly. She came back. She goes, I I should have listened. I go, well, I wasn't trying to like yuck your yum or harm you, or I said I just saw it happening like very quickly and really like incapacitating you fast. And so I would say yes, take the second breath, and then we have to look at ourselves because we all have our triggers, right? We all have a dad or a mom or a school teacher or somebody who may have yelled at us or never let us do what we wanted. So sometimes we can get upset when somebody tries to support us with good insight and good love, right? And we're like, well, I'm going to do it anyway because I couldn't do it as a kid and I'm going to do it now. So we need to breathe and be like, well, am I just reacting? And then when you said the person who's standing between us and a cliff or having pain all over your body, what is the history? Have they been supportive in the past? And why would they say that to you? So it does still include inner dialogue, and then asking ourselves, well, why do I still want to continue doing this? And is there any, are they gaining anything from telling me this? Are they gaining power over me? Are they going to get an opportunity at something that I won't if I back off because they're telling me to? Or are they genuinely somebody who has experience, went through this, or knows about it, and is trying to support me? So it is a lot of self-awareness, and it is a lot of, I think, paying attention and inner dialogue. And I think what we also have to look at is that sometimes we have to step out of people's way, so people will learn, because we all have our own journey. We're all learning in our own time. We're all walking each other home, but we may be walking on different paths at times. And so I think it's
That's not my house.
Right. And it's so important to, I backed away after I said it 2 times. Like Spirit was like, you know what, say it 2 times and back away because she's mad at you. And then they came to me like, oh my God, you were right. And I'm like, it's okay. I love you and I'm still here for you. But I know that you really have a thing where you get mad if people tell you not to do, but I knew you were going to harm yourself. I said, but it's okay. I'm not going to say I told you so. Let's see how you can feel better. Here's, a doctor that I know. But it is that. It's hard. It's hard, and it takes a moment. It takes time. And I think it takes time to understand what is your base. Like, where are you every day? Where is your energy every day? And when you understand what your starter energy is, who you are regularly, and then how you're reacting to somebody giving you advice, unsolicited or otherwise, and what does it feel in your body, and how are you feeling about it? So
How
when we
are
know
you
who we are, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So when we know, like I know my base energy, right? I work with a lot of people during the day, but sometimes I could feel goopy, gucky, whatever you want to call it. I could feel like I have like an energetic blob on me from somebody or something or many people.
That's what Jimmy calls me, energetic blob.
I am not making fat jokes. I will not do this. I will not do this.
And then we could clear it even with music. Put on music that you like. It clears the energy. Sing along with it. Talk to a friend that you love. Say a prayer. There's many ways to clear up confusion or lack of clarity as well.
We're talking with Vanessa Cordonu. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, Vanessa Cordonu. You can go over to the Biz Bruja, Bruja, to find out more. Vanessa, please remind me, speaking of music and energy, please remind me off air to tell you a story about what happened in my house. You will get goosebumps all over. Side note. Okay, so I want to pivot here a little bit, Jim. Let's pivot.
Pivot.
I want to talk about, this is a big one in some of your work, ancestral healing. What is that? She's going to talk to you about it. But to break it down and to ground it, I mean, we're all carrying things that didn't even start with us, and we're just programmed to know it's in us. So how do we begin as it pertains to ancestral healing? And then we can talk about the hypnosis protocol you do, because I'm fascinated by it. How do we begin to recognize what's ours, what's inherited, and what is finally time to release?
I love that. If you realize that you keep hitting the same things over and over and over again, right? Like, I've married 5 times, and all of the men were similar, or women, but they just had different names, right, and different faces. If you're like, wait, they're all the same, but they just have a different name and face, there's a pattern. If there's a pattern with bosses or authority, if there's a pattern with money, with sexuality, with how we feel even about our relationship with God, it can signify something beyond childhood issues. It could be like, oh, there's 5 generations of people who who lost all their money, and I'm going to be poor too. It's also the statements we make. I've had people reach out and they're like, you know what? I'm alone. I'm a single mom, and I'm the 5th generation of single moms. And I'm like, do you want to raise your child alone, though?
Yeah.
They're like, no, but that's what it is. You know, and I'm like, but is it really? Is it really, though?
Doesn't have to be.
Exactly. Or I'm not successful in my work, or I don't know how to ask for more money, or I'm afraid to be seen. You know, like there's a lot of business owners who, or anyone who don't want to communicate, or they're like, I better not share anything, and I don't want to be seen, or I would like to be on a radio show, but I'm afraid to speak publicly. Well, it could lean to ancestral healing, ancestral trauma. So if we have patterns of that where we keep hitting, or there's stories in our family, like, oh, we all get our be careful with your car. All of us get our cars or trucks stolen. Or be careful with this. This happens to everybody. Every man in our family, every woman in our family. If you're hearing these stories over and over, the mere repeating of it almost creates like a curse. You know what I mean? Like there's no little witches over a cauldron making a curse. It's basically that we're retelling stories as a fact, you know?
No cauldrons, Jim.
No cauldrons, by the
No
way. And
cauldrons.
just to make you laugh, by the way, the band that we had at the party for launching our new studio, Vanessa, was actually called The Coven. They didn't have any cauldrons either. It was just simply it was simply 4 lead singers all singing, music from the 70s, 80s, 90s, and aughts, all with magical and witch themes contained in there. That brought me a lot of joy, and that's my kind of segue into this next part, because everything we're talking about in regards to, there's a lot of toxicity out there on the internet. There's a lot of toxicity out there in regards to the public sphere. No matter what side you're on, a lot of people just want to turn the noise off. But you seem to suggest that one of the best ways we can move forward and function in this world is actually by introducing joy. And so much of what you're talking about here has a foundational kind of aspect of joy that we need to play through. How do we actually get there, like I said, while avoiding toxic positivity? How do we create an energy and an air of joy?
Well, I love it. First of all, by listening to your show, okay? So we got that.
Yes, Queen.
Thank you.
Everybody listen to this show because it's joyful. I think it's really allowing yourselves. You're talking about ancestral patterns, right? So what if everybody's like, well, we just work. We don't play. That could be also an ancestral story. Well, break that. Join a band. Go into the stuff that you love, even if nobody else loves it. You want to do Dungeons and Dragons? Go do that. You want to go and do karaoke? It's so important to follow our hobbies, or to play with family, have a board game night if that's your thing, whatever it is. Video game night, play with each other, talk to each other. That's not only going to help like mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically. It's going to get all the right hormones moving, and it's also going to let us feel like we're going to be okay, as you said earlier, right? Like, when we keep reclaiming joy and play, we start to go into a space where we're not criticizing each other as much. We're not putting each other down. We're not judging each other. And we're beginning to see that we're really all human beings here on this Mother Earth planet trying to do right and be okay and help each other out, right? I think that at the core of it, many of us are. And so give yourself the time to explore hobbies. And if you're on the road a lot, listen to the music you love. Sing along with it. That's joyful. That's healing. And share your fun stories. So I think all of that, yeah.
It's super important. I say that to Jim a lot. He's great at finding childlike joy. He and his wife going to amusement parks and playing games and video games and all that thing. And it's really important. It's why the idea of Saturday morning cartoons feels comfortable to us. That was a safe space for us growing up. I feel like you knew what you were doing on Saturday morning with your bowl of cereal and your cartoons. It made you happy. So speaking on the music piece, because my daughter and I, she's 6, we do dance parties in the kitchen. I put on fun music in the morning when she and I are getting ready for the day, and then I love putting on jazz, like Frank Sinatra and big band stuff when I'm cooking. It puts me into place. What for you is a song specifically? Do you have a song, Vanessa, that shifts your mood?
Yeah, I like Beyonce's Energy.
Queen, love.
So I like Beyonce's Energy. My parents are South American. I love South American music. But I love Beyonce. I love Energy. Maybe music that's, I don't know if y'all familiar, but a lot of house music from the past. Anything that gets me moving, even though I would say Dance Me to the End of Love is a song I listened to this morning. It's not upbeat and jumpy, but it's beautiful. right? And romantic. And so, yeah, I love music that gives me hope, that allows us to understand our human journey, because we're all humans. We're all having this journey on Earth. And all of us feel, all of us love, all of us grieve, and all of us hope, you know? And the music really can support that. So
I love this, and I have my final lightning round question for you before we're out of time. One spiritual tool you'd take with you to a desert island.
I love that. Let me see. I wish I had this in advance. Okay, there's so many coming to mind. You know, it's so interesting, water. I'll tell you why. So it's so simple, right? I'm not telling you a crystal. I'm not telling you a cross. I'm not telling you those tools. Water, we can use it to cleanse ourselves. You know, we're baptized if you walk in certain paths. You can cleanse yourself. You could drink. And you can also hold it. There's a lot of research around holding it in your hand or holding it in a glass of water and setting intentions into it. So in a deserted island, because there's salt probably all around you, I would have clear water. And above that, I think I would probably bring my moonstone that I adore. So it would be both. It would be water and it would be my moonstone. And I don't think water is a typical thing, you know? I think people...
No, I love that answer.
Or sage. Yeah.
That was a grounded answer, so thank you. That's something our truck drivers can get on board with, Jim.
Hey, Vanessa, it's been a pleasure you joining us. And we say it, we mean it when we tell people this. We're saying it on the air. We put ourselves in the spot. You're welcome to come back and join us anytime.
Please.
And
I want to be your best
so much. I
friend.
adore you guys.
Yeah, and the next time...
I was so happy. Thank you so much for having me. And yes, you guys are both joyful, and so please tune into this show because it is so joyful, and I would love to come back, and I'll reach out. And thank you for having me and for honoring intuition and talking about these things that I think are so important that have been around since we've been around, humans, you know?
TheBizBruja.com. For those of you who don't habla, it's BRUJA. TheBizBruja.com. Vanessa, as always, we can't wait to get you back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Road Gang Radio continues on the other side of this with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. I'm going to give you a brief preview of what you can expect from Trucking with OIDA. And then, Lindsay, we got plenty to talk about after those two great conversations. That's peak Road Gang Radio, making a life.
Hashtag balance is what those two were.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Well, thanks for riding with us. Now let's get back to the Road Gang Radio, live from good old NOLA and Nashville. Here's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
Big old shout out, by the way, to Norita Taylor for actually taking the ride with us this morning as she listened to Jay Grimes on Washington Trucking Week. Good to hear from her. Good to hear from Jay. It was his first time appearing on the new platform. He offered us congratulations to you as well, Lindsay. Speaking of OOIDA, the road to success can be bumpy for an owner-operator, but there is a playbook to make the ride a little smoother. Andrew King of the OOIDA Foundation stops by our friends Ashley and Scott for a preview of this year's Truck to Success seminar. Lindsay, we're trying to work out the details. I'm getting my butt over there. I'm going to see if you actually have a little time in your schedule as well. Plus, when tragedy strikes, many truck drivers don't have a safety net. And, of course, we worry about that all the time on the section of the show where we're out there making a living. Dean Croak talks about it, as does our friend Chris Orban and our good friend Brian Wiebolt. They're going to be speaking, however, to Courtney Neiman and Diane Hutzel of the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, which is making sure someone catches them when they fall. As I've always said, the St. Christopher Fund is almost like the trucking version of AFLAC. It's not so much for your medical bills. They assume you've got those covered or other ways of covering them. But a lot of people, they don't go broke on the bills. They go broke on the lack of incoming income. And the inability to pay the notes, the inability to pay the groceries, the inability to pay the rent often overwhelms people. That's where the St. Christopher Fund comes in.
You just said incoming income, and for the first time, I heard what income is.
Oh, I love that. Incoming! I love that, by the way, Lindsay. That's one of my favorite things when you actually realize the etymology of a word. By the way, having now read her book, that's a great conversation. That'll get posted later on. Having read that book, Lindsay, get ready, man, because you're going to start going a little crazy for a while. You're going to start.
Yeah, Friends with Words was the book the author we had on yesterday, who it was so wonderful. But I'm going to start overthinking everything, but in a good way. Speaking of in a good way, last night, Jim, I texted you a picture, a meme, I guess it is. I don't know. What's a meme? What's a GIF? What's it all mean? I don't know. But a picture, and it was just...
You are a meme and a GIF. Go on.
Thank you. And this is so silly, but it actually last night oddly gave me a lot of peace. There's the picture I sent you, Jim, there were like six others after that picture, which I didn't text you at all, but it's Pamela Anderson, which you had texted me the story a couple days ago that Pamela Anderson and Liam Neeson, first of all, are dating. I think they have you said about the same age gap as you and Claire?
It's the exact same age gap. It's almost exactly this. I actually just looked it up for bits and giggles. And I got to tell you, Lindsay, it's almost the exact same age gap that Claire and I have to the day. It's crazy.
I love that. I love that. Well, the picture of it, and then I want to say something about age and appearance and what we do to ourselves. But it's them looking very, Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson looking very loving at each other, and then the other pictures are like him feeding her. It's them doing a press junket, interviewing, holding hands. And anyway, the woman said, I want Pamela Anderson and Liam Neeson fighting each other to be the first domino in a series of events that gradually pieces the world back together. And that's silly, but also oddly deep and profound. It's like people being joyous. Look at people being joyous. It's what our last guest was talking about. Look at other people being joyous. Look at the things that bring you joy and let that be what heals the world and makes it better. I'm equal parts kidding and being serious in that. And, I literally had peace last night before I went to bed, seeing Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson looking longingly at each other, Jim.
So let me do a little variation on your country and Western music news. I'm going to say both kinds. I'm going to say all kinds, and you hit those notes for me. It doesn't matter what side you're on. I'm talking about both kinds.
Both kinds.
And I am talking about all kinds.
Also all kinds.
Okay. It doesn't matter which side of the world you are on, what side of the political divide you fall upon. There is a sense among a lot of Americans of all political stripes, of all political passions, of all social and economic passions, that we have been in a dark timeline for some time, for the better part of a decade, that things have seemed to have gone incredibly wrong for quite some time. Not based on one thing, based on a whole series of things. We can give you a list. You all can name your own versions of that list. But people seem to feel that the world has come undone. And I think a lot of people look around and they don't just say anything. You know, the whole phrase of, we're so back. You know, you've heard that expression, we're so back. I think people are looking for an actual sign that we're so back, that there might be a way to kind of right the dark timeline. You know, in those science fiction movies or The End of It's a Wonderful Life, you know, when you get a chance to see what a dark version of your universe looks like. I think a lot of people out there.
Or are you watching, did I ask if you're watching The Lazarus Project or not? Or have you seen it?
And it's so funny. Guess what I watched the first 2 episodes of last night?
The Lazarus Project.
The Lazarus Project.
I
yeah.
watched, I think, the third episode late last night before I went to bed, and then had a dream. I literally rolled over and said to Seamus this morning, "Did Oklahoma get bombed last night?" And he's like, "I don't think so. Why?" And I was like, "Okay, that was just my dream. Great, thank you. Too many bombs." But it reminds me of what you're talking about, because this team, these secret service, secret society, as it were, they they basically, I guess I don't know how to explain it, Jim, when they see the end of the world coming, they do a reset and the world starts over, and they say they're saving we just saved 100,000 lives, but then it's like, did you, or was that supposed to end? So that's the internal struggle and the question that I guess is going on behind the scenes here.
They start doing it in 1963 when John F. Kennedy and Nikita Khrushchev blow up the world. The time travel technology has been developed to kind of reset the timeline. They don't often make the change, though. People don't understand that it isn't like, oh, 9/11, let's reset that. They don't do that. We put the world in a perpetual state of repeat. What they do is they look for world-ending events, and most people are completely unaware that it has happened. One gentleman actually can feel the change, and they become aware of the fact that 0.0001% of all the population on Earth can feel the timeline slippage, actually has a memory of what happened in the previous timeline. And once they feel it, these people track you down and say, well, guess what? You can feel it. Now you're in. You got to be a part of this and understand what's going on here. It's a really fun premise, but that's exactly it, Lindsay. The idea that like we're in this dark timeline. And I've always said one of my favorite things that I've been dying to do for a long time, if a lot of things in my life, and I mean a lot of things in my life, go suddenly really right, like really right. You know, I'm talking about like home runs left and right, not just for me, but for the people I love. I really want to walk into a coffee shop one day, go up to the counter excitedly and say, what's today's date? Well, it's August the 7th. No. What?
It worked.
No, yeah. What year? 2025. Oh my God. We can do it all over again. We have a chance. I've always wanted to do that. I've always wanted to kind of do that.
And then you buy the coffee shop.
And then you buy the coffee shop. You take that big risk that
give everybody a raise.
That your friend Lee Pepper talked about. We actually take action and do that thing. I really think there was something about seeing the two of them together because in many ways, Liam Neeson, of course, is funny and he plays against type all the time. But there was something about the two of them together is that the whole thing just felt and feels of this kind of gigantic second chance. The way they're looking at each other. The way they look at those pictures, guys, like I said, it will pass like everything passes and we move towards
maybe not.
Well, I mean just in time. I mean, like I said, at some point, one of them will pass, and shuffle off their mortal coil. But for that moment in time, if you look at that look, there is, even at the age of 73 and the age of 58, it's two people looking at each other, Lindsay, and even at that late date, both of them saying, my whole life is ahead of me. You can see it in their faces.
And also, do you think why it's working is the fact that Liam Neeson looked at Pamela Anderson one night longingly in the bedroom and said, I have a very particular set of skills.
Thank you.
That is the longest walk to a punchline I think you've ever engaged me on, and I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud of you, by the way. Lindsay Lawler will be here every Tuesday through Friday from 9 to 11 in the center and from 10 to 12 in the east on Road Gang Radio. Nicely done, my friend. Nicely done. You and I talked about something a couple of weeks ago that actually relates to what Vanessa was talking about. And guys, if you want to get in on this conversation, may I suggest
Please do.
You take the route of 615-292-6366.
That's you pick up your telephone and call 615-292-NEMO.
But you and I talked about something a couple of weeks ago about thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers.
Okay. I think
there's a difference in thoughts and prayers and thoughts and prayers.
Yeah.
Bless your heart.
I think we can actually make an addition to it and make thoughts and prayers utterly acceptable. You ready?
Please.
Thoughts and prayers followed soon by action.
Well, yeah. Here's the thing. The prayer can be the action if you actually make the prayer.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the idea that we're going to think about this, we're going to pray on this, and we're going to decide the best way to kind of move forward, what we can do to make a difference. Even if the only thing you do after thoughts and prayers is me coming to you, Lindsay, and going, look, I've thought long and hard about this, and I've had a lot of prayerful nights about what it is you're going through. And the best thing I can tell you is that I'm here to listen, or if there's anything you think I can do to help, please let me know. Sometimes that's the only wisdom forward. Sometimes you don't have to take control or like save the day. Sometimes, but you have to get to the end of the thoughts and prayers to kind of figure out what joy you can bring to somebody who's in a place of sadness. And that's kind of the thing. You're right, though. The action can be the prayer, telling you to
if you
back
make
up.
the prayer. Just because on Facebook I posted under your whatever you said, thoughts and prayers, or even worse, just put the emoji prayer hands. Come on, guys, you can do better than that. I'm not saying that isn't kind, that shows you are thinking, but then actually take the second step, which is actually making the prayer, sending them your love. I literally think that when I start to type out prayers, I'm like, do I have the space to actually sit here and pray for this person? Because if not, I'm not typing thoughts and prayers back to them. I feel that. Jerry, yes, Dre.
That's like the equivalent of saying K in a text message after
Oh,
someone
God,
just sent you a
it's
whole
so annoying.
passage.
Yeah.
Or just thumbsing it up.
Yeah.
Like, oh, God. That's very passive aggressive.
I have written back the following sentence. All of what you have said has really hit me. Don't read into my silence. I'm listening. Sometimes you get a text from people that is so heavy, or you get a reach out that is so like overwhelming. And it's just, I think, important.
You get those from me every day.
Oh, Lindsay, I will make you feel better. I think in terms of like what I call alarmist, catastrophist text messages, you're only the 6th ranked team in the country.
Oh,
as
okay,
far as
great.
No, I mean, trust me. My other favorite is, I'd rather get that from you. You know what fills me with dread and makes me really angry? Call me, period. It makes me nuts. We need to talk, period.
Ooh,
it makes
that's
me
terrifying.
nuts. And it's like, I literally, and he didn't mean to, John Maley, who I love, who's been on the show before, I just did a really fun podcast with him and Rebecca Brewster, where John is the host of what they call Supply Chain Squares, where they get a whole bunch of people in the supply chain industry together and they do Hollywood Squares. They do
Love
the whole Hollywood Squares. And so Rebecca and I were on the show. I did pretty darn good. I was pretty pleased with myself. I don't remember who won, which means it wasn't me. But I did pretty good.
Doesn't matter. If you didn't win, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
who
it
won.
doesn't matter. If you ain't first, you last.
You last.
But John actually texted me yesterday, and he said, call me. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not what he said. He said, I have some news.
Ooh.
Period. And I'm like, okay, John, don't do that. Is it good news? He said, of
Put
course.
good or bad in front of that word.
Yeah, and
in front of news.
Make it clear. Actually, it was really great news. It was about clicks and likes and a whole bunch of other stuff in regards to conversation. And John worked out the Truck to Success schedules that he's going to be there when I'm there. It was a lot of fun stuff. But I got to tell you, man, you get texts from people sometimes, Lindsay, and I'm like going, you are no longer allowed to text me ever.
Or when somebody calls you, when you know they're just a texter, and all of a sudden you see them calling, you're like, oh shoot, I probably should take this. Or I'm like, let me see what they say on the voicemail before I know which environment, if I do in fact want to take this call or not.
I have
It's like, what? Or it's like if my parents call late at night, you're like, oh wait, why are they calling at 10 or something? That's not a good sign.
I'm with you on that, man. If the phone now, my dad stays up late. If the phone rings after midnight, though, and I see either one of my parents' name, if I see my mom's name after midnight, or even after like 10 o'clock at night,
You assume she's out clubbing?
I do.
Yeah.
By the way. And by the way, she cuts a mean rug. That's the problem,
believe it.
though. People are on the dance floor dancing, and she's cutting rugs up and trying to remove it so people have a better floor to dance on. I don't know what that's all about.
That's rude.
Yeah, but the other thing is, it makes me really, really nuts in regards to texting and all that kind of stuff is when people actually send you a question mark, followed by a second question mark, followed by a third question mark because you haven't responded like within 15 minutes of their text. It just makes me nuts. And I realize, by the way, that there are people who always respond to you rapid fire. Have you ever been filled with a sense of dread when you text somebody who always texts back immediately and convince yourself they're angry at me for some reason? For some reason, they're angry at me. I know they are. Have you ever done that?
It's the problem with the red receipt, READ, as in I read that, not read the color. When people have their red receipts on and you know they normally respond and you can see they've read it and haven't responded.
Oh, yeah.
I overthink that.
The double check.
Big time. That's why I make sure my read receipt is not on. I don't want you to know if I've read your text or not.
Yeah.
It's my business.
Yeah, and I was thinking about this in regards to two things. One, there's been more and more discussions about people commuting to work and actually their bosses trying to maximize the time while they're in the car on their way to work to kind of have meetings with them. And the other thing I think of is the fact that now you can actually communicate when you're on a plane. It's becoming easier and easier to do that. And you and I talked about that at the airport as well, Lindsay. That just drives me nuts. I'm in complete agreement with you. If I remember correctly, you fall into my category, which is this is one of the few places I get to not get bothered. Please don't bother me. You know I'm in the air. You know I'm on a plane.
Yeah, on a plane. I always bring my laptop. I think I'm going to do work when I'm on a plane. And then I never do. I think I'll say even writing, I would consider that work in that regard. But in that space, I'm like, no, I put my headphones on, I put a playlist on, and then I either play my little game, my mind-bending word game on my phone, because that's where my brain finally can shut off. If I've just got music on and I'm playing a game, or which actually ends up making me tired and making me hopefully taking, even if it's like a 10-minute cat nap on a plane. But that's currently where I've gone to. I'd like to get back to the stage where I'm actually productive on a plane, but productive creatively on a plane is the space I'd like to get back to. But right now I'm in the hammock. I'm checking out with word games and or number games and listening to something cool on a plane. You sleep on a plane, don't you?
Out like a light. I can sleep on an attack helicopter. I mean, I literally, if I'm sitting up, I can fall asleep sitting up, and I don't fall asleep sitting up in that kind of slouching over way either. I can sleep absolutely straight up in the air. Do we have a phone call coming in here, Dre?
Yeah, we do. Why he's queuing? What was that? What?
Bruce Almighty!
All right,
Bruce Almighty. While he's queuing that phone call up, Jim, I want to tell you real quick, on a couple of years ago, Seamus was traveling. You know, he works with the Jackass crew and has been on that for a long time. And they were going to be making a international trip, a very long flight, I forget where. And so they all kind of settled in. And one of their buddies, too soon, took his sleeping pill, took an Ambien and popped an Ambien and probably a whiskey of some sort, and then found out that they weren't going to be able to take off for a bit. There was problems, so they sat on the tarmac. And so this guy, our buddy Trip, he falls asleep on the plane, and none of their other crew was asleep yet. So they all very maturely took a Sharpie and drew male body parts on his face.
Oh my God.
As one does. And he woke up mid-flight and got up to go to the bathroom, and everybody on the plane just started cheering for him because he was walking around with phallic things on his face. He had no idea that had happened. So that's what it's like to travel with the Jackass crew. Bruce Almighty, good morning, brother. What's happening? Where are you?
I'm in Abilene.
Abilene by morning.
It's Amarillo.
I know. Of course I know that. What's going on, brother?
Come on, Bruce. You know.
But there is another Abilene song, I think, too, or something.
Oh, Abilene, why can't you be true?
Come on, Lindsay.
Oh,
That's
Abilene.
Maybelline.
Oh, right.
Well, Maybelline, too. Hey, I was just going to say that was a great show at Tiffany yesterday. Made me feel, a few years younger.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Thank you for listening, by the way, Tiffany. I think we're alone now. Thank you for listening. Did you heard a good chunk of it, if not the whole thing?
Oh, yeah. I know it kind of started off and on, but then I just waited.
Well, answer me this then, Bruce, because after every one of these, I say to Jim, I wish we could have gone deeper. And he's like, come on. They talked about divorce and people in their life dying and alcoholism. Like, you're doing what you want. Did you feel like you heard some things from Tiffany that you maybe wouldn't have known or expected?
Oh, yeah. Especially as, you get older, different experiences, not just the young teenager bop stuff, because I think that's what everybody remembers, but it was good to hear the, I guess the afterlife, after all that's been gone, that you learn about her life.
Awesome. Good. Well, because that's the goal of the show to, for me though, it's of course to be encouraged to write stuff down. Do you at all, Bruce, do you ever, I'm going to try to come up, Jim, with another word than journal, because I think that there's a certain negative connotation around the word. inventory. Yeah, even if it's just like, hey, I got to jot down these things to get them out of my mind and move on. It could be lists or whatever. Do you ever take pen to paper or go to your notes section on your phone just to clear stuff out of your head?
I probably just do it all in my mind. A little bit of meditation, a little bit of quiet time. I don't really jot it down.
Well, I would like to encourage you, after you have that quiet time, and encourage anybody listening, and not because I'm a Pollyanna woo-woo, because I think from a very practical sense, when I just write some stuff down that's out of my head and I look back later, I will see, I'm like, oh, this is sort of guidance for me to, down from the littlest things to what I need at the grocery store, down to the biggest things, be like, oh, this is guidance to my soul is wanting me to go do this project, go call this person, whatever. I don't know. I work a lot of stuff out by writing it down. So maybe try it for a couple weeks and just see.
I will try that out.
Thank you. Let me know how it goes.
On another note, for Jimmy Mack, just a nice thank you for Claire Marie with all the lineups that y'all had. She's doing an awesome job.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And let me make another kind of brag on Claire. The thing is, like, Ringo Starr had to play drums for 3 musicians, separately for 3 musicians. And what Claire has to do is literally field suggestions from 3 people, sometimes from other people around here, while at the same time guessing to what Lindsay and I are going to like. And so today's a great example of that collaboration, of her maintaining the relationships with the first series of guests that we had on the show, and then literally was a great example of her teaming up with Lindsay handing over Lee to Claire and letting Claire set them all up, and then turning around and then linking them up with the Bruja, and making the decision that those actually would work together. So I really appreciate that. I know that Claire will as well too. Thank you, man.
And everything else has been sounding great, getting better every day.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Bruce.
Please tell other people. This is what I keep saying too when I post the link to go listen or whatever. I just say, please, guys, make sure you follow it. It's free to do. Follow, save it as a pre-save, share it with somebody else. It is, and I mean this with as dramatic as it's going to sound. I mean it. Y'all sharing it, y'all listening is how we can continue to produce this show free for our listeners and give you this content. We cannot do that if you don't listen and share. So thank you, Bruce Almighty, for being one of our big supporters and friends. I'm going to call you friends.
And I can say it too, Lindsay, an original member of the reconstituted Road Gang. Bruce falls in there, as does Marshall, as does Trucker Bosun. A lot of the people over in that chat, also on Facebook, have been really instrumental in launching this platform. You launched this platform, Bruce. Marshall launched this platform, and everybody else did as well too. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
You too.
You too, friend.
Really well said, Lindsay, in regards to that. And by the way, we're going to turn these last few moments here, unless you've got something deep that you would like to also add, Lindsay, into kind of a PBS moment.
We've only got three minutes left. I'd like to talk about the meaning of life.
Yeah, and the meaning of life is, if you want to keep talking about the meaning of life and the meaning of trucking and the meaning of the road, it's not just a matter of you guys. This is the price you pay. We don't ask you for your money. What we're asking you for is a little bit of sharing. Our good friend Diver Driver shares almost every show we do on Facebook in the morning, as does Joe J. A number of our friends out there, Rebecca Brewster, as you've seen, has been an incredible supporter of our early efforts to kind of get this whole platform launched. And that's how we're going to do it. We're going to do it through a grassroots effort, and at some point the engine will turn over, but you will always have been a member of the reconstituted Road Gang in its initial form, and that's a really groovy thing.
Groovy. You know what else is groovy? Trucking with Oida, which is coming up next here at 11 o'clock, just in about 5 minutes, because it's 11 o'clock on the dot that we start that show every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Trucking with Oida joining us next. This show has been such a #balance for what we're doing and launching over here and what we're up to, Jim. What are these guys up to at RadioNemo? What are they up to? Well, they're up to making a living, making a life, keeping it light and bright and fun, also going deep, also getting vulnerable, and also keeping it practical and informative with Trucking with OIDA.
And by the way, really quickly, our good friends Scott and Ashley are going to be talking with Andrew King of the OIDA Foundation. He's going to be previewing their Truck to Success seminars, and plus the discussion of what happens when tragedy strikes and a trucker doesn't have a safety net. Courtney Neiman and Diane Hutzel of the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, an organization that Dave Nemo founded, are going to be talking with our friends Ashley and Scott on Trucking with OIDA. Really quickly, before we shuffle off this radio coil, Lindsay, I want to tell you about the first half of the show, and then maybe we can dig into the second half as well. Of course, we start off with Pastor John. Rick Mihalik is going to return, by the way, as NACFE continues its ongoing discussions with us, and he will be talking about 4Gen, is another company that he was embedded with, talking about what he saw while he was over there. Tony Stewart is going to be with us. He's got a new book called Carrying the Tiger. We'll be talking about that in detail. Chris Gonzalez, who actually stopped by studio before, is stopping by on the air, joining us. He's going to be here for our military segment we do through Fastport. And then at 9 in the center, 10 in the east, Lindsay Lawler joins us as we make a life on Road Gang Radio.
We make a life, and we'll talk to a new friend. David Avalone is joining. I think I said that right. Avalone. He's joining us. He's a comic writer and a filmmaker, so he'll be on with us at 10 o'clock tomorrow, talking about his work on that show Bat Wheels, which is a animated kids TV series on HBO Max, and so much else. It'll be fun.
Yeah, he's had a wonderful career, and he's got a father who he's a legacy. He's actually got some great stories to tell from the old days as well too. And then we're going to close it all out as we always do with a little bit of both kinds.
Both kinds?
And a little bit of all kinds.
Oh, okay.
That means country and western music news with our good friend Lindsay Lawler. Oh, wait, that's you.
Hey, girl.
And that's all part of Road Gang Radio, coming up on August the 9th of 2025. And a quick reminder.
It worked! My time machine works.
Oh, my God. If they actually end up playing the OIDA from August the 7th of 2025 at the end of this show, then everything will be reset to the proper timeline. I'm very excited about the prospects.
Let's see if it happens. Thank you, Madison with the T, and Dr. Phone Master Dre. No, Phone Master Dr. Dre. We'll put it that way for keeping us on the ones and the twos. Everybody make it a great day. Get home safe. That's what we're all here about. We're just trying to walk each other home. We're just trying to drive each other home here on Road Game Radio. We'll see y'all tomorrow morning.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The road to success can be bumpy for an owner-operator, but there is a playbook to make the ride a little smoother.
And when tragedy strikes, many truck drivers don't have a safety net. We speak with the organization making sure someone catches them. Welcome to Trucking with OIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
Ashley, good to see you.
Nice to see you.
We've seen each other before now,
Yeah.
so I don't know why we're saying that. But hey, pleasantries.
It makes it sound nice on radio.
It does, yeah, there you go. We're going to cover some of the latest trucking news, as we often do here in just a moment, Ashley. But did you see the story? I wanted to talk about this a little bit, about an alien spacecraft maybe, that just entered our solar system.
These are the stories that I'm like, I'm going to stop and read this. I did see it.
Yeah. So there was an object, I guess, recently discovered in space that we should note most scientists say is probably a comet or some
majority.
sort of the majority, the great majority, the vast majority. However, there's a Harvard scientist who isn't so sure. So this has been dubbed 3I Atlas. We know a few things about it. We know it came from outside the solar system. We know it's going to pass close to the sun at the end of October, and it's also going to pass by Jupiter and Mars, and I think Venus at some point as well. But this Harvard scientist, Avi Loeb, says this is taking such an unusual course. He's not ruling out the idea that it could be an alien spacecraft. He says it appears to be intelligently directed, I think is the word that he used there. And that if it is an alien spacecraft, this is the thing that gets me,
We need to be
watch out.
prepared.
We got to be prepared. Yeah.
I mean, he's got some street cred. This isn't some crazy guy on TikTok.
Well, he's a Harvard professor. Apparently he's a believer, I guess.
Yeah.
And he said before he's had some evidence of.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Convinced anymore. I don't know either. I'm the person who believes that there is somewhere out there. I don't think that they visited us necessarily.
Do you think the government has stuff?
I don't know. I do think, I mean, in the entire universe, there has to be some sort of life out there, right?
You start thinking about space, though. That's just like
it's a mind.
My mind is like I can't comprehend.
No, and I don't think you're designed to comprehend it.
So is this
is the end
possibly going to arrive on October 29th? What are we thinking?
The end. No, I think it's passing close to the sun on October 29th. But
hopefully not too close.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, I mean, that could be the end of the alien spacecraft. I don't know. The long story short, this could be the end of everything. Who knows? And in that case,
we'll find out.
Yeah, I guess we're going to find out.
Okay.
Let's also find out some trucking news,
All right.
shall we?
Let's do that.
Yeah.
This is a little less exciting.
Oh, okay.
Looking at diesel prices, almost unchanged from a week ago. Diesel sits at $3.80 a gallon. According to the Energy Information Administration, diesel went down just slightly in 7 areas they cover. It went up 3 areas, just about 1 cent. The cheapest, of course, the Gulf Coast, average of $3.44 a gallon. And the highest in California, almost $5. It's $4.94 a gallon there.
Wait a second. Do you think the government's hiding alien technology?
I mean, there's documentaries about it. I just started the Netflix one on when they stormed Area 51, which I love how I don't recall any of these events, but...
Oh, yeah, that was like 10 years ago or something.
Yeah, I think so,
They all got arrested, and I don't think they didn't make it in.
I haven't finished the Netflix
spoiler alert,
documentary.
I'm sorry. It's only been
I just started
It's only been 11 years. I'm sorry.
I don't know why I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't think they got anywhere.
Well,
Well, I mean,
you're
if
spoiling
they had found aliens, you would have heard about it.
Maybe.
So I don't think that they,
Maybe.
I don't know. Don't get too excited. I think you might be a little disappointed.
Okay.
Quite a transition there from diesel prices to alien spacecraft, and back now to used truck prices. Ashley, we continue to look for indicators that the market is improving because, as we've talked about before, it's all connected one way or another. That includes diesel prices, which you just talked about there. It also includes used truck prices as well. And something interesting just happened with the data there. This comes from ACT Research, which is reporting that the average retail price for a used Class 8 truck rose in June. The average came in at just a little over $60,000 in June, up more than 10% from the price a year earlier, and about a 6% higher average than the May numbers reflect there. And again, that is noteworthy here because it's the first year-over-year increase of used truck prices since December of 2022. Now, what does that tell us? The VP of ACT Research, Steve Tam, said in their report that this is probably, he thinks, a result of the overall volatility and uncertainty that we're seeing throughout the market and have been here for several months now. Also worth noting, though, that the used trucks that were sold in June did not have as many miles on them, about 403,000 miles on average, down about 5% from a year earlier. So again, we keep looking at all these numbers that are floating around from, different agencies and different companies are reporting them to look for signs. This is one sign that, again, people are kind of still, dealing with the, what do we do with the current situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The American Transportation Research Institute recently came out with a study on the shortage of qualified diesel techs in trucking. According to ATRI, 65% of shops were understaffed this year with a lack of qualified techs. They said they found that a little over half of the techs are entering their career with no formal training, and even those who are trained are still unqualified in some areas. The most common barrier they found was for techs was the high cost of acquiring tools, followed by the lack of technology, insufficient pay, and poor shop mentorship. The goal of the study, Atri said, is to help trucking shops identify not only where they and their training program can improve, but also to better leverage the industry's strengths. And I'm sure this stuff is, these studies are good for these industries that I'm assuming aren't crunching numbers and looking for data.
Yeah.
Just for them to understand, how can they do better? How can they,
Yeah.
Try to get more people?
Oh yeah, they
in
certainly
there?
feel it.
Oh, yeah,
And
I'm
studies
sure.
like this again, kind of paint a more full picture
Mhm.
for them, I think,
What's
as
going
well.
on.
It also speaks to the fact that this country, really would benefit from investing in vocational tech
Yeah,
programs.
for sure.
VOTEC, which has kind of gone away, I think, at least since I was in high school, which has been
Mm.
a little while. But this is a perfect example
Yeah,
of
we need these.
yeah, we definitely need
Yeah.
them, and it's a good profession, and be curious to look into that report a little bit more. Let's talk cautionary tales now, Ashley. Although I'm sure none of our listeners would do anything like this, but this comes to us out of Colorado, where the owner of a trucking company was just sentenced to nearly 2 years in prison for leading a scheme that centered around submitting fraudulent invoices to a contractor that was providing services for a Colorado electrical utility company. Prosecutors say Henry Lozano, who owned Lozano Trucking out of Fort Lupton, got away with about $1.5 million in kickbacks, but he didn't get away from the long arm of the law here. Two others involved in the scheme also going to prison, one for 30 months, another for 25, all taking plea deals. So I think they knew that the jig was up here. But it always strikes me when these things happen, I'm thinking, what? Like,
What are you thinking?
what are you thinking? Like, I mean, I
Also-
guess it's fun until you get caught. I don't
Yeah.
know.
The last name Lozano, I feel like he missed an opportunity there for like
Yeah.
an Italian restaurant or something.
Oh, well, I mean, hey, after he gets out of prison, I
Maybe
don't-
that's something
maybe
you can
that's-
consider.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, there you go. Maybe you should
Uh,
reach out to him.
Maybe I
Yeah,
will.
maybe you will.
Transition Trucking Award. This is one of the, I think, the coolest.
Yeah.
One of the coolest awards. I know there's many
Yeah.
in trucking, but the semifinalists have been announced in the Transition Trucking Award program. That is a program that honors military veteran drivers that have gotten into trucking. It's been around for about 10 years now. The 12 finalists have been announced, and they will be recognized during the Veterans Ready Summit in Washington, D.C. They're also attending a ceremony at the National Veterans Memorial and Museum in Ohio. The grand prize for the winner of this is a new Kenworth T680 with a 76-inch sleeper and the latest amenities, which
Fully
sounds
decked
like
out.
pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Pretty cool prize. And something else that's neat about this, the public actually gets to have a little bit of a say on who will win. Voting period is from November 1st through the 11th, and this happens before it goes to the selection committee who decides the winner, which I'm sure is not an easy thing to do because, yeah, if you go on the website, all their stories and, how
Yeah,
they
yeah.
served and then got into trucking
Yeah.
are just incredible. The last year's
Admirable.
winner was quoted actually saying that, he thought coming out of the military, you fade away, no one thinks of you anymore. But he said this award is proof that that's not true. So for more information on that, you can head to transitiontrucking.org and read all about the stories there.
It's so cool. You kind of said there are a lot of great awards that are out there. This one especially is cool for the reasons that
Yeah.
you mentioned there. But it is so cool to go through each person's story
Yeah.
to see their path and
Yeah.
find out how they made it. And as we've talked about before, the trucking industry has a lot of veterans
So many
working in
ties.
it. Yeah, so many ties. I can't remember the most recent number I saw, but the percentage is pretty high.
Yeah.
Great profession for those folks. And yeah, go check out their stories, check out the contest itself. And I think voting open now? I can't recall.
It said November 1st through the 11th.
Okay, so it
you
will open
got
up
a
at
little
some
bit,
point.
but yeah, definitely head back on there when that time comes.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Yeah, we are going to talk with, here in just a moment, Andrew King of the OIDA Foundation.
Mhm.
We have talked before with him about a number of things. They're involved. They've got their fingers in a lot of pies.
Yes.
One of them is the Truck to Success seminar that's coming up in October. We're talking about it now because there's actually an early bird registration deadline that's coming up. Really good opportunity to kind of get your foot in the door there.
Good deal.
And if you're, a company driver looking to go out on your own, if you're already an owner operator and want some tips on how to improve your business, it's a great spot for that. We're also going to talk with Courtney Neiman and Diane Hutzel of the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund in a little bit as well to talk about their mission. Looking forward to that as well. So a lot of show coming up, Ashley. Trucking with OIDA coming up right after this short commercial break with Andrew King of the OIDA Foundation.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit HowsProducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
And welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Ashley, we were talking about Andrew King, and we've actually got him in the studio here. Truck to Success is coming up in October.
It's coming up.
Coming up before that is the early bird registration for people who want to take advantage of that. So let's get right into it with Andrew King, the director of the OIDA Foundation. Andrew, let's start kind of with the basics here. For people who may not be familiar with what this seminar is, tell us about it and everything it entails.
Well, it's kind of in the name, actually, if you think
all right.
about it.
Well, that's all our time.
We're done. But the idea behind it is, we've noticed over the years, and it's kind of a common feature. It doesn't seem to change much, even depending on what's going on in the market. People who enter into trucking, unfortunately, there's a lot of failure that takes place. The failure rates are very high. And so we wanted to bring in this opportunity for education and learning to show people not only how to do it, like from someone who's maybe a company driver who's interested in becoming an owner-operator, or maybe even someone who's already leased on who might want to get their own authority, but also if you should do it or if you can do it.
Those are important questions.
Those are very important.
Maybe the most important questions.
Correct, because, we call it Truck to Success, and then someone always will ask, what's the success rate, But as always, success looks different to different people. And so we want to make sure that not only do you know how to do it, but to figure out if you really can do it. So an initial investment up front, but in the end, it could potentially save you lots, So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Well, when you talk about that success or that failure rate, I guess if you're a glass half full or glass empty kind of person, but the failure rate for people that kind of just jump in is really high because there is a lot of stuff that you haven't even thought about that you got to deal with.
Absolutely. So we have from our own numbers from, pulling data in-house, the failure rate during certain times is around 30%. Government figures show about similar, but they also show they go out a little bit further. So by 5 years, over 50% of all trucking businesses are going to fail. So that's pretty significant. Obviously, people get into trucking to have a career. Sometimes it's not always their first career, but they want to make it last. So we want to make sure that they are able to do that as well. And so equipping them on things they might not have any idea about, things that, especially if you're a company driver or maybe you're even leased on and there's like certain things that your motor carrier does or asks of you that's like, gosh, it's so annoying. Like, just leave me alone, And now you come to learn like, oh, that's why they're doing that.
Now I have to do that.
Now I have to do that to myself and potentially, some people, they also want to expand. They want to have people leased onto them, or maybe they want to have a small fleet. So you definitely need to know this stuff if that's your desire.
I'm curious. We're in such an age now where I feel like anybody who wants to learn anything, they can go on YouTube. Heck, they could probably go on TikTok. Do you
AI.
AI, yeah. Do you find obviously like this 3-day event? It entails everything you need to know that you're not going to find in one place on YouTube, right?
Exactly. Yes, and that summarizes it very well. One, it's all in one place, but two, and I liken this to kind of AI for anyone who's ever used it. It will lie to you. Everything that it says is not necessarily true.
It tells
or
you what you
correct.
want to hear sometimes.
It does. And so going to sources like YouTube, even where you have people who've been drivers, but it's just different because we have been doing this for 50 years and we have different aspects of the business that we know very, very well because we're doing it day in and day out. There's things that people, I'm sure that they know, but there's things that they don't know or they think that they know and it's just wrong. And so that's, again, why I would highly recommend something like Truck to Success, because you're talking to the experts. These people do it every single day. And then we are bringing in outside people who specialize in certain things like, setting up your business entity and how to keep your tax exposure low so you can make the most profit. Or we're going to have another individual, John Mall from Triple T Transport, come in and talk about the ups and downs of trucking because he's been in the industry from a long time from a different perspective, not just a carrier point of view, but from a broker and shipper point of view, which is what you need to know. You need to know that stuff. And you're only going to find that here.
To Ashley's point, and if you could talk a little bit more, Andrew, about and it's a 3-day course, but it's intensive. Like you go from A to Z through what you've got to do if you want to become an owner operator. Talk about what that looks like. Talk about some of the things that are discussed. I mean, business plan, taxes. It runs the gamut, but kind of run through the list if you would.
Sure, yeah, we can do that. So the first day is really designed for someone who is a company driver or even someone who's leased on already to know what to do to kind of set up the foundation to take that next step. So that's where we're going to talk about creating a business plan, which is a segment that I do. We're also talking about how to spec a new truck or what to look for in a used truck. I know some people might already have a vehicle, but you can always learn something. We're also going to talk about the dangers of lease purchases and what to look for if you're going to lease onto a carrier, and the regulations of how to protect yourself so you don't get yourself into a really bad contract. Again, we have people who do that day in, day out. So they have so much good practical knowledge and wisdom there. Day number 2 is really, day 1 is pretty full, but day 2 is like, it's so much.
It's like what, Andrew? Say that again?
Good sound effect.
Yeah. But anyway, this day is really focused on how to become your own carrier. So there are so many regulations. It's ridiculous. And if you do not do it right, you might get by for a time.
You're going to pay a price.
But you are going to pay for it later. And you do not want to start off on the wrong foot. So this day, we're going to talk about authority, permits, and licensing, business structure, insurance, claims. Hopefully you never have to have a claim, but what do you do if that happens? Drug and alcohol testing. There's so much in that second day. It's so much. And then the third day is a little bit an easier day in a sense, but this is how we kind of take that next step to, okay, how do you apply it? How do you be successful? What are some tools and some things that you can use to actually improve your business to make sure you stay in business? Because again, like kind of what we cover even in the first day a little bit, just kind of setting the tone is people succeed even in down markets and people fail even when things are going really well. So how do you navigate that storm, the ups and downs, in order to be successful no matter what's going on in the market? And you can do that. You can protect your business and yourself. And so that third day is really designed to kind of go into that sort of stuff.
One thing I found unique about Truck to Success is, you have these people up front speaking, but then also like breaks, lunches, heck, even in the evenings. I know like the tax guy will like hang out. You can ask questions. That's pretty unique, I think, for most.
Absolutely. The networking, like kind of what you're getting at, is really big. And we're going to expand on that a little bit this year to have a little bit make it more accessible to talk to the people who are sharing, because sometimes, we have periods of time for questions, but sometimes people don't really like doing that.
Ask a question in front of the class kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna actually set up some booths and have some more of it, like make it more of an experience, so that you can, in between in the breaks and stuff, we can make those individuals more accessible, so you can sit down and even we would love to be able to kind of provide some bundles for things, because obviously we're educating, but we also offer some of these things as well. I mean, the primary thing is education, but if you did want to, Nick, take those steps, then we'll be able to offer some of that too. It's kind of the hope.
There's kind of two scenarios, and the thing I think is interesting, among other things, about this particular seminar is that you're not doing like the YouTube, TikTok AI thing where you're sugarcoating things.
Yeah.
There are some things that you cover there that I think open people's eyes quite a bit. And what you find is that some people afterward decide, okay, I am ready for this. This is the right time. Let's go for it. And they do, take those next steps and do what we're going to do. You have another group too that kind of go in and come to a very different realization, which I think, and I think you would agree, is
Still a
equally
success.
important and still a success. Yeah, exactly. Talk a little bit about that, because I think that's a super important thing that people go in with all the knowledge that they need.
In some ways, it might even be more of a success. It just kind of depends on how you look at it. But we don't want to scare people.
Yeah.
But in some ways, like you said, we want to be very, very real. And you'll hear that time and time again throughout the seminar. And it, without fail, every year, there is somebody who has this desire to be a fleet owner or something along those lines. And then after hearing day one, it's like, well, no, I think I'm going to maybe I'll just get my own authority. And then after day two, it's, well, maybe I think I should just stay leased on, and that is not a failure. I mean, knowing where you are, understanding your own weaknesses and your own strengths, what you can and cannot do, that takes a strong character to be able to do that. And then we want to be able to provide that information, because there's so much stuff you just don't know that you don't know.
Yeah.
And that's where we kind of seek to provide. And so, we don't want to sugarcoat it. We don't want you to just jump in and get all of these things, get insurance and get your authority and all that stuff, even though that could profit in a business sense. That really isn't what's best for you. And so for me personally, I hate it when people sell you stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I just had someone come to my door the other day and they're so pushy. That is not us. We're not pushing you to go and do this. You should jump in. You should get your own authority. No, it's, please evaluate this very carefully. These are all the what could be a benefit. There is a lot of reward to taking more risk. But again, the risk is also important to consider.
Yeah. And it may just be a thing where they realize, I'm not ready now, but
correct.
I have this information.
Yeah.
A year from now, maybe it's time, and that they can help. That helps them make that decision too.
And we do allow, because there is a lot of information. So we give we have the recordings of this as well, and so we give that to them. They have access to that for a year, so they can go back and review, and maybe next year is when they pull the trigger on taking that next step.
And one quick thing too, you talk about company drivers. I think probably being the main, or I guess the primary group that joins, right? What I love too is I've been to a couple. You occasionally will have somebody who has been an owner-operator for 10, 15, 20. I think I met a guy who had been doing it for 30 years.
Yep.
And I asked him, I said, well, what do you, I assume you're doing pretty well. What are you doing here? He's like, there's always something to learn, especially the new stuff that comes out.
Exactly.
So I think that's a valuable thing to point out as well.
It is for everyone. Everyone has something you can learn. I mean, we're always learning, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Early bird registration for anybody listening who may be interested in joining. Give us the details on that.
So if you are interested in more information or would like even to register, you can go to www.trucktosuccess.com. And there you can get a little bit more information. There is an early bird special. So if you sign up before September 1st, you get $50 off plus a year's membership. So basically it's a value of about $100 off the price. In person is $600, and you can bring a guest. And some of that cost is really also because we provide food, we provide snacks, and we do this all in the Marriott, just close to us.
Yep.
And
Down the road.
And you don't have to go there as far as like booking a room, but if you do, you can get a discount as well. And then
Ashley has a very strong endorsement of the hotel,
So I
by
went
the way.
like 2-3 years ago now.
Uh-huh.
The breakfast, the bacon.
She has not
it's
stopped
good.
talking about the bacon.
Food
It
is
is
very
like
good, actually.
easily the best bacon I've ever had in my entire life.
So there's an extra selling point.
yeah.
There it is.
for you.
Just come
Like
for the
I
bacon.
want to go this
Just
year
come for the
just
bacon.
for the
Come
bacon.
come for the bacon and learn how to make bacon. Do we come up with a new slogan?
wow.
I like it.
No,
I don't know.
Andrew
I
doesn't
don't
like
know.
it. He's being
Well.
nice. He's being like AI. He's telling me what I want to hear.
That's
So
fine.
anyway, the details. If you want to,
Yeah, one last thing though
Yeah,
is it's not just in person. You can sign up for online because I understand it is a commitment. 3 days.
Sure.
That's a big deal. Coming to the middle of the country. So we could also have the online version as well.
truck2success.com
Yes.
is the place to go for more information. And if you want to register, you can do everything there as well.
Correct.
And if you have questions, they can call OIDA,
Yep.
816-229-5791. Ask for you, maybe?
Yep, me or Charles, either one, and you could also email me. So
There you
it's
go.
Andrew_King@ooida.com.
Andrew, we appreciate it. We will obviously talk to you before and after the
Yeah.
event itself, but we appreciate your time and take care.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to say goodbye to you, Andrew King of the OID Foundation. Ashley,
All
wanna
I
go
can
get-
think about now is bacon.
well, let's
I'm gonna run up to the Marriott.
We got about
and,
3 minutes before we're back, so
right.
that should be enough time.
See if
But
I'll make
yeah, we'll do that, and we're back right after this.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
And welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Ashley, you and I looked through a lot of stories on trucking, obviously. I saw one recently about a truck driver who got seriously injured in a wreck. And in the local media story that covered it, they spoke with the man's wife, who said she had to start a GoFundMe to pay for the medical bills and everything else, which, as you can imagine,
were
was
astronomical.
sky high, of
Yeah.
course. I actually reached out on that page to suggest that she check out the nonprofit our next two guests work for, because this is what they do. Diane Hutzel is the director of philanthropy, and Courtney Neiman is the executive director of the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, and they join us on the line now. Courtney and Diane, I hope you both know what you've gotten yourselves into.
Well, I listened to part of y'all when I was eating lunch, so.
Good.
Oh, yeah, to today's show, or was it another one?
Part of the latest one and the one before that.
Oh, all right, cool. All right. And you still decided to talk to us. So,
that's
hey,
good. That's a good sign. I did. I'm a glutton for punishment.
All right, we'll take that as an endorsement. We'll put that on our page.
Yeah.
I listened to the show and I still
came.
Yeah, and still decided that she wanted to talk with us. So, hey, we're doing something right. Well, first off, Diane and Courtney, thanks so much for taking the time to speak with us. We appreciate that.
Thank you for having us.
And I'm going to start here with kind of an overarching question, because Ashley and I are familiar with what you do there at the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. There may be folks out there who are new to the industry, may not be familiar with what you do. So I think to start, can you just talk a little bit about what you do there to help so many people out there?
Sure. So we are a nonprofit organization. We've been around for 18 years. We are nationwide, and we help over-the-road semi-truck drivers when they have had an injury or an illness that has occurred within the last year. So 365 days that has caused them to be out of work. We are able to help them with free health and wellness programs, but also we can help out financially as well.
Now, you mentioned 18 years ago you got started. How did the St. Christopher's Fund come to be?
Yeah.
So we had a Dr. John in our community. He was doing the exams for drivers and just saw many drivers come in who were dealing with a lot of health issues. And at the time, our executive director, who was Donna Kennedy, she was doing her doctoral thesis with him, and they got to talking, and he finally just kind of said, well, we need to start a foundation, and we need to help people out. And he looked at Donna and said, and you're going to be in charge. And so there's a little bit more to the story than that.
Sure.
But that's how it came to be. And the way we got our name, he said, who's the saint, the one, that is over the traveling? And she said, St. Christopher? And he said, yeah, and that's what we're going to name it.
Wow.
So,
St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. Yeah. Also the patron saint, I learned of toothache, among other things. I thought that was interesting.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Toothache, athletics, and bachelors, apparently. So, hey, I don't...
Those are so random.
Yeah, do with that what you will, I guess. I thought it was interesting. Obviously, you are focused on truck drivers. And Courtney, you kind of talked about it there. And Ashley, you were wondering how this all got started here. I think it is worth talking a little bit about the reality for folks out there. The reality that was there 18 years ago is still the reality for a lot of folks now, a lot of truck drivers out there. And the need is there because a lot of them don't really have health insurance, right? And that's a big part of why you are doing, I suppose, what you are doing.
Correct. Then do not have health insurance, whether it be the company that they work for doesn't provide them, or if they're a owner independent, they just don't have the financial means. And so we're just kind of here to help them when they're in that crisis of needing just a little bit of help. Everybody needs a little bit of help from time to time throughout life. There's nothing wrong with that. And so that's what we're here to do. This is kind of help them through that little bit until, maybe their short-term benefits kick in, or their long-term disability or something like that, or they're able to get back on the road and start driving again.
Do you have any examples of, the type of people who have been helped by the organization over the years?
Yeah, we've had some, they're heartwarming, but they're terrible stories in the end. And we just had recently a driver, and he came off the road and he was in the shower and he fell, and he's a quadriplegic now and obviously can't work at all. So we were able to assist them. We've had people that have cancer and they're doing treatment where they have said, if it weren't for you guys, we would have lost our home. And so, it's not just the truck driver that we're helping. You're talking about their spouses, their wives, their husbands, their children. We've got people that are raising their grandchildren. And so that, it's my favorite part of what we do is actually getting to hear those stories of, this is what you did for me. And it just, for me anyway, it makes me work a little bit harder. It's like I said, they're sad stories, but at the end, there's hopefully a good ending.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious about that too, because this is a kind of situation. It would be great if you didn't have to exist, if that makes sense, because that would mean that everybody's already taken care of. And, if something were to happen, they wouldn't have to worry about this aspect.
Yeah, that's Lindsay, who's our health and wellness coordinator. And I'm director of philanthropy, so it's my job to make sure we have those funds come in that we can then turn around and write checks to drivers. And she's told me, she's like, I want to put you out of business because of the health programs that we do offer. We want to keep everybody healthy on the front end. People don't realize the health issues that drivers have. They live a sedentary life, but with that comes the fact that, they have a hard time eating healthy. So you have diabetes, you have a lot of heart disease. Your truck driver lives 16 years less than just a person that, works at Lowe's or works in an office. They have a much shorter lifespan. They are more prone to prostate cancer. And so people don't really think about, all the things that are brought to you every day. The 73% of the things that you use every day is brought to you by a truck driver. And so she's like, I want to put you out of business. We want to keep everybody healthy. And she's done a phenomenal job with the nicotine cessation. About 50% of those that have started that program have continued to not be a smoker. We've had people that have lost, so much weight by trying to eat better, that, have gotten off medication for their diabetes. So I'm with her. Like, I would love to be able to put myself out of a job that we, but that's her goal is to let's keep them healthy so we don't have to, give them money because they're having cancer treatments or whatnot.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned your job is to, make sure there's enough funding there to help. Where does that funding come from? Is it solely donations?
It is. The bulk of that is solely donations. We do get grants and foundation money from folks that reach out that see what we do in the community. We're kind of one of a kind. And like I said, all of the things that we offer are completely free. Any truck driver that can apply for that qualifies, we just help them. And so we do have some amazing partners within our community. Travel Centers of America, they're actually getting ready to host a golf tournament that we're going to be getting funds from in a couple of weeks. Loves Truck Stops. We have just amazing people pilot that see what we do and want to take care of their drivers. They see that they're an investment. If without their drivers, they're stranded. Their trucks are not going to be on the road. So we do have a lot of corporate sponsors, and then we do have a huge portion of our donors. They're trucking families. That's ones when I talk to them, I get to speak with them. I always ask, well, how did you hear about us? What's motivated you to give to the cause? And then I had one said that, I'm a driver and I don't need you now, but I might one day. So I want to make sure you're there. I've had another said, well, my son-in-law had a heart attack and you guys helped him and my daughter. So I want to, support you guys. So we do have a lot of individual truck drivers out there that even if it's $5 a month, and we do have that, they support the drivers, and I love and thank them just as equally as I do that those that write me a check for $100,000. Now, I'm not going to turn that $100,000 check down. So if you guys, wanted to just send us a big check, I wouldn't say no to that. But every dollar, every cent that we get, the bulk of it goes right back to the trucking and those drivers that keep us moving and keep the country running.
Yeah, Diane, sorry, I forgot my checkbook today, but otherwise I'd write that for you.
Well, here's the thing. You can go online. We do take credit cards.
You called me on it.
And PayPal. I tell you, I'm shameless when it comes to my drivers.
Well,
that's good.
Let me backtrack then some more. It won't be $100,000, but yes, that is a good point. Yeah, you can do it online too.
You can.
Yeah. to that point, and Courtney, you can maybe speak to this as well too. Diane, you were kind of talking about just the overwhelming sense of community among the trucking community, and just how giving a community is. Ashley, we were talking about the Texas flooding recently and covering that, and you see all these trucking companies and truck drivers who are willing to step up, and help, and make sure that everybody's doing okay in the way that they can. That you must see that time and time again, every day, every week. Just the sense of what's the word I'm looking for? Just generosity that the trucking community has. Can you talk a little bit about how that takes form and what you see there, and just what it means to see that on a daily basis?
Well, I can tell you, we went to a truck show recently, and just the environment, it felt like family. I mean, it was just everybody was there to have a good time, and they were giving each other a hard time. But I never have felt just so welcomed into a group, and that was my first truck show I had been to since taking the new position as the executive director. And I got welcomed. Let me introduce you. Do you know so-and-so? You can just tell that it's family. They may not be family that they see each other every day. They may not be family that communicate all the time, but wherever they are, they're family. And that's the biggest thing that I think I've seen out of this industry.
Yeah. Diane, do you want to speak to that too?
Yeah, I mean, I've done nonprofit for over a quarter of a century, and I agree wholeheartedly with Courtney that this group of people, truck drivers, you are never going to get a more welcoming, amazing, and real group of people that you get to work with, and it makes my job even more pleasurable. I'll tell you, I was 8 days into this job as director of philanthropy when I went to my first truck show, and so it was. I got pushed into the deep end, but it was fantastic. And like she said, they welcome you with open arms, and it's kind of funny because when I travel, and where I travel to work, it's crazy. It's crazy traffic on the interstate, and you get around these big rigs. And it used to be a little intimidating because you're like, oh, these things are so huge and they're just roaring down the road. But then now that I know these guys, and I kind of can see as I've talked to drivers of like, okay, well, this is why when we're coming up on an exit, we slow down or we do this or we do that. You can kind of see how they're taking care of all of us in our little tiny cars. It's kind of like a big brother watching you, but in a good way. And so, like I said, it is wonderful, the sense of community that everybody has, because they're part of this select group that gets to do these amazing things. It's on my bucket list. Now, I don't know if I can handle doing a full 4 or 5 days on the road, but it is on my bucket list to at least travel on one of these big rigs.
Do a ride along?
Just to experience. I would love to. And so, that is on my bucket list. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I can't say enough good things about the drivers and their families that are supporting them, because, the spouse that stays home, they're carrying a lot of weight when that person's out on the road. And again, a lot of people don't realize the sacrifice that drivers make. So,
should we put the call out now for anybody who wants to offer you
a ride along?
A ride along?
Yeah, we're based in Knoxville. So.
Yeah, swing on by, pick up Diane, and go on your way.
And Courtney,
Oh, okay, yeah,
So,
there you go. Oh, see, we didn't know it was a two for deal there. So we'll have to.
No, I mean, my brother-in-law drives for a dairy company, and he was like, they're just not going to let you insurance, and I'm like, insurance, just let me on there. But yeah, I mean, I'm because having to get to sit in some of these rigs, being at MATS and these other conventions where they have these, the trucks on display. They're gorgeous. And as part of when we do Truck Driver Appreciation Week coming up in September, which we're celebrating the whole month, we're going to have a series, we're calling it Life on the Road, where, again, people don't understand what it's like to be on the road, where we're going to invite drivers to take pictures and take video, and we're going to post them on our website and our social media just to show people what it's really like, what's it like eating on the road or trying to find a sleep or trying to find parking. I was shocked and horrified to learn that for every 11 trucks, there's only one parking space.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. It's insane.
Yeah.
So we want to show people this is what it is like being on the road. And so we're going to have that aspect. And we're also going to have a part on our website where people can post their thanks, or they can post pictures. You know, one of my best friends, her dad was a truck driver. And so she has this amazing picture of her and her sister in his rig, you know, circa early 1980s and that kind of a thing. So we celebrate drivers all year long, but we are especially going to highlight it for the month of September. So I'm really excited about that project. This will be my first truck driver appreciation project.
Well, and Diane, I think you tapped into something there that speaks to kind of what we're talking about in as a whole here. You know, we talk about the sense of community, and you talk about the challenges there about, you know, with truck parking or restroom access or whatever. You know, there are a lot of challenges out there that we're aware of. And I think that's what kind of brings the people together during times of hardship. And this is something that you all do there. I'm wondering, and this is kind of, I guess, asking a question in a different way that I asked earlier, but I see all these posts on social media. I see GoFundMes go up for, you know, truck drivers who have been injured or they've got some sort of illness and it pulls them off the road. You know, they're raising money on GoFundMe or these other avenues, I suppose. If it weren't for St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, what would it look like for all the people that you helped? They would have had to probably have gone that route, I would assume. And I assume these are conversations you've had with people about, hey, you know, if you hadn't come to us, what would you have done? What do those conversations look like when you talk to them?
Most of them would just have said, I don't know what I would have done. Like, you were my last hope. I mean, I know it sounds really dramatic, but we get that often. You were my last hope. I looked around, I asked for help, and there was no one else. And you know, you were there. So we love hearing those stories, and we always ask, you know, folks that we do get to help. Just again, it's that gas that keeps us all going as to why we do this, is to get to hear those amazing stories and you know, share our particular skill set with you know, drivers. I think a lot of people think, okay, well, I'm a truck driver. You know, there's not, you're a truck driver because you can't really do anything else. And people don't understand that it's a profession. Like, this is a career. It's a very serious thing that drivers do. And so it's my privilege to get to highlight and get to celebrate what they do and be able to support them. I know I didn't, a year ago before I was working here, I did not look at drivers the way I do now. And I hope everybody else kind of drinks the Kool-Aid and sees what we see here. Of course, you know, we're boots on the ground every day. But yeah, everybody, for the most part, I don't know what I would have done.
Yeah,
they would have lost homes, or you know, we've got some that are right on the edge of eviction. They're going to lose their cars. I mean, it's sad. So we're blessed that we get to be here, and we have so many great people in the community that want to help support that.
Yeah, Courtney.
Yeah, I mean, the exact same thing. So we try to get testimonials from all of our drivers who are beneficiaries from our organization. And the one I have right now in front of me, I don't know what we would have done without you folks. Thank you is not nearly enough, but please know how much I really appreciate all of your help and compassion. I mean, how can you listen to that or read that and just not want to say, what can I do? How can I help? Because as Diane said, you know, our truck drivers, we have to have them to get our stuff. And I, too, am a little bit more cognizant. I try not to cut them off nearly as much as I have in the past.
That's good.
A lot with me, too. But I look at them as they're driving down the road, and I just wonder, are they going home? Or are they going away? This part always gets me. How long is the last time that they've seen their family? How long is the last time they've seen their friends? Do they have an animal in the car, in the rig with them? What are they doing? What are they thinking? How is their health? What could I do for this one person that just happens to be on the interstate with me and driving past me? I really do think about all of them now. And I've known about St. Christopher for about 10 years. So I've known a little bit about the organization, but being here these past 3 months, it really does make you think differently, and what our drivers are able to provide for us and how we need to keep them on the road. And if it's just a little bit of support that people can provide, you know, $5 that we get or whatever, the big $1 million check, I forget that y'all are going to write for us. I'm sorry about that.
Hang on a second. Let's check the tape.
See, I'm a bargain at 100,000. So.
Oh wow, this is. I just walked into something I wasn't prepared for. I forgot my credit card too today, by the way. So sorry.
Hey, I'm the person when I get stuck in traffic, and I'm surrounded, like literally at a standstill, and I'm surrounded by these big trucks. And I think my husband's worried I'm going to do it one day, that I'm just going to like get out of my car and just start walking down the interstate, knocking on windows, handing them my card, saying, "Do you know about St. Christopher?"
Yeah.
Please
don't do that.
I think he's worried.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, I do it bad enough when I'm at the dentist or I'm in the grocery store. It horrifies my teenager that I talk about what we do here all the time.
Well, you're
because I
proud
love
of it
so much.
Yeah, you're proud of what you do. There's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we had another staff member that was doing that this week. But that's the passion that we have here.
Yeah. That's great.
To do what we're doing. To know that this is where we need to be and to be able to help those that are in need when they need it.
And that kind of leads into my next question. I assume you probably have a lot of people that reach out, and I'm sure you wish you could help everybody. Are there eligibility requirements that people have to meet in order to get that help?
Yes. So they do have to be an over-the-road driver, which means 4 days or more away from their home. They do have to have an active CDL when the incident occurred, and does have to occur within the past 365 days. We do have a pre-screening form on our website, and if all of the questions are answered, then it will lead you to an application that gets filled out, and it goes to our medical case manager, who will look over that and reach back out to the driver. We do ask some more information. Typically, we get also medical records, and then that goes to our doctor for review, and then it will go to the review team to be approved. So there are a few steps. We always say, that it isn't something that's going to occur, overnight. It does take sometimes up to 30 days to be able to get people approved. But the more that you are in contact with us and helping us get the information, the easier it is for this process to get approved. But also with that, we do kind of sometimes ask some questions that are like, why are people asking this stuff? And it's just because we're trying to get the full picture.
Sure.
And sometimes people will get a application, and unfortunately we'll have to deny them for whatever reasons. But we always give resources.
Yeah.
So it may not be that we have everything. So we will always give the resources. Say, hey, have you tried this place? There's another place you can try. We have lots of resources on our website as well. So try not to leave them empty-handed. Try to give them something.
Yeah, and just to be clear, too, this is for not just for wrecks. This is for illness, anything that pulls somebody off the road. And we're talking, hospital bills. We're talking things like I think house payments. Is that right? Basic things. Yeah, things that they need to.
We pay for housing, insurance, car payments, and utilities. Those are the 4 categories that we can pay for.
Excellent.
And you can apply once, and if you're approved, then you can apply again 30 days later, and you can be approved. And then we only help out 2 times per life.
Gotcha. Okay. Real quick, Diane and Courtney, for those out there, maybe they've got, a friend or someone they know that needs some help, or they want to contribute online. What's the website? Where can they go to help out?
It's truckersfund.org. And once they look that website up, we have all of our information on there to be able to fill out the application. If you're just looking for resources, if you want to be that $1 million check, we would love that.
I was going to say, it's right there on the front page. You can call me directly.
Do you have a button? Do you have a button for $1 million donation?
Call immediately.
Yeah.
No, but we are redoing, working on some new things. So I will have to put that on there, and I'll expect you to be the first one.
I'll tell you what.
Your name's going to be the first one.
If you get a $1 million donation, please let us know about it, because we would love to talk with that person.
If we get a $1 million donation, you will hear my head explode in East Tennessee.
Well, that does not sound great.
No.
But yes, yeah,
no,
I know what
you're.
Yeah, I know what
you
you're
will
saying.
definitely hear about it. Yes,
Absolutely.
So if you want to be that first person, so like the $1 million, Hey, have at it.
There you go. Diane, Courtney.
All of our sponsors as well, which we would like to give a little shout out to them. Thank you so much for everything that you have done for us. Ida's on there as well. We are so appreciative of everything that you all do for us as well. And we have a wonderful board, and I just can't say thank you to all of my board members and being able to help out.
Yeah, Diane and Courtney, I was just about to say, thank you for your time. Thank you for all you do there, and also your colleagues for helping so many folks out who, again, are in need of a little bit of help. We appreciate your time, and we'll hear from you shortly after that $1 million donation goes in.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Our thanks there again to Diane Hutzel and Courtney Neiman. Ashley, I did not donate $1 million or $100,000. I did donate something though.
Well, that's
good.
It
is very quick and easy to do. A few clicks on the computer there.
And actually, if you go on the website, they have like testimonials. Which are really, really great to read.
Yeah, they're doing great work. Patron saint again of travelers, transportation.
I love how you
people.
found that little tidbit of information.
You know what? I found it on Wikipedia.
I was going to say, you didn't just pull that out of the
No.
top of your head.
You might want to double check me. Fact check me on that one.
Fact check.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Well, Scott, we've got to go.
Yes.
Appreciate everyone for listening. You are listening to Trucking with OOIDA. Stay safe.
Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.